It's an election night in America. Welcome back. Ahead this hour, big stakes as voting ends in 15 states, and we're going to get a huge new round of results that's going to help decide the battle for control of the U.S. Congress. At 9 p.m. Eastern, polls are going to close in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. The battle for 218 House seats, the number needed to win control of the chamber, is heating up as we get deeper into the night. 82 House seats are on the line in the states where polls are closing at the top of the hour. 23 of those seats are competitive and have the potential to tilt the balance of power. In the fight for the U.S. Senate, Arizona is a critical battleground. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly is running for a full term after his special election win 2 years ago. The former astronaut faces Republican venture capitalist Blake Masters. Masters has received millions in funding from his boss, billionaire Peter Thiel. In Wisconsin, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes is aiming to become the state's first black U.S. senator. He's challenging Republican incumbent Senator Ron Johnson, a close Trump ally who has downplayed the January 6th insurrection. In Colorado, Democratic Senator Michael Bennet is seeking a third term in the purple state that has been leaning blue in recent years. Bennet faces a competitive challenge from a moderate Republican, construction company CEO Joe O'Dea, who has tried to distance himself from Donald Trump. Turning to the governors, in Arizona, the Secretary of State, Democrat Katie Hobbs, is battling for an open gubernatorial seat now held by Republicans. She faces former television anchor Kari Lake. Lake is one of the most vocal candidates spreading Trump's false claims about the 2020 election. In Michigan, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer has faced harsh criticism from Republicans for her pandemic response. She faces Republican conservative commentator and first-time candidate Tudor Dixon. In New York State, Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is in a more competitive race than expected against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. Hochul is the former lieutenant governor who rose to the top job last year after Governor Andrew Cuomo resigned amid scandal. And in Texas, former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke is in a tough fight to unseat Republican Governor Greg Abbott in that deep red state. We're just minutes away from the second biggest round of poll closings tonight. Let's go to our correspondents. First to Arizona, Kyung La is covering the Republican candidates for governor and senator, Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Kyung, what is happening there in these final moments before polls close?
Well, they are watching the clock very, very closely here, Jake, and here is why. I'm just taking a look through the Maricopa County Elections Department website. There are hundreds of people in line at dozens of locations. And so we're seeing the Republican candidates who are expecting to really have their voters come out today, tweeting again and again, stay in line. Kari Lake tweeting, stay in line, hold the line. They want as big of a turnout as they can today. Now, when these results start to drop, and we do not expect them until another 1 hour and 10 minutes, polls do close in 9 minutes now. When those results drop, we are hearing all the campaigns saying, patience, patience. We are hearing from U.S. Senate candidate Mark Kelly, a nominee, Mark Kelly, saying whoever is leading tonight may not be the winner. That is the key. It is too early after that first drop. So all of these campaigns saying, we're going to watch these numbers, we're going to watch the turnout. And someone else who is also watching what is happening here very carefully is Donald Trump. Kari Lake's campaign saying that he called her twice, ending one of his calls by saying, go get him, girl. Jake.
All right, Kyung La at the headquarters for Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Let's go north and east now to Omar Jimenez, who is in the campaign headquarters of incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson. Omar, what is the mood there? What are you hearing from the Johnson campaign?
Well, Jake, right now, the cautiously optimistic Senator Ron Johnson is mingling among his supporters here at their election night party in Neenah, Wisconsin, and more of the central part of the state. Now, obviously, he is trying to win a third term here, and with it, he has brought implications of what that would mean. One, it could contribute to a change in power in the Senate, which means he would chair an investigations committee, and he has already said he is ready to ramp up the number of investigations investigations out of Congress. On the other side of things, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, he has told us he is feeling very good tonight. He feels that they have done everything they could do up to this point. And hearing from party leadership in the state, Democratic leadership feel that one thing that they're watching for tonight is that absentee ballots will be counted later. They're traditionally among the last ballots to be counted here at central counting facilities across the state. So they are watching for a potential red mirage and then some of their support to come in later in the night. Talking to Republican leadership, they're aware of it, but they say they feel good about what they've seen on Election Day itself, Jake.
All right, Omar Jimenez, thank you so much. With Johnson campaign headquarters in Wisconsin, and we're taking a look at the lay of the land in the U.S. Senate, and we were just joking about what's going on in Maryland right now. Tell everybody.
A look at the map can be deceiving early on in the night as we count results, as we've said. Just quickly, where Kyung-La and Omar, we're about to get two of the most competitive states in American politics when those results start to flow in Arizona and Wisconsin. But just to pop up, you see the state of Maryland is red right now. Chris Van Hollen is the Democratic incumbent. Chris Chaffee is his opponent. It's 13-12. Okay, but again, if you look at watching at home and you're just passing through quickly and you see the map red, that's why we want to explain it when we see things like this. We'll come back to that one in 10 or 15 minutes and we'll see if that holds up. That would be a big surprise. But there are the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat at the moment. North Carolina is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat today. Ohio is blue at the moment. That is also a Republican-held Senate seat. Now, as we move later into the night, people watching at home, we've been cautioning you all night long. Please wait, please wait. Let's wait for more votes. Well, we're getting more votes, but we're still only at 37% of the vote. So you're still looking at disproportionately in the state of Ohio, early vote. I just was looking here a moment ago because this is Tim Ryan's House district. He's a member of the House of Representatives trying to run statewide in a very complicated red-leaning state. This is his House district. This is that base of his House district. It stretches out and down a little bit. Early votes in there, 33%, running a big lead. That's what he needs to do. Obviously, these are the people who know him best. This is his Democratic base. And you come up to Cuyahoga County, only 30% of the vote in here, 74% to 26%. That's a big deal, right? This, again, Democratic base. Cleveland and the suburbs around it. You move over here to Lake County. This will be interesting to watch, right? If this is blue at the end of the night, Tim Ryan is running very, very competitive because this gets more Republican as you move out Lake County in the suburbs. He's ahead at the moment, but it's half of the vote. And David Chalian is going to join us in just a second because disproportionately, I believe, we're still looking at more early votes than day of votes.
So right now, 37% of the vote in Ohio is in, and Tim Ryan is up with 37% in. Let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us. David, tell us who this 37% is and what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so you guys see that lead. Tim Ryan with 868,000 votes. J.D. Vance, 778,000 votes. You noted, Jake, that's with 37% of the estimated vote is fully in. 82% of that vote is pre-election vote. It's early vote, absentee by mail vote, early in-person vote, where Democrats tend to participate in bigger numbers than Republicans do. At the end of the day, we think it's only going to be 32%. 32% of the Ohio vote overall will be pre-election vote. So right now, this vote that you're looking at is overinflated with early vote. Not that they're not real votes and they're counted. It's just making up such a larger share than we think it will make at the end of the day. And that gives J.D. Vance and his campaign hope that as more and more of that Election Day vote comes in, that Republican-leaning vote, it's going to help him potentially overtake Tim Ryan in these vote totals.
All right, we'll keep watching the actual vote come in. And John, can you take me down to Georgia as the devil went down once? What are we looking at there?
Easiest way is a nonstop Delta flight from DCA. Look, you see again, remember this was not this close earlier, right?
Yep.
And not only was it not this close earlier, Senator Warnock was above 50%. Again, we're still at 53%. If you were with us in 2020 for the presidential race, early 2021 for the two Georgia runoffs, these are espresso races. These are you're up late and you're probably counting the next day as well. But you are getting more of the vote and you are seeing the margin tighten. So 49.6 to 48.7, 19,000 vote lead. This has narrowed quite considerably. And again, we were talking earlier, the Democratic incumbent senator on top right there, when you look at the map, this is a state where you have a Democratic incumbent senator and a Republican incumbent governor running in the same election, which makes an interesting dynamic.
Before you do that, I want to bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us more. David, 53% of the vote is in, estimated. Tell us what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so we're breaking this down, Jake. Mail vote, early in person, election day vote. I just want to show you what is still uncounted. So in mail vote, 36.8% advantage for Raphael Warnock, 51.6% of it's still uncounted. Early in person vote, 35.6% still uncounted. He's got a much smaller advantage there. But the big Walker category, 42.4% lead for Herschel Walker among Election Day voters, and 87.6% of that vote still remains to be counted. So this is clearly going to be a close, tight race as we watch it all night long, guys.
All right, John, what else were you going to show us?
So a lot of that vote's still to be counted. Just to follow up on that point before I check into the governor's race. And then you see a lot of these gray counties here as well. That is rural Trump country or very Republican country. So we still have no votes there even counted at all. Just want to pop in some of this. See, you have no votes counted at all. Again, these are smaller counties, and so it's less than 1% of the population. But that's how Republicans run it up in the rural areas to counter it. So we have to see. I just want to check again. Democratic incumbent senator running in the same election as a Republican incumbent governor. Senator Warnock is at 49.5%. The governor is at 53%. And you see the Democratic Senate candidate at 46%. So you see the split, right? Split ticket voting between Brian Kemp getting 53% of the vote. And then you come over here, the Republican running 5 points behind and the Democrat running behind the Democratic senator. It's one of the fascinating dynamics, Jake. Georgia, one of several states where you look and you have a Republican incumbent governor. We've seen that in New Hampshire as well. Big question as we keep counting the votes. Can the Democratic senator there, Maggie Hassan, hold on? In Georgia, we'll see.
All right, John King, we are heading into the second busiest hour of the night. Polls are closing in 15 states with a slew of high-profile races in key battlegrounds, including Arizona. And we have a CNN projection for you right now in New York. CNN is projecting that the current Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Charles Schumer, will be reelected, defeating Joe Pinion. In South Dakota, CNN is projecting that a member of Republican leadership, Senator John Thune, will be reelected, defeating Brian Banks. And in Kansas, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Jerry Moran will be reelected, defeating Democrat Mark Holland. Let's look at the map right now and talk about the races that we are not yet going to make a projection. They include the Senate races in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Louisiana, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. As of right now, we do not have a projection in those races. The balance of power, of course, 100 Senate seats. Democrats have 37 of those seats. Republicans have 38 of those seats. There are 25 seats remaining. Republicans only need to pick up one net seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. There are governor's races going on out there as well. Let's go to Boris Sanchez for that.
Jake, two projections to bring you right now, beginning with a familiar face being elected governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former Donald Trump press secretary / communications director, following in the footsteps of her father, Mike Huckabee, becoming the new governor of Arkansas. We should note she becomes the first woman elected governor of that state, defeating Chris Jones. Another projection to bring you now, this one from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democrat Dan McKee will win his first full term in the governor's mansion. Remember, he replaced Gina Raimondo when she left the governor's mansion to join the Biden administration as the Commerce Secretary. We have some key race alerts to bring you now, beginning with the state of Texas. Last time we checked in, former Congressman Beto O'Rourke had a decent advantage. Right now, Greg Abbott, the incumbent Republican, has overtaken him, nearly 170,000 vote lead for Abbott with 33% of the vote in. An update now from the Peach State, Georgia. Brian Kemp building on the lead that we saw him take earlier against Stacey Abrams. Right now, he stands 177,000 votes ahead, roughly 8% advantage for Kemp, still above that 50% threshold to avoid a runoff with 55% of the vote in Georgia. Meantime, an unexpectedly close race in Oklahoma. A key race alert there. Kevin Stitt, the incumbent Republican, taking on Joy Hoffmeister, a Democrat who actually flipped parties just last year specifically for this race. Stitt right now, 43,000 votes ahead with 34% of the vote in. Jake.
Boris, thanks so much. Let's the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, 44 Democrats, 40 Republicans, and one of those key states just changed color, John, Georgia.
And it is Georgia. We were talking earlier, number one, Senator Warnock was above 50. Number two, Senator Warnock was in the lead. Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate, now in the lead by 9,000 votes, up to 55%. I would say prepare for a little bit of a seesaw ahead, but to the point David Challing was making in our last conversation, as they begin to count more of the today vote. Election day cast votes, that's where Republicans have an edge. Boris just noted Governor Kemp stretching his lead a bit. It's the very same dynamic. They're counting election day votes now. We're starting to count them as we move through the hour and the hours ahead. Remember, Georgia took us a long time in 2020, and those runoffs were close. So now we come back here. Come back here to the Senate race, and you just look at this. This is the state of Georgia today, an incredibly competitive state, a 9,000 vote lead. You're beginning to see the map fill in. If you're in the Walker campaign, number one, you still got 45% of the ways to go. But you also see some of these rural counties, they're small, where we have no votes in at all. Those are going to be red at the end of the night. So the challenge is, I just want to go check up here a little bit. So you come to Fulton County, Senator Warnock getting 75% of the vote there. Let's just go back and look at 2020 and the presidential race. Joe Biden getting 73%. So we come back here. I just want to check. So Senator Warnock doing what he has to do in Fulton County, at least at the moment, as we continue to count. Then you go over to Cobb County, right? You see it's a more competitive suburb, but Joe Biden won it by 14 points. Now let's come back to where we are and look at the Senate race in Cobb County. And it's a 20-point race. So around the Atlanta area at the moment, Warnock there doing quite well in what he needs to do. Just want to come over here to DeKalb County. Again, only 7% of the vote here, though. So in Atlanta and the suburbs, Senator Warnock is running strong. The question is, where are the Walker votes coming from? So let's see. One of the challenges was, do the Trump voters turn out for not Donald Trump, right? Well, that's where Brian Kemp helps. Even though Brian Kemp and Donald Trump are in a feud, you have a Republican governor running well ahead of Herschel Walker. Republicans are coming out to vote. And in these counties where it's a small population center, it's less than 1% of the vote. So you say, well, it's not significant, but there are dozens of them. And those votes add up. This is a 28-point Donald Trump district. And there you see Herschel Walker running up big margins. Just to check on the governor's race here, governor's running up even slightly bigger margins in these areas. There's.
How did Trump do?
Let me come back there. We'll come on back there.
So 65 for Walker, and 67 for Kemp,
and 64. So Brian Kemp running a little stronger than Donald Trump in that rural area there.
So what's interesting is Warnock is outperforming Biden in some of these areas, or at least matching it. But it seems like definitely Kemp and to a degree Herschel Walker in some places are outperforming Trump in Georgia. By percentage,
yes. And we'll see how the raw votes turn out as we come back. So let's come back here and pull it out as we come. I just want to come back out to see if it changes as we go. There we go. Look at that. It just changed while we were looking at the counties. It swung again.
Speaking of states that have changed color, let's go north to the Tar Heel state.
Right. So Warnock now leading there, and Ted Budd, again, we talked about this dynamic earlier. First you get the early votes, then you start getting the election day votes. Senator Budd, 5,600 votes, so 5,676 votes ahead, very narrowly. But again, as you start to count those votes, and you start to fill in the rural areas as well, 67%, so 2/3 of the vote. We have a ways to go yet. And again, Sherry Beasley has run a remarkably competitive race. But when you see the dynamic of Democrats get to an early lead, that's the mail-in votes, the early votes that get counted first, Republicans pass them as we count them. We were saying earlier that if you're the Budd campaign, you're saying wait, and now we've seen as it comes in, and we want to play out. I just want to come back to this just because it changed while we were talking, and I just want to see how much so.
It flipped back.
Yeah. So now it has flipped back. It went from a 9,000 vote Herschel Walker lead to 115,000 votes.
That's a big bucket.
So that's a big. That's most likely a large urban precinct somewhere. You'd have to go back and find it.
DeKalb County is what I'm being told. So that's where the votes were.
I didn't write it down when we were here earlier, but there you go, right there. So if you had a large votes reported in DeKalb County and you're getting 87% of the votes, there's your votes right there. So again, you can have these quick and big swings in the night when you're still waiting for the large metropolitan areas and the big suburbs around them to report votes. Sometimes you get a big county reports a big chunk, and that's what happens.
Yeah, Warnock was up 7%, and now he's up 65% in that one
county.
So that's what came in, and these are votes. These are votes coming in, and it's going to go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, and look, there's no question. We went through Georgia 2020, despite what Donald Trump says. And we went through the runoffs in early 2021. Georgia's very good, very solid at counting their votes. And so you just have to wait and watch it play out. And again, in a competitive state, you're going to get some swings.
Let's talk to David Chalian at the Battleground Desk if we can, to give us more of a breakdown of the vote in Georgia.
Yeah, just watching you guys, because we are looking at the geography of this. Like John just showed you, DeKalb County, at first it was only 7% in, then a huge batch of votes got in there in a Democratic county. But we're also looking at the kind of vote and breaking it down of what's still out there. So I want to just show you, among mail vote, Warnock has this big 36.8% lead. Roughly half of it, 49.5%, is still uncounted. Early in-person voting, Warnock, it's a much closer category between the two candidates. He's got a roughly 5 percentage point lead, and there's only 30% left of the early in-person vote to count. But John said it's going to be a seesaw. Look at this. 82.8% of the election day vote in Georgia is still to be counted, and that is a huge Herschel Walker category of vote. He's currently winning election day vote by 37.2 percentage points, and that is the biggest bucket of outstanding vote. So this is what is giving the Walker folks, even though you saw Warnock take that lead again, real confidence that they are very much still in this race.
Very interesting, David Chalian. Let's get one more look at the overall Senate landscape, and then I want to take you over, John, to the House.
And to David's point, early voting has been a growing phenomenon anyway, and you want the more people to participate, and therefore you give them earlier opportunities. That's good, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent. But obviously that accelerated in the 2020 election because of COVID, and so that's one of the lessons we're learning. And this is more complicated now than it was 10 years ago, just because you get people voting in different ways: early voting, mail-in vote, early in-person voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, and different states count them in different orders. So it's just more complicated, which requires us to be clear and contextual, and requires people at home to just be patient, because you're going to see seesaws, especially in these competitive races. I'm sorry, back to the question right now.
Well, right now, Democrats have 47 seats, Republicans have 42, and right now they're leading in 47 seats, and 4 of those are Republican seats, and 42 Republicans are leading, and one of them is in a Democratic seat,
Right,
which was Georgia, now it's not.
No, Georgia's ahead now. The Democratic seat is, we're still looking at this Maryland race.
This Maryland.
So we still have 13.
13 votes.
Yeah, we still have 13 and 12. So we need Maryland to count some more votes. But if you come out here, again, let's just come out right here, and you're looking at, the Missouri Senate race. Again, Trudy Bush Valentine is not favored in the Missouri Senate race. We have just 6% of the vote in, and you see, where is it? Well, you're having vote right here in St. Louis, the suburbs outside of St. Louis, and in St. Louis proper. So again, it's what we're talking about earlier. If you look at the map at any given moment, it's very important. You could take a picture of this and say, wow, for the Democrats, because the Democrats are also leading at the moment. We've already projected this race, because we understand what's going to happen here. It's just that the Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, Collegetown, Topeka, Kansas urban area, Kansas City suburbs, the Kansas City, Missouri suburbs over in the Kansas City, Kansas side, these are predominantly Democratic areas. There's a House district over here that's a very competitive race that we'll be looking at later. And so you look at, you can't just look at the map now. What matters is the map, midnight tonight, noon tomorrow, midnight tomorrow night. We're going to be doing this for a couple of days, but this race is unlikely to be close. I just want to take a peek at this one, because you're looking at very early results here. This could be a competitive race if you talk to both parties involved. And again, it's very early vote in Denver, in the suburbs for the most part. Senator Michael Bennet. We talked about, would North Carolina or Ohio or Wisconsin be a surprise for Democrats? That's one of the ones we're keeping an eye on as a potential surprise for Republicans.
Let's take a look at the House map if we could, just because right now there are 34 House seats that are competitive. We consider them to be competitive, that are too early to call. Of those House seats, Democrats are currently leading in 22 of them. Republicans are currently leading in 12 of them. That's not to say that those are going to be the final decisive answers as to what happens in those 34. But right now, Democrats are doing better in this early vote than they're doing well. They're doing what they need to do.
Yes, and so you're looking, these are just the competitive seats you're seeing on the map. If we come out of this, you're watching, these are of the 435 House districts, these are the ones globally of all that we have results in them. But now you just isolate it to the competitive seats, right? We just want to isolate it to the 82 competitive seats that we've identified. And we'll watch. We could be surprised. There could be other seats as well. But you mentioned, to your point, Democrats being very competitive. And again, so where were we earlier? Number one, at the moment, Democrats are holding both of the New Hampshire seats, 2 competitive seats that the Democrats are a bit nervous about. The Republicans, there's 1 there. And so then you come down here. The last time Jake and I were talking about the competitive House districts, the Republican was leading this district in Rhode Island. Now you see the Democrat has pulled ahead in the Rhode Island 2nd district. It's a little bit of Providence, it's Cranston, and it's down to the southern part of the state, the western part of Rhode Island, 50.8% to 46.4%. So the Democrat has pulled ahead again as we count the votes. We get more votes throughout the hour. At the moment, that one was red just a few minutes ago. Now it is blue, still a long way to go. Then you come into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is fascinating if it holds up. We know this is early vote. We know we have a long way to go to the count in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But there are 4 competitive House districts here, 2 in the east, 7 and 8. Matt Cartwright and Susan Wild. 2 out here in the western part of the country. Summer Lee's district right here is Pittsburgh, and you move forward from here, and you come up here, and you look at this district here. This is the old Connor Lamb district. The lines have been redrawn. At the moment, but again, very low vote count, Democrats are ahead in all 4 of those. This is a place where Republicans think they could pick up 2 or 3 seats. We'll watch. We have a ways to go, Jake. So remembering that the vote is still early, and where we are an hour, 2 hours from now will tell us a lot more about the House than right now.
All right, John, right now CNN is about to make 2 more projections in House races. In Florida, Republican Maria Elvira Salazar, CNN is projecting, has won a 2nd term in office in her Miami area district. It went narrowly for Trump in 2020. She is a former TV journalist. Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar will be reelected, CNN is projecting. In Virginia, Democratic Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, CNN is projecting, has been elected to a 3rd term in office. She represents the Washington suburbs in Northern Virginia. So that's 1 win for a Republican, 1 win for a Democrat. The balance of power right now, 48 Democrats have been elected, 92 Republicans have been elected. That includes 3 pickups. 295 seats are remaining. Remember, you need 218 seats in order to control the House of Representatives. In the U.S. House, of the competitive seats that we're keeping an eye on, Republicans have to win 26 of them, we now say. That is down from 27. So they have made 1 more gain there that they need to do. Democrats have as well. Democrats need to pick up 52. That is down from 53 in terms of competitive seats. Let's go to Casey Hunt now, who will tell us more about what's going on with the Senate races.
That's right, Jake. Let's check in across the map, and we're going to start in a place we've been all night, and that is Georgia, where Raphael Warnock in the lead right now, 51.2% to Herschel Walker's 47%. But as we've seen, this has been bouncing back and forth, and I expect that you're going to be hearing a lot of us talking about this tonight. Let's check in, though, now on Ohio, where J.D. Vance has taken the lead, 50.3% over Democrat Tim Ryan, the congressman, who now is at 49.7%. Again, Ohio has trended red in recent years. North Carolina, we've got Ted Budd, the Republican, narrowly ahead of Democrat Sherry Beasley, 49.4% to 48.6%. This is a real nail-biter at this hour, though we do have 70% of the vote in. Now let's go north to New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is holding her lead in a pretty commanding way at 57.4% to Don Baldock's 41.3%. He is the Republican. Considering how Chris Sununu has performed as the Republican in the governor's race, pretty significant that Maggie Hassan is right there. Now let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman is sitting at 64.5% to Mehmet Oz's 33.1%. Obviously, we expect this race to end up much closer than what you're seeing on your screen right now. We only have about 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And let's check in on Colorado, where Michael Bennet is out to an early lead, 58.2% over Joe O'Dea, the Republican, 39.6%. This is not a seat that Democrats wanted to have to worry about, but that came online near the end of this midterm season as the national environment shifted for Republicans. We've got about a third of the vote in Colorado. We're going to be keeping an eye on that through the evening as well. Now we've got some key race alerts on the governor's races.
Yeah, but a handful of key race alerts beginning in the state of Texas. There, the incumbent Republican Greg Abbott maintaining a lead over former Congressman, former Senate and White House hopeful Beto O'Rourke. Right now, Abbott leading by 80,000 votes with 51% of the vote in Texas as he seeks a 3rd term. Let's get an update now from the Peach State in Georgia. There, incumbent Republican Brian Kemp maintaining a slight advantage over Stacey Abrams, though the 90,000 vote difference between the two is a bigger margin than when Kemp won by 4 years ago. Keep that in mind. 64% of the vote in. He maintains an advantage over that 50% threshold. In Pennsylvania, Attorney General Josh Shapiro, 324,000 votes ahead of Doug Mastriano, 15% of the vote there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's get an update now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer currently leading conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, an election denier as well, 11% of the vote in. We just got an update. It appears Whitmer is 37-ish thousand votes ahead as we get an update from Michigan. Let's take a look at a race that nobody expected would be as close as it was at the end. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul running for her full 1st term in office. She currently leads considerably over Congressman from Long Island and election denier Lee Zeldin, 265,000 votes, as we just got the update from the Empire State, a 9% of the vote in right now in the state of New York. We'll send it back to you, Jane.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Let's take a look right now at the governor's races playing out. Some of them are playing out as we expected. Some of them are a lot different than we expected.
It's early. Among the governor's races out there, again, a handful of states that are absolutely key presidential battlegrounds in 2024. Every governor's race matters every year, but they matter all the more this year. Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states. So let's go through some of them as we go. Boris ended on this one, so let's just look. I want to make the point here that we're just very, very early, right? A surprisingly close race in the polling. We'll see what turns out on Election Day. Crime, a huge issue here. Kathy Hochul trying to win a full term for the first time. But the votes in so far, largely from down here in the New York City area, and a very tiny percent of the vote. You know, we're looking at Queens here. You're looking at the Bronx. We walk through Manhattan as you come over here. That's the early votes coming in there. So we have a long way to go in the state of New York.
Yeah, this race is much more competitive than that vote would indicate. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So we move over to Michigan again. This has been a competitive race as well. We're only at 11% of the vote. You're watching the map. For me, it's just as the map filling in as one would expect. And you look at it, and the answer is yes. We'll see somewhere out here, you know, Kent County, Grand Rapids, out this way. If Republicans do well here, they're competitive statewide, but it's only 3% of the vote. We'll see how this plays out. And then you come over here. This election will be decided. Wayne County is Detroit, which is down here. I skipped it because we have 0 votes in. It's 18% of the vote in Detroit. Tends to come in a little bit later than the other part of the state. This is where, though, it'll be fascinating. Oakland County, if you go back 25 years, this is a more Republican suburb, but this is where you have your upscale, college-educated voters who have become more and more Democratic. 60%, that's what Gretchen Whitmer needs to do. It's only 40%. And then we'll wait for here. This is Macomb County. Like Bucks County, where you're from, this is the more blue collar, just north of suburbs when you come up here. And we'll see how this one comes in. Donald Trump did well in Macomb County. If you go back to the 1980s, this was where all the studies were done. The Democratic pollster string.
Right, the Reagan Democrats.
Reagan Democrats.
Right.
So we'll watch. We have a long way to go in Michigan. So as you move out here, you come this way. This is interesting because this would be, again, it's a very modest number of votes, and they all come from a critical suburb, mind you. Waukesha County, here's Milwaukee. Suburbs here, Democrats can get votes in the closer in suburbs. As you move more out west, exurbia, rural, it gets more Republican, but it's very early here. Tony Evers, the Democratic incumbent, again, Tim Michels, near the end of the campaign, said, if you elect me, no Republicans will ever lose again in Wisconsin, which brings the democracy question into play very early. We'll watch this race play out. But again, key presidential battleground. When you move out here in the middle of the country, where you see this one, people don't think of Kansas as a Democratic state. Kansas has a Democratic governor. Kansas, remember, after Dobbs, had the big referendum where Kansas voters, common sense conservatives, said no to opening the state Supreme Court, to allowing more abortion restrictions. It'll be interesting to see. This is very early. You say 35% of the estimated vote, but if you're looking out here, this is red. This at the end of the night will be red, barring some huge surprise. Where are the votes so far? Well, again, it's just, we talked earlier, you're close to this is Kansas City, Missouri here, Johnson County, Wyandotte County. These are the Kansas City suburbs, if you will. And then you're moving into the Democratic area. Lawrence, Kansas is Douglas County. That's the fifth largest county, Democrat by 40 points, right? So you think Kansas is a red state, but it has a Democratic governor. This was a 40-point county for Joe Biden. You come over to the Topeka area. It was a Democrat +3, where the Democratic governor early on is running much bigger than that, obviously. So we'll see. Can Laura Kelly hold on in the state of Kansas? That's a big test for Democrats, a Democratic governor in the middle of the country in this time of year. Then you move up here to Nebraska, 23% of the vote. The Democrat is leading, but slow down in the sense that look at where the vote's coming in. Omaha, Lincoln, the Democratic areas. There's a whole lot of rural red Republican Kansas to still come in. A race that Republicans had hoped to make more competitive at the moment with about 40% of the vote in. The incumbent Democrat, Jared Polis, leading at the moment in Colorado. Interesting to watch if that plays out in tandem with the Senate race. We talked about that dynamic in Georgia, in New Hampshire. Otherwise, what happens to the governor vis-a-vis the Senate candidate in Colorado? They are both of the same party. Then we come down, just one more quick one, in New Mexico. The governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, running comfortably ahead, but very early votes coming in so far. Jake, only in Democratic areas. But the governor's race is, again, always critical for state issues, all the more important because of threats to democracy and the Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And CNN has some more projections. Right now, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator John Boozman from Arkansas will be reelected. He defeats Natalie James. In Vermont, CNN projects that Congressman Peter Welch will get the promotion and become the next senator from the state of Vermont in an open seat, defeating Gerald Malloy. Let's take a look at the overall balance of power in the 100-seat U.S. Senate. Democrats currently control 38 seats. Republicans currently control 39 seats. 23 seats are remaining. We also have a key race alert that we're going to go to Casey Hunt right now. Casey?
That's right, Jake. We're going to take a quick spin through all of these races for you. We got a whole bunch of vote in. We got Raphael Warnock sitting at 51% right now in Georgia to Herschel Walker's 47.2. He is, of course, right now above that critical threshold to avoid a runoff. We're going to be keeping close tabs. We've seen this move back and forth here in the last hour or so. 65% of the vote in there. Now let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance still in the lead, but it's close. 50.3% to Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman, 49.7%. John King is going to need to walk us through where the votes are still out to let us know if it's actually going to end up being that close. It's about 45% of the vote in there. Now in North Carolina, look at this. Ted Budd sitting at 50% to Sherry Beasley's 48%. This is actually a little bit of a wider lead than we've seen at some points on this race tonight. We've got 72% of the vote in North Carolina. All right, let's move now to New Hampshire, where we've got Maggie Hassan sitting at 57.8%, Don Bolduc sitting at 40.9%. Smart Republicans and Democrats that I'm talking to who are looking at these numbers say Hassan is in a very strong position at this hour. But, of course, we only have 30% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Now let's go out to Colorado. This, again, a reach for Republicans. Michael Bennet at 58.6% to Joe O'Dea, the Republicans, 39.2% at this hour. But, of course, we do need to know where the votes are coming in because we're only looking at 40% of them so far. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, expected to be one of the tightest races on the map tonight. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Mandela Barnes in the early vote out to 70% ahead of Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, who sits at 29.8% right now. I'm sure John King can explain to us why it looks that way. There's about 4% of the vote in right now in Wisconsin. Now I want to check in on Iowa, another unexpected place on the map, but there was an Iowa poll late in the cycle from a very trustworthy pollster out there that showed Chuck Grassley, the incumbent Republican, in a tight race with Democrat Michael Franken. And some early returns show Franken out ahead, 58.3% to Chuck Grassley's 41.6%. But there is very little vote in Iowa at this hour. We only have 11% in. Let's also dip in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, the Democrats, at 60.5%. These numbers are moving in real time. To Dr. Mehmet Oz's 37%. This is another situation where they're going to count votes very slowly. This is one where there's already litigation challenges, questions about how these votes are going to be counted, and we expect that's going to go late into the night. 17% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, Boris has got some governor's races to talk to us about, some of which are in some of these same states.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how voters may have split tickets in these races, Casey. First, let's start in the state of Texas. There we have an update. Incumbent Republican Greg Abbott building on the earlier lead he had on Beto O'Rourke, the former congressman, 149,000 votes ahead for the two-time governor of Texas, 52% of the vote in there. Let's take a look at the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp right now with 111,000 vote advantage over Stacey Abrams, 66% of the vote in. Notably, he is above that 50% threshold, meaning he could potentially avoid a runoff if this holds. And we just got an update there. Now 115,000 vote lead for Kemp. Let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in this tough re-election battle with conservative commentator, former TV host Tudor Dixon. A 42,000 vote advantage for Whitmer, roughly an 8% lead right now. Still very early with only 12% of the vote in. Let's get an update for you from Pennsylvania. There, the Attorney General Josh Shapiro. He has nearly a 300,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano, one of the most extreme candidates you are going to see on the board tonight. 17% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one that our Jake Tapper knows very well. Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let's take a look at this governor's race right now in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the sitting attorney general, running for governor against a state legislator named Doug Mastriano that Boris just aptly described. What's going on here?
So you're watching, fills in, more votes coming in, as you say. It's a nearly 300,000 vote lead for Josh Shapiro at the moment, who was favored in the late polls in this race. But if you just want to go through, a place, I was just looking at one place. This is one of the closest, most competitive swing counties in Pennsylvania. And you see Josh Shapiro with 82% to 16%. Northampton County, Josh Shapiro may win it. He may win it comfortably. He's not winning it by that, which tells you that this is early vote. Right? It just tells you it's early vote, which is disproportionately Democrat. It's only 20% of the vote, but this is a key swing county. Donald Trump won it just barely in 2016 when he won the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden flipped it, won it just barely in 2020 when he won. So it is never like that. Even if Josh Shapiro wins it big, it is never like that. It just doesn't happen. So that tells you you're looking at early votes, and we have a long way to go. So where else do you look here? You come down to Philadelphia to see what votes in here. Only 13% of the vote in. You see Josh Shapiro at 94%. The Democrat most likely will be overwhelmingly up when we get to Philadelphia's final count.
But not that up.
If he's up by that much, then we have a blowout on our hands, if he is up by that much. And so then you walk out from here, and again, you come to Bucks County. This is the more competitive of the collar suburban counties. It still was a Joe Biden by 4 points in 2020.
Yeah.
Again, that would be shocking, but you'd rather be ahead than behind. But again, you're looking disproportionately at early votes. And so this is the governor's race. Let's just come out and look at it. Again, whether it's early or late in the count, you want to start ahead. There's the governor's race. Josh Shapiro at 64.4%.
Right.
The Republican
623,000. Yeah.
The Republican candidate for governor just shy of 34%, 327,000 if you round that up a little bit. And you just bring it over to the Senate race now, and you just see John Fetterman running behind, underperforming his Democratic ticket mate, if you will. They're both statewide office holders, by the way. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, the Lieutenant Governor. So they both have won statewide before. You see 60% if you round that up to 38% if you round that up. Again, there has been no indication that this race would be anything like that. We expect this race to be very competitive. We're still shy of 20% of the overall vote, 60 to 34 as it goes up now. I just want to check again. Just one of my favorite places to always look. And again, this is early vote. Josh Shapiro was way up in Northampton County. John Fetterman is as well. He may well win Northampton County. Often the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Almost always the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win, but it's not going to be by a margin like that, which tells me, Jake, that we're looking disproportionately at early vote.
Early vote, absolutely. And just to put an underlining on the point you were making, John Fetterman, again, 18%, 19% in. This is early. This is not determinative. But John Fetterman, 59.6% of the vote. Josh Shapiro, who's running for governor on the same ticket, he's at 64.4%. Shapiro running about 5 percentage points ahead. And also when it comes to Oz running about 5 percentage points ahead of the Republican running for governor. Just two very different races, ticket splitters. Let's find out what this vote is, though. We're at the Battleground Desk with David Chalian. David, this is 19% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is reporting. What is this 19%?
Yeah, so as you guys are saying, it is an early vote situation here. So roughly half of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, 49% of that current vote is pre-election early vote. So that may be helping boost Fetterman to this 600,000 vote total he is at right now versus Oz 385,000. We expect at the end of the day for the share of the overall vote that is going to be early vote to be about half that. We think it's going to be 25% of the overall vote at the end of the day. So right now, as a proportion of the vote, that early vote is sort of double in size. And that is what is giving Fetterman, giving Shapiro these larger advantages than you would expect in some of these counties like Northampton that John was showing you there. So again, right now, Jake, the early vote makes up roughly half, and we think it's going to make up a lot less than that at the end of the day.
All right, yeah, so disproportionately Democratic, disproportionately early vote.
Right. Still, if you're the Democrats, you know that you understand this dynamic, right? So you know you need to run it up. So what you're doing in Fetterman campaign headquarters is saying, okay, this is not contextual, as in it's not final, but what did we need in Lackawanna County, right? Is that what we needed in the early vote? Is that anywhere the percentage we thought we needed in the early vote? That's what's going on in the headquarters now. They understand There's a long way to go, and the numbers are going to change, and the percentages are going to change. But they do know what their target was in every county. So that's what you're going through as this vote comes in. You say, are we close to our targets? Now, the polls are closed. It's too late to do anything about it. But that's how they get a sense in the campaign of, okay, now what do we have to look for as we move on through the night? And so that, if you're the Democrat, you're looking here, Allegheny County, again, this is the part of the state where Fetterman lives. He lives out here in Braddock, right here. So again, you're about half of the vote. As David just noted, when the election day vote comes in, that is what in Pennsylvania they counted that. We got a lot of that early in 2020. Remember, and Trump took a big early lead. And then my biggest fascination about this race is when I was out here a couple of weeks back in the Pittsburgh suburbs, the more upscale Pittsburgh suburbs, they were asking. A lot of them voted for Trump the first time. Then didn't vote for Trump the second time because they didn't like the chaos. They didn't like the tweets. They didn't like the noise. They didn't like being told to ingest bleach. And so you're out here in these areas here. You're still in Allegheny County, but you're out here. The people who made George W. Bush president and George H.W. Bush president, and they were asking me, what do you know about Dr. Oz? And I was saying, not that much, just what I see on TV. They were trying to figure out, is he a Trump? Because then they were not going to vote for him. Or is he just taking the Trump endorsement, and when he gets to the Senate, he'd be a more moderate Republican? So that's one question for Oz. How does he do out here? And then the other question for Oz is, how does he do here? Right? How does he do? This is Trump country. This is where Trump loved his big rallies in Butler County.
Right.
And you come out here. So, again, it's 20% of the vote. So can Mehmet Oz match Donald Trump in the Trumpy parts of Pennsylvania, percentage-wise, and then with suburban voters there, and again, I'll come back here closer to your birthplace, suburban voters here, that's just not a contextual number yet because it's early. Can Mehmet Oz thread the needle? Get Trump voters to embrace him, but get suburban Republicans to say, he's not that much like Trump, I can vote for him. We have a long way to go before we know that, but that's the question.
And you've heard Oz, in the closing weeks of the campaign, try to paint himself as a Pennsylvania Republican, a liberal, more moderate Republican, talking about how he wants to go to Washington to fight against the extremes on the left and the right. Did he convince people in the collar county in the collar counties like Bucks County, Montgomery County, Delco, et cetera, that he meant it? Or did he undermine that when he appeared at a rally with Doug Mastriano and Donald Trump on the other side of the Commonwealth?
Right. Or if you're conflicted by that, when you have to actually check the box, how do you settle that conflict, right? In the sense that you know it better than I do. I mean, we don't have any votes in Montgomery County yet, but this is where his last event was in Montgomery County. Just over. This is Lehigh County. So it's blue-collar Lehigh County, the most blue-collar of the suburbs, Bucks County, the more upscale Montgomery County. His event was right here, sort of at the verge of all these key counties there. And that's where he was saying, I'll be balanced, I'll be more of a moderate voice. Well, those are the people who elected Arlen Specter. Those are the people who elected Dick Thornburg governor. Those are the people who elected Tom Ridge, who's from this end of the state in Erie, as their governor. Pragmatic, common sense. And they're the people who the margins, they didn't vote. Pat Toomey didn't carry their counties. He did carry Bucks, didn't carry Montgomery. They're the people who made Pat Toomey senator, the margins in the suburbs.
I want to walk you over to the House in a sec, but one other thing. I was talking to a top Democrat in Pennsylvania today, and he said the other thing for us to look at, since this is it's anticipated to be a tight race between Fetterman and Oz, is does Fetterman outperform Shapiro and Biden in Scranton and in Harrisburg? Now, Scranton is Trump won Scranton, even though it's the birthplace of Joe Biden. He won the county. But because Fetterman does have this statewide name and ID and image as a blue-collar Democrat, does he outperform? Again, he won't win Scranton, but does he improve the margins?
So if you come back to 2020 in the presidential race, Biden actually carried the county.
Oh, he did carry the county.
The county. Because of this. You get out here, you're right. The precincts up here tend to be more Trump, but he did carry it. He did carry it in 2020. But you raised the key point in the sense that what Fetterman is trying to do, I was talking about what needle does Oz have to thread here. What Fetterman is trying to thread, now we skipped into the House.
Let's come back here to the Senate.
Right. What the needle Fetterman is trying to do is run it up in the blue areas and then cut into the Trump support in places. This is Latrobe. Latrobe is here, where Oz was at the rally. Fetterman lives right here. So he wants to be the guy who can, yes, get blue-collar Democratic votes, but also get those blue-collar Republican votes, the white working-class voters who've abandoned the Democrats. So I talked about the needles Oz wants to thread. You raised the other one, which is, can Fetterman cut into the Trump base a little bit by saying, hey, I'm one of you. That's his whole thing about I'm one of you. Fetterman, Oz is from New Jersey. You want to vote for me because I understand your issues. I have a steel town outside my window, a steel plant outside my window, which happens to be true in Fetterman's case in Braddock. That's his needle, and we're a couple hours away from having a good sense of that.
We'll figure out if that works or not. Let's talk, Ben, again about competitive seats, because we're looking at 82 competitive seats. Of the 82, 47 of them, the voting has ended, and they are too early to call. 47 of them. Democrats are leading in 34 of those 47 competitive seats. Republicans are leading in 13 of the 47 competitive seats. Again, we know right now that a lot of what we're seeing is the early vote. But let's talk about these competitive races.
Right, and if that kind of math holds up, Democrats at home would say 47 to 13. That's great. It's good, and it would defy historical averages. But that would still, if that math holds up right there, when you're calling the races, then you still have a narrow, a Republican majority because they only need a net gain of 5. But if you're looking as we go through the night and you're Democrats, and you're saying, okay, where are we now as opposed to where we were earlier? You just look. Jared Golden has pulled into the lead in Maine. Again, this district has ranked choice voting. It could be days and longer, much longer, before we get a final result. But again, if you're a Democrat and you're thinking this is one of those districts they were going to take from us, at the moment, Jared Golden has pulled into the lead. We're going to move south to New Hampshire, 2 competitive districts, both with Democratic incumbents here. And you have the Democratic incumbent. We're still only at 20% of the vote here, so we have a long way to go. But the Democratic incumbent leading here and leading here. If these 3 seats are red when we're done, then Republicans are going to have a big majority. If the Democrats can hold them, number one, they have hopes of defying history and keeping the majority, or they think they can get to a more narrow majority. So now we're going to come down to the state of New York, and you see the competitive districts here. And again, we have a ways to go in the count, but you see these competitive districts, most of them are red. You drop down south where we just were in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We know this is the early vote from what we just went through for senator and for governor. But the 4 competitive districts here, Democrats leading at the moment. Republicans hope to pick up 2 or 3 of these seats. So we'll see how the night plays out. And you keep dropping south. I was earlier, let me stay up this way for 1 second because we told you earlier, the Republican was leading at one point. The Democrat moved into the lead about 15 minutes ago. Seth Magaziner has stretched that lead out a bit, and you're now up to about 87% of the vote.
Republicans had asked for this extension after machines at 60 of the county's 223 locations were rejecting those ballots earlier, and election officials said that technicians had fixed the problems, that the ballots would still be counted even if they weren't tabulated by the machines that were affected. But the technical difficulties, of course, have stoked right-wing conspiracy theories about voting machines on social media. And the chief election official, as you heard Sarah talking about there, tweeting, every legal vote will be tabulated, adding, I promise, and we will see some of these official numbers from Maricopa coming here in just minutes by 10 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Brianna, thanks so much. Voting is about to end, but before we talk about those races, let's get a sense of the landscape here, the U.S. Senate. And if we can, if you'll permit me, could you take me to Georgia?
I can take you to Georgia, which has just turned red. Herschel Walker, again, we talked earlier about look for a seesaw here because this race is so competitive. Herschel Walker now 2,970 votes ahead of the Democratic incumbent, Senator Raphael Warnock. Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, getting just shy of 2% of the vote. That could be quite significant in the sense that at the moment, with 76% of the estimated vote count, so we have a ways to go. Considerable ways to go, but 49.1 to 49%. That's essentially a dead heat with a very slight Walker lead. I just want to show you one interesting dynamic in this state as Walker now has pulled into the lead. If you look at the governor's race, it's not that close, right? You see an 8-point lead there for the incumbent Republican governor. Right.
Brian Kemp up 251,000 votes.
So watch this when we come back to the Senate race, right? So you're looking
2,000,
right?
Almost 3,000.
So you're looking through each of the counties here across the great state of Georgia. Watch when we pull this up just to give you a sense. Where are the counties where Herschel Walker is underperforming Governor Kemp? That would be almost everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, that would be almost everywhere. So what is happening? Number one, Governor Kemp. Let me turn this off and come back to the governor's race for a minute. Governor Kemp is overperforming Herschel Walker where Democrats live and where votes overwhelming. You might say he's getting blown out here. Yes, he is. He is getting blown out here. But margins matter in close races. So look at Brian Kemp with 28% of the vote in Fulton County, the most populous county in the state. County Joe Biden won by 46 points, more than 46 points. Brian Kemp's getting 28%. Herschel Walker's getting 23%. 23%. So that's where in terms of where the people live in a Democratic area, in a large area, that's one way to look at it. But it's also happening out here. I'm just going to pick a random rural county in Georgia. This is Wilcox County. It's tiny. It's less than 1% of the vote. But look at Herschel Walker getting 74% of the vote there, and Raphael Warnock getting 25%. If you round that up, then you come over here to the governor's race. Brian Kemp getting a point or two higher, and Stacey Abrams lower. So Raphael Warnock is getting a few more votes in these very white rural counties. He's overperforming Stacey Abrams in these areas. It makes a difference in a close race. You might say it's only 50 votes here or 100 votes there. When you get in the governor's race, is not close, so you say, oh, it doesn't matter. When you get here, and Raphael Warnock, during this conversation, Senator Warnock is now pulled ahead by 5,491 votes. So as these votes come in, the margins matter. The fact that Governor Kemp is doing a little better in the strongly Democratic areas matters big time in his race. And the fact that Herschel Walker in these red counties all across Georgia is running a little bit behind the Republican incumbent Governor, Jake, it matters. The margins matter.
It sure does, John King. Thanks so much. Voting is about to end in 3 more states, including Nevada, another key battleground that could tip the scale in the fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. We have a key race alert for you now. It is too early to call the U.S. Senate race in Nevada between Senator Cortez Masto and Mr. Laxalt, Adam Laxalt. It is too early to call. We do not have any information for you there to project. In terms of Utah, between incumbent Republican Senator Mike Lee and his challenger, Independent Evan McMullin, also too early to call. The balance of power in the U.S. Senate, as we've been telling you all night, this is key. There are 40 Democratic senators, 40 Republican senators, 20 seats outstanding. That is what we are going to be spending the rest of the night focusing on. Republicans need to pick up 1 net seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. But right now, it's tied 40-40. Boris Sanchez now has a projection at the governor's desk. Boris.
Yeah, Jake, a trio of projections to bring you. In all of them, Republican incumbents hanging on, including in the state of South Dakota, where Democrats have not elected a governor since the 1970s. There, Kristi Noem earns another 4 years, defeating Jamie Smith. She is someone that potentially has presidential, if not vice presidential, aspirations for 2024. An update now, a projection from the state of Oklahoma. There, Kevin Stitt getting a big boost from national Republicans late in the game, a big influx of cash there. He defeats Democratic challenger Joy Hoffmeister to earn a return trip to the governor's mansion in Oklahoma. An update now from the state of Vermont. In a state that Joe Biden won by a considerable margin, Republican Governor Phil Scott earns another 4 years. He is the only Republican holding on to statewide office in that state as he defeats progressive educator Brenda Siegel. A number of key race alerts to bring you now. Beginning in the state of Texas, Republican incumbent Greg Abbott building on his lead. He's now 368,000 votes ahead of Beto O'Rourke with 58% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get a look at Michigan right now. Gretchen Whitmer, roughly the same place, maybe a slimmer advantage than the last time we checked in on her contest with Tudor Dixon. 36,000 votes ahead for the Democratic incumbent with 16% of the vote in. An update now, again from Georgia. Brian Kemp there, 247,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams. Notable in this rematch, last time around, Kemp only won by about 50,000 votes. This is a much bigger lead, and as you just saw, he added another 1,000 votes to that advantage with 77% of the vote in Georgia. We finish with Wisconsin. The key race alert there, 85,000 votes separating these two candidates. Tony Evers, the incumbent, holding on to an advantage over election denier Tim Michels, 35% of the vote in Wisconsin. As we turn it over to Casey Hunt, we have to point out there's also a big Senate race in Wisconsin as well.
There sure is, Boris. We're going to walk across the map here. I want to start, take a guess, Georgia, which is where we've been talking about all night. Raphael Warnock back in the lead by 0.1%. Look at that. 2,300 or so votes separating Warnock from Herschel Walker at this hour. We've got 77% of the vote in, but I think it's very obvious to everybody watching this could go either way. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. We obviously just saw what Boris was pointing out. It's similar on the Senate side. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, sitting at 51.8%, but that is not as strong as the gubernatorial candidate. Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, at 48%. We expect this to be one of the closest Senate contests throughout the night. We've only got 34% of the vote in, so keep watching that one. Pennsylvania, let's check back in. This has changed pretty dramatically since the last time we really looked at it. John Fetterman is now at 52.1% to Mehmet Oz's 45.4%. This is starting to look a lot more like we expect it to look as they count the votes, perhaps over the next couple of days. depending on how close it remains. Right now, about 146,000 votes separating them. Fetterman has been underperforming the Democratic candidate in the governor's race, Josh Shapiro, so another thing to keep an eye on. Let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance has expanded his lead a little bit over Democrat Tim Ryan, the congressman who's challenging him. This is, of course, retiring Republican Rob Portman's seat, so if Vance can hang on to this lead, it'll represent a Republican hold, 53.4% to Ryan's 46.6%. We still do, of course, have about 30% of the vote outstanding there. Now let's go down to North Carolina, where Ted Budd is still leading Democrat Cheri Beasley, 50.8% to Cheri Beasley's 47.1%. Retiring Republican Richard Burr has this seat right now, so this would represent a Republican hold. This has been pretty steady for the past couple of hours, but the vote count creeping upward. We're now at 83% in North Carolina. And let's check back in New Hampshire. This is one that a lot of people were looking to for signs of potentially an early Republican wave if Don Bolduc, the Republican, had a particularly strong showing. So far, that's just not happening. Maggie Hassan is at 57.2%, Bolduc down at 41.5%. Now, granted, we still only have about 40% of the vote in there, so things could still change. But I will say Democrats are saying good things about New Hampshire right now on the Senate side, Jake.
Well, it's a nice state. Of course they're saying nice things. Let's take a look at the balance of power right now in the competitive seats. Remember, we're looking at 82 competitive House seats. We're not going to look at all 435. There are 82 competitive ones. Of those 82, there are 51 competitive seats that we think are too early to call. Right now, in those 51, Democrats are leading in 39 of them. Republicans are leading in 12 of them. It's early. We do not know that this is going to be determinative. But this is certainly, if you're a Democrat watching at home, better news than what a lot of Republicans were hoping for at this point in the night. Let's go over to the magic wall right now. John King, let's take a look. And if you don't mind my asking, there is a little county, a little district in Virginia, of the three that we're watching in Virginia, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger's district. And I'm wondering, it's changed to blue.
It has changed to blue, and we talked about earlier what was happening. 3 competitive districts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, excuse me. The Republicans hoped to pick up all 3. They thought maybe they could get 2. The Wexton race we called a little earlier. That's the most Democratic. She's winning comfortably. So then we come down, and again, Washington, D.C. is here. We come down to the Spanberger race. She is now pulled ahead, narrowly ahead, but 4,863 votes with 98% of the vote in, estimated vote in. So still some counting to do. So what happened here? Remember last time we were here, we didn't have many votes from Prince William County. This is the largest population base in the district. It also happens to be the most Democratic area, closest to Washington, D.C.
And look at this.
Yes,
89, but it's still 11% outstanding.
Still more votes to come from the most Democratic area of the district. Joe Biden carried this county by 32 points. And there you have it right there. She's carrying it by 32, 33 points. So this county performing. So when you pull back out, again, Democrats are looking at these House races filling in, and what you do see is the Democrats are very competitive. Is it enough to keep a Republican majority? That's a much bigger question, and we'll walk through the night because Republicans only need a net gain of 5. But in terms of Democrats fighting tough in the competitive districts, you see it right here. A lot of red here in the district as you look for Vega, but the largest population center of the district is right here. And so, again, we have to finish the count here, but we're up to 98%. You come out, I just want to come down south to the Loria district, which is this is the much more competitive district. She has narrowed. Loria has narrowed this, but she's still down 9 points or 10 points if you round up the Republican candidate, Jen Kiggans. It's gotten a little bit tighter as things have come in. You're seeing it on the county level here as it breaks up throughout the district. This will be an area people study after the election, right in the Virginia Beach area just south of Norfolk. But you come back up. I want to come back to the House competitive map. Again, if you're Democrats and Republicans looking at Virginia saying, we're going to get at least 2 of those 3, at the moment you're thinking, okay, maybe we can keep it to just 1. This is a footnote I want to make because it's early. I don't want to draw any conclusions here. But this district has gotten a lot of attention in recent days because Sean Maloney is not just a Democratic incumbent from New York. He's the head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He's the head of the fundraising arm to help Democrats try to keep the majority. At the moment, he's losing in his district. I want to turn off the county line for a minute just to show you the district here. You're in the Hudson Valley, a little bit northwest of New York City, losing at the moment, but it's only 9%. So this is one of those races. Republicans would love this. They consider this, if they can get it, a trophy because he's the campaign committee chairman. But it is very, very early. And again, in the other competitive districts in New York, early for them too, so that could change. But Democrats ahead. Democrats still holding both in New Hampshire. Democrats holding that seat in Rhode Island I talked about. We're not done yet, but they're leading. Democrats, this is another one we haven't talked about all night long. Republicans were hoping to pick up, you talked about New England earlier, hoping to pick up a Democratic seat in Connecticut. Only 10% of the vote, but the Democratic incumbent ahead at the moment.
Vice President Kamala Harris was dispatched to Western Connecticut a few weeks ago, early October, to buck up Democratic turnout in this area, and it's only 10%, but still, right now, Democrats holding it.
10%, and it's early vote, and so that's one of the reasons. Again, we've been urging patience all night. But if you look at the map right now, you see these are the 82 competitive seats, and you're seeing again these races aren't called. That's a very important point to make. Most of them are not called, but you're seeing a lot of blue. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking, okay, at least at the moment, this Republican bragging about a big red wave. This map is incomplete. We're not done. We haven't called these races. But if you're looking now, you don't see it. Can you get a Republican majority here? Yes, you can.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes, you can. But do you see? You don't see 30 seats looking at this map, and we'll know a lot more 2 hours and 3 hours and into the morning than we will now. But again, we'll see if this one holds up. This is an incredibly competitive race for a Democrat. He has a narrow lead here, 27% in. Again, ranked choice voting kicks in here, so this one's going to take a long time to finish the count. But if you're going into ranked choice voting, you'd still rather be the guy with the most. And I just want to check where we are in the vote count here in New Hampshire, because again, the Republicans really thought maybe especially with the governor Chris Sununu coasting to re-election, that they could pick up at least one of these. And Custer holding on as we're up to 27% here. Chris Pappas leading much more narrowly. This is the more competitive district. This one here, you move up into the North Country. This is more Republican territory. 24%, it's more competitive. So we have a long way to go in counting that one. But you pull back out to the map, and so North Carolina, we have some competitive seats here. The Democrats at the moment, I just want to check, leading here, 91%. So that, you're looking to hold. And you come here. This is a fascinating race here in the sense that.
Oh my goodness! Look at this, 74% in, and Wiley Nickel is up.
Up 11,000 votes. But again, remember what happened in the Senate race there as well when the day of votes came in. So we have to wait and see. But again, if you're looking at the map and you're a Democrat, you're thinking, you were worried. You were worried if an incredibly bad night would be Republicans cutting into you, especially in the Northeast, which has been traditionally blue Democratic territory for some time. And the map, it's not great for Democrats, but it's certainly not bad in the sense that when I say not great, again, the margins here.
Right.
Democrats have no margin for error in the Senate,
right,
and a tiny, tiny margin of error in the House, meaning how many seats can we lose? But if you're looking at this map right now and you're Democrats, you don't see the blowout here. Incomplete. A lot of votes to count still.
Right. I guess the most accurate thing you could say is there are a lot of Democrats in Washington, D.C. that were holding on their breath, thinking that there was going to be a lot more red in this map right now in the night than there is.
And here's an example of it here. Again, just to come out, we're up to 65% now. We were talking about this earlier when Tim Ryan, the Democrat, was leading in the early count in the Senate race. We knew that was early vote, and we kept saying we need to wait. We now know that, the Republican candidate in the Senate race has passed and taken the lead. So here's Marcy Kaptur in a district the Republicans who control the governor's office and the legislature redrew her district at 65% of the vote. Still a ways to go, and the Republicans benefit from the election day vote, so we're still not there. But if you're Marcy Kaptur, one of the hardest working Democrats, not taking partisan sides, she works the district hard. She goes home, and you're looking, this is all new territory for here, way out here. And at the moment, if you break it down by county, you take a look at the district. This tells you, this is when they redrew the district, they added this. So it's just interesting to watch, Jake, as we go through. Still a lot of counting to go, but more blue than Republicans had hoped on the map at this moment.
All right, John. And CNN has some projections for you right now in the U.S. House. 1 Democrat, 3 Republicans. CNN is projecting the Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is the winner in Virginia's 7th congressional district. She's a former CIA case officer. She's criticized her party for moving too far to the left. This was a seat that Republicans hoped to pick up. They failed to do so, CNN projects. Republican State Senator Jen Kiggans has, however, flipped the Southern Virginia district. She defeated incumbent Congresswoman Elaine Luria, who serves on the January 6th committee. That is one of the Republican pickups they were hoping for this evening. Republican and emergency room Dr. Rich McCormick has, CNN projects, flipped the Georgia seat that was gerrymandered to become more Republican. He's a Marine veteran who served in Afghanistan. In addition, in New York, Republican Nicole Maliotakis has been reelected in New York's 11th congressional district, which includes Staten Island and part of Brooklyn. It was a rematch of her 2020 win over Democrat Max Rose. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. House of Representatives. 81 Democrats in the House, 145 Republicans, including 5 pickups. There are 209 seats remaining to be called. You need 218 to control the U.S. House of Representatives. The state of play right now when it comes to those competitive seats. We've been telling you about these 82 competitive House seats all night. Democrats, well, let's start with Republicans. Republicans need to win 23 of the outstanding competitive seats. Democrats need to win 51 of the outstanding competitive seats. Anderson Cooper, I'm going to go to you right now with your panel. This is a suspenseful night. What's great about election nights is that at the end of the day, the polling and the prognostication and the pundits, at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, and the voters get their say, and sometimes they throw us a lot of surprises like tonight.
And that is what makes it exciting and what makes it a very long night, which is why we are going to be here for quite some time. I want to talk with the team here in New York about what's going on in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger winning, Elaine Luria losing. What does that say about where things are?
I'm happy about Spanberger because, she's great, moderate, understands kitchen table issues, works hard, and it's a Biden +7 district. If she had gotten wiped out, you would be very terrified for the rest of the night because if she can't hang on, who else is going to go down? The fact that she's still there, still standing, that she won, I think means, that's very positive for Democrats.
Yeah, I think both Republicans and Democrats were looking at this as kind of a bellwether district. Mm-hmm. If she had gone down, that would have been very good news for Republicans. It doesn't mean that, there are races out west that are perilous for Democrats. We'll see how those go. But, you see this, the race in Rhode Island, which I don't think has been called yet, has it?
No, but it was very
But
close.
it's been, that one was in jeopardy. That would have been a bad sign for Democrats that this was going to be a very deep defeat. That, all I can tell you is I was in the White House in 2010 when the big wave rolled in. I know what it feels like. It doesn't feel like this. Even if Republicans take control of the House, it's not going to be a night like that where race after race after race went to the Republicans and a whole kind of crew of young Democrats were wiped out. The Spanberger win tells me that's not what this night's going to be.
I just heard from someone at the White House who said that they're really relieved about Spanberger, and they feel like you do, David, that it doesn't feel to them like a wave. They're not happy.
Wait, they're judging that by one race?
Well, this was, as David said, sort of their bellwether. Uh-huh. This is a district that was redistricted, became more blue, and the folks at the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee have said that this kind of was the race that they were looking at, because if it were, a blowout and she really lost, they would know that it was going to be a bad night. I think no one's happy about Luria, who is on the January 6th committee and is very well regarded. And some folks believe that it was her service on the January 6th committee that really may have hurt her. We know that Liz Cheney came out and campaigned for Spanberger. So, I think Democrats feel like not the wave that they were so worried about. But again, we all have to say the evening is young.
It's 10:17 on
this. Is that all? Is that all?
Even though we've been here for a long time, it's still really early.
And also, if whether it's a wave, a ripple, or whatever you want to call it, if the Republicans do win the House, the oversight's going to feel all the same.
There's
no doubt. If you're in the Biden cabinet, don't breathe easy.
But there is the matter of margin.
Well, also, let's just look at the Georgia race right now on the screen. I think it's like 700 and something votes separating, 748 votes separating Herschel Walker and Rob.
But listen, I'm a little more optimistic here, right? Because at least, Walker's tending to do better on Election Day. We're looking at the graphic that we had up earlier about what percentage of Election Day votes are still outstanding is really big here. And I think that Walker's been slowly nibbling away. Scott has a theory here. As long as he's running close to governor here.
It's been about 4.5 point gulf between Walker and Kemp. And I've been kind of watching that number. The other number I've been watching is the Libertarian Oliver. He's at 1.9.
Yeah, 1.9. Libertarian has not broken 2. He stayed down low.
Yeah, the Walker campaign's theory was that if they can keep Oliver below 2.5, then they might be able to avoid a runoff. So far, he's at 1.9. Obviously, incredibly tight margin on that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this, who knows? This looks like a prescription for a potential runoff here. And given the way, the Pennsylvania race is running true to form, looks very competitive. Democrats pick up that seat. This Georgia, this could be a biennial event. Georgia decides control.
We should also just point out now on the screen, Arizona, Mark Kelly in the lead right now with 56.4%, Blake Masters 41.3%, but again, 41%.
We don't know Washington State.
Well, this evening feels like a mixed bag, and of course it's actually early in the night, despite the fact that it may not feel like this. Of course, Florida, just a blowout for Ron DeSantis, winning by more than 8 points in Miami-Dade. That's huge for Republicans, but then some of the other seats that we were looking at as potential pickups, like New Hampshire, Bolduc at this time is trailing. It's not been called yet. We'll see as votes continue to come in. I tend to agree this may not be quite the wave that Republicans were anticipating. Do I think the House still goes to the right? Absolutely. But that Abigail Spanberger seat is significant.
The Arizona governor race on the screen now, 55% for Katie Hobbs, Carrie Lake, 44%, but again, 40%.
My point is the margin is really, really important in the House because Kevin McCarthy knows that he needs to have enough of a majority so that Marjorie Taylor Greene and that Freedom Caucus doesn't have essentially
leverage on
him by the neck when it comes to the agenda there. And he has spent, his super PAC has spent like over $300 million trying to broaden the battlefield so that he'll have a larger majority. So actually, every one of these races that they were hoping to win that they don't get, even if they get the majority, which I still think is likely, makes his position more perilous in trying to run that caucus.
Can we just talk about Florida because we really haven't had a chance to do that? I was texting with a source in Florida, political source, who pointed out to me that this will be the first time since Reconstruction that Florida won't have any Democrats in statewide office. Period. So, and DeSantis's victory,
the message,
Miami-Dade.
Oh, the message that DeSantis sent tonight. I mean, this got called early, and Florida counts their votes quickly, so we won't be talking about it as we watch these other nail biters. The message that Ron DeSantis sent to the Republican Party tonight about what he's capable of, crushing up and down the state among the Hispanic counties where they have a lot of Hispanic votes, suburban voters, rural voters. When you talk about building a coalition to run a presidential campaign that could win, that's the message that DeSantis sent tonight. So to me, for 2024 implications, this crush, because if the rest of the country is a little bit more muddled and Florida crushes, think about the political message that sends about what should this party do.
I was going to say, sitting across the state at Mar-a-Lago, right? Curiously, I think former President Trump has to be watching that, looking at the margins.
Totally.
Governor DeSantis won the last election by 33,000 votes. I think barely winning. He won by, I think, 1.6 million right about now, so it still could grow or shrink a little bit, but a huge margin. And to Scott's point, the coalition of voters he's put together is something completely impressive that he'd need to put together to run, nationwide. He's done it here. He can replicate it again.
The other huge number he put together was money, and he's still got $90 million left to start his presidential race. So
yeah, this is as close to a mandate as Governor DeSantis is going to get. And I imagine every elected Republican is going to be calling him saying, you need to be the nominee.
And DeSantis tonight pointed out, we not only won the election, we have rewritten the political map, and he called his own win a win for the ages.
You say every Republican's going to be calling him and
what did DeSantis say? Florida is where woke goes to die.
Right.
Yeah, and I will say, what he did during the campaign, he ran all over the country campaigning for all different kinds of Republicans, and he never made it about himself, unlike others. And look how he got rewarded by the Republicans. I'm telling you, what he put together and what his team did, it's really impressive.
Big night.
Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
All right, Anderson, thanks so much. I'm standing here at the Magic Wall, obviously, with Mr. King, taking a look at the U.S. Senate and what we got. We got 46 Democrats leading right now, 2 of them in Republican seats, 46 Republicans leading right now, 1 in a Democratic seat. Give us the lay of the land.
So one of the Democrats leading in a Republican seat is Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, leading right now, 47% of the vote counted over the incumbent senator by a 30,000 vote margin. Remember, Donald Trump won this state by 20,000 votes. Then Joe Biden won this state by 20,000 votes. That is today's Wisconsin. It will be close, and you see all the gray. Those are mostly Republican areas, so we're still waiting for votes to come in. This is going to go. This is a very competitive race. Again, this is one of those races, though, North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin, where you had Democratic candidates in traditionally red-leaning states in a midterm year. This one more of a battleground, who ran very competitive races, and we're going to keep counting votes there because Lieutenant Governor Barnes ran a very competitive race. This is a Democratic-held seat that is red at the moment because of Herschel Walker, who has stretched this out a little bit, but this has been a seesaw. 10 minutes ago, Senator Warnock was up by 647 votes. Then Walker was up by about 700 votes. Now Walker is up by 16,000 votes. You're seeing the map filling in. That's one of the reasons Walker's vote total has changed. You see a lot of these smaller counties. This one still has no votes. Coffee County, it's tiny. It's less than 0.5% of the statewide vote. But these are big Republican counties. So it's a couple hundred votes there, a couple thousand votes there. I'll just give you an example as you come over here. It doesn't look like a lot. But in a close race, you need them. And so that's what has happened recently. Some of these smaller rural counties have started reporting their vote, and Walker has come up. Again, if you look at this dynamic, this could matter. Right. That could matter because who's ever on top, you need 50% plus one vote to avoid a runoff. And so we got 20% of the vote to count. So that could change. One of these candidates could pull more significantly ahead. But this is a nail biter at the moment. And just to come over and look, a very known quantity, the Republican incumbent governor at 54% with a 285,000 vote lead, if you round that up just a little tiny bit, right? So the well-known Republican quantity, the Republican incumbent governor with 54% of the vote, the newcomer, the untested in politics, Herschel Walker, running below 50% of the vote. So Brian Kemp helping, but not helping everywhere, if you will.
Yeah. And it's not just that Herschel Walker is untested in politics. Right. He's had a very rough campaign with all sorts of allegations about his personal life, about kids he's fathered and not been there for, and on and on and on. May I ask you, because I know you have this technology, can you show me where Herschel Walker is underperforming Brian Kemp, the governor?
Right. So you're looking at this, yes. And so just for at home, if you help me, look at this map here. It will change. Whereas the counties that stay lit up are where Herschel Walker is underperforming.
Meaning the Republican governor is doing better and getting more votes than Herschel Walker.
That would be almost everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4 counties so far, and I think one of them hasn't reported any votes yet. So just
three, that just changed to 3.
It just changed to 3.
It's almost everywhere.
Just about everywhere. So and so it matters. It matters enormously because if you come in here and you come Fulton County, it's Atlanta, it's the largest slice. There are 159 counties in Georgia, so it's a complicated state, but 10% of the population is right here. Atlanta, majority Democratic, without a doubt, overwhelmingly Democratic. Then you move out to the suburbs that are still predominantly Democratic, but there are Republican votes to be had, right? Herschel Walker's getting 23% of the vote there. Brian Kemp is getting 28% of the vote. That matters, and it matters hugely.
And let me also ask you, because first of all, Herschel Walker was running a base campaign. He was just trying to get Republicans out. Brian Kemp, who is a very conservative Republican, was also trying to appeal to Democrats and suburban voters. We see a similar difference in approach between Stacey Abrams, who was also running kind of a base campaign, a little less so than Herschel Walker, but versus Raphael Warnock, the incumbent senator, who was really highlighting work he'd done in a bipartisan way. Can you show me where Stacey Abrams is underperforming Senator Warnock?
Sure, I can. And I want to add to that point, Stacey Abrams ran 4 years ago. Raphael Warnock has had to run 3 times. Right. So this is a campaign that says, where is, the question is, where is Abrams?
Just to explain this for people who are not in Georgia, the reason Raphael Warnock had to run 3 times is because he ran for the Senate in 2020. Nobody got above 50%. So then he had to run again in January 2021, and now he's running again. So that's the 3rd time.
And he may have to run again in a month, December 6th. That's just the way it is. We'll see how this one plays out. So the question is, where is Abrams underperforming Warnock? And it's not in as many places, right? It's not in as many places because it's the percentages. But
what do you mean it's not as many places?
If you come in and look at it, it's in everywhere. It's everywhere. In the sense that she's running behind him because nothing changes, right? So again, you come in, and so the point. Sorry, I was distracted because the point I was going to make is you come in here and you think, okay, Senator Warnock's getting blown out here, right? And he is. But in close races, to your point about Brian Kemp, popular conservative governor, who's doing okay in the Democratic areas. Okay.
Not horrific.
Right, not horrific, right? But he's doing okay. And then you come out here where Herschel Walker's getting 65%. You say, well, why are we talking about that, right? That's 30 points. That's 31 points. Well, we're talking about it because of this. Because that's 35 points, right? It just a little bit matters, right? 5,971 votes for Stacey Abrams in this county. 6,200.
So, but that's 300 votes for Raphael Warnock that Stacey Abrams didn't get.
And it's 300 there, and then it's another couple hundred here, is what I'm saying. So in the very rural conservative areas of Georgia, Warnock's getting blown out, but by a not much, by a smaller margin.
Smaller margin.
20 votes here, 100 votes there matter. Now, it matters out here for the Democrats, and this is where it matters up here for the Republicans. Again, this is DeKalb County. Joe Biden won this county by 67 points, right? So you're not looking for this to be red tonight. It's not going to be red tonight. But you see Herschel Walker at just shy of 12%. 12% if you round that up.
Right.
The governor's running at 15%.
15%. Again,
that matters. 33,000 votes to 26,000 votes. In a close election, every single one counts.
So what's the overall right now? Because I want to bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk. Right now, it's 81% established to have reported. Let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us, David, this 81%, where's it from, and where's the 19% we're waiting for coming from?
Right. So right now, Jake, Herschel Walker is in the lead. He's got that 1.645 million votes there. Raphael Warnock, 1,621,000 votes, 81% of the vote in. How much of this vote is pre-election vote? Right now, our estimate is 70% of it is pre-election vote, which we know Democrats have been participating in the pre-election vote in more robust numbers than Republicans. At the end of the day, we think that's going to drop down to 61%. So right now, there's more pre-election vote in the Georgia vote as a share than we think there will be at the end of the day. Now I want to break down specific method of voting and take a look at what's left uncounted here. So in the mail vote, where Raphael Warnock has a 36.9% lead, it's a big Warnock advantage category, there's still 26% of that mail vote uncounted. I'm going to add in early in person. Here, Warnock has an 8.5 percentage point lead over Walker, and there's only 5% counted. Now, these two buckets together, remember what I just said, make up what we think will be 61% of the overall electorate. The smaller piece is the election day vote, okay, down here. Now, that is a big Herschel Walker category. He's winning it by 27.2%, and there's still 42% of it uncounted. But remember, the top two categories, let me see if I can unhighlight, that is what we think is going to make up 61% of the vote. And the election day vote, which again, 42% is uncounted, we think that's going to make up at the end of the day about 40% of the vote in Georgia. This is why you're seeing such a close race right now.
It is a nail biter. No idea what's going to happen here in Georgia.
No, and we didn't in the presidential race.
Yeah,
we did, and the runoffs were close.
Took a few days, right?
That's why.
Georgia?
Yeah, yes, this is why. We can go back in time and show it if you want. But this is why. I mean, if you go back to just instructive to go back to 2020. That's the Senate race. This is why we had a runoff, right? The Republicans.
Right. Neither of them achieved over 50, and at the end of the day, Jon Ossoff won.
Right, and so that's if we're at that point, it's not so much who's on top; it's which two go into the runoff. But if you want to come back to the presidential race, I mean, Joe Biden ends up winning the state by 11,779 votes. But if you go through it, this is Donald Trump took an early lead.
So what time are we at? We're at 10:30 right now Eastern.
Now we're at midnight as we're switching from Tuesday to Wednesday.
Right.
Trump is still in the lead as we switch it from Tuesday to Wednesday. Noon the next day, Donald Trump's still in the lead, starting to shrink a little bit. Then you get to 2 days later, from Wednesday to Friday.
That's when we were up to 99%.
Because they were counting all the mail-in votes during the COVID pandemic, right? And then Biden passes it.
Right. Now, they did change the law in Georgia so you could count the early votes. You could prepare them and you could count them. So they're not completely in the same boat as of now.
It won't take as long.
It won't take as long.
Yeah, it won't take as long this time. So let's come out of 2020. Let's close that
And when
down.
you're done with that, I want you to drive up I-95 and take me back home to Pennsylvania.
And then we'll come out of that. We'll come here, we'll get out of the House, we'll come back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay, where are we here?
We'll see again as we get here, 57% of the vote, 106,000 vote lead, but still a very close race. That's 3 points 3 points and a little bit of change. And the question is, so then you start moving around, right? In the suburbs, only 36% of the vote. In Bucks County, Montgomery County was empty earlier, remember?
32%.
We're up to 32,
yeah.
about a third of the vote there. If that margin stays like that, David will interrupt if I'm wrong. But if that's early vote, there's just no way it's not because of the margin. Again, these are more competitive than this.
Right.
But if John Fetterman is winning Bucks County at the end of the night by a margin, that's 20 points.
That's a crazy margin,
that would
by
be,
the way. Bucks County
right.
is usually much, much closer.
Right, much more competitive. And this obviously is a Democratic county. Recently, Joe Biden was it by 26 points, but he doesn't win it by 60
Can you show
points.
me where the vote is outstanding, where we're waiting for the vote?
So that's the key point as you're waiting for the outstanding vote. You look, the larger the circle, the greater share of the outstanding vote, and the color of the circle is who is leading in that area right now. Does not mean who will win it in the end, but who is leading right now.
That's a lot of big blue bubbles, though.
Right. The bulk of the vote. Look, this race will come down to, can Mehmet Oz compete here? It's the same conversation we were just having in Georgia. Brian Kemp is not winning Fulton County. Brian Kemp is not winning DeKalb. He's not winning Cobb County, but he's getting a decent amount of votes. Mehmet Oz has to do it down here. Philadelphia, the collar counties around it. At the moment, Fetterman is leading, and we just looked, leading significantly.
Yeah.
The question is, and you see these other circles, these are Republican votes, right?
Sure.
And they're smaller counties, right?
Well,
They're
Erie's
smaller-
not
Erie's not so
and
small.
right there is not so,
Right.
not so small.
As you come in, but if you're looking up here, the question is, can Mehmet Oz the margin? It's the same thing about the margins we see in Georgia.
I want to go to Brianna Keeler if I can. She's at the voting desk. Brianna, where are the votes that we're waiting for here? And tell us the status of the counting in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so let's look at this because officials there are doing this marathon counting. That means that they're not stopping until all the ballots are counted. So no one's, going home in the middle of the night. They're going to keep this up, and we're going to be seeing these results coming into some key counties here. So, John, you can kind of walk us through some of this and give us a sense of what this is going to mean for the night unfolding ahead of us. In Philadelphia, we'd been told, of course, that these final results there could take days. We're now hearing that officials are going to tell us they'll do a press conference within the hour to update on their status. But of course, we don't know. Obviously, this is going to take some time with some of the measures that they're taking there to verify some of these ballots, right?
Well, Brianna, just remind people, because one of the things that happened in Philadelphia is that the Republicans made a move and are demanding Philadelphia election officials to take steps that they're not demanding of election officials in any other part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And even the Republican commissioner was upset about what was going on. So let's
That's right. And
remind us,
in the end, you had that Republican official joined also by a Democratic official, and they're going to go ahead and proceed with that verification of what they're seeing at the polls and cross-referencing these ballots just to make sure that they don't have anyone challenging or that they should not be able to actually challenge. We'll see if that actually means no one does challenge what they're doing, but it just means it's going to add a lot of time to it. I want to head now to Berks County. So you see this here. Reading is obviously in Berks County. And so what we're looking here at the mail-in ballots, these are expected to be done here in a few hours. We're actually going to see these in-person votes by midnight. So brew a little coffee, but it's not too much farther ahead of us, right, where we're going to be getting some information about what's going on there.
Well, let me jump in for 1 sec, Brianna, because she makes the point that we have more ballots to count. Again, you're looking at margins, right? So Joe Biden wins this. Donald Trump wins this county by a little bit more, 8 points, right? So that's 6 points right there. The question is, can John Fetterman keep it that close? It's just one county, but you're looking at margins all across. But as Bree notes, we have some outstanding votes to count. Sorry to interrupt. Go.
Okay, so the other thing we're looking at, if we go to, you're in Allegheny County now. Okay, so let's take a look at Allegheny County here. Obviously, where Pittsburgh is, 90 to 95% of the results should be in by 11 p.m. And obviously, Allegheny showing up first as you've been watching all of those results coming in. But we should be getting a really strong picture of what is happening there, where you can compare what John Fetterman is doing, obviously, to the gubernatorial candidate and get a sense of how things are going.
Yeah, and look, this was always going to be a nail biter, and it was always a very, very tight race, especially with, I think it's fair to say that Oz closed pretty strong.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, Fetterman is a known quantity, the lieutenant governor. And Oz, people talked about earlier about does it bother them? It was an exit poll. Does it bother them that Oz is a new resident of the state? As a Pennsylvanian, let me just say the issue wasn't just that he's a new resident of the state; it's that he was from Jersey, which if you're from Pennsylvania, that's not from Connecticut. That's a whole other thing. It means. But look, we'll see what happens. But Brianna, go ahead.
Okay, so let's look at Bucks County, heading to those suburbs that you were just checking out there outside of Philadelphia. 40,000 mail-in ballots now have been scanned. They're expecting all of the votes to be counted by midday tomorrow. Okay, so we've got some time ahead of us to find out what is happening there in Bucks.
It's an interesting point. Mail-in ballots. So in 2020, those were disproportionately Democrat. We don't know that they are this time.
Yeah.
Right? But in 2020, they were disproportionately Democrat. In Bucks County, I've been talking about this all night, but because it's so important, Pat Toomey wins Bucks County 6 years ago. He's reelected in a pretty competitive race to the United States Senate. Right. So this is very key. Again, so the mail-in ballots. If you look at the moment, that's a 20-point lead in Bucks County. If it's anywhere close to that at the end, John Fetterman is the next senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But we're only, so you're at 61%.
Fetterman may well win. He's not going to win Bucks County.
Yeah, you're at 61% statewide. It's just important. So in the places, Philadelphia and the suburbs, 61%, but only 36% here, which means you have a way to go. Right, 32% here. This is 6%, 6.5% of the state population. This is 5% of the state population, and you've got a lot of votes to count still. So this was Democrat 4.4. I mean, that would be outstanding. So we have ways to go. We're still counting. We're still counting votes now, and then Brianna talks about mail-in ballots that might not be counted till tomorrow. Remember, this was the state. Again, there aren't as many this time, and they're prepared to count them better this time. Right. But this was the state that took us until Saturday in the 2020 election.
Well, go ahead, Brianna.
I think we're going to see that again. We have the acting Secretary of State saying, be patient because this is going to take a few days. So it sounds like it could very much be a repeat of that. And, we're going to be dying to see what's happening here, especially in Philadelphia, but we're just going to have to be patient.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that in 2020, Donald Trump was on the top of the ticket, and he was telling people, his supporters, do not vote by mail, do not vote early. Oz, to his credit, to his sanity, has not been saying that. And in fact, the way he won the primary, if memory serves, is that ultimately he beat a very strong challenge from Dave McCormick by beating him in the obviously in the total vote count, but that included early ballots. Yes. He wasn't telling people not to vote.
Right. That'll be one of the great case studies, again, when we're done with the count, the most important thing, who controls the Senate, who controls the House, what about these governor's races, as we get through all that, when we can do a closer analytical environment, look at the Ron DeSantis win in Florida. Florida Republicans did much better in early voting this time than they did in 2020. The Kemp campaign says, I haven't looked at the data yet, the Kemp campaign says when you look there, they did better, even though Democrats are dominating the Georgia early voting, the Kemp campaign, again, on the margins, the Kemp. So it's just a simple question. With Donald Trump saying don't do it, just ask yourself this. Would you like a month to turn out your vote or one day to turn out your vote? I mean, what Donald Trump did to Republicans in 2020 was, forgive the word, asinine. Because he cost them the ability to have more time to turn out more votes. And in a digital age, the second you return your ballot or the day after, I know it. So I can move on to somebody else. You're not wasting your money still texting Jake Tapper saying you need to vote. Your vote's cast, we know, we move on to the next one. The fact that Donald Trump took that away from Republicans in 2020.
No, I know. It's an excellent point. We now have some news from Boris at the projection desk for governors.
That's right, Jake. A handful of projections to bring you, and in all of them, Republican victories beginning in Texas. Greg Abbott, the incumbent Republican, winning a third term, defeating former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. Meantime, in the state of Iowa, another incumbent Republican defeating the Democratic challenger Kim Reynolds there, winning re-election against small business owner Deidre DeGier. We also have a projection to bring you from the state of Nebraska. Jim Pillen, a veterinarian who defeated a Donald Trump-backed candidate in the Republican primary. He becomes the next governor of Nebraska, defeating state legislator Carol Blood. And no surprises in the state of Wyoming, a state that Donald Trump carried with some 70 percentage points in 2020. Mark Gordon, the incumbent Republican there, defeats Teresa Livingston, an Air Force veteran. Let's get you some key race alerts now. And in 4 of these key races, the Democrat is leading an election denier. First in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat, she builds on the lead that she had when we last checked in on this race against Tudor Dixon, now sitting 112,000 votes ahead with 30% of the vote in the state of Michigan. An update now, Jake, from your home state, home Commonwealth maybe? Josh Shapiro, the attorney general there, 430,000 votes ahead of Doug Mastriano with 62% of the vote in. Meantime, our first look at the Arizona governor's race with this key race alert. Katie Hobbs, the Secretary of State that helped certify the 2020 election results in Arizona, she's leading former TV anchor turned unrepentant election denier Kari Lake, 184,000 votes, half of the vote in the state of Arizona. Then in New York, a race that nobody expected would be as close as it was in polling right at the very end. Kathy Hochul, the incumbent Democrat, 647,000 votes in front of Lee Zeldin, who you may recall voted to object to certifying the election results in 2020 in the states of Arizona and Pennsylvania. Hochul holding on to a lead there. Let's get you a look at Georgia now, this race that we've been talking about all night. Incumbent Republican Brian Kemp nearly 300,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams in this rematch from 2018. 82% of the vote in Georgia. Let's turn it over to Casey Hunt now. Casey, you have an update for us on some Senate races.
We do, and we're going to start. Can you fill in the blank for me, Boris? Georgia. We're going to start in Georgia, where Herschel Walker, again, I want to compare this directly to the number Boris just gave you, which was 54% for Kemp. Herschel Walker sitting at 49.6. That is considerably behind, but he is ahead of Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, who holds 48.5% right now. Again, this is so close. Neither one has 50%. We are potentially looking at a runoff, 83% of the vote in Georgia. So let's check in on Wisconsin, which has been tightening over the past hour or so. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, look, you saw it tighten right there on your screen. Now at exactly 50%, just 4,000 votes ahead of the incumbent Republican, Ron Johnson, at 49.8%. Our friends at the Magic Wall are going to be able to give us a sense of how we may see this move in the next couple of hours with 50% of the vote in Wisconsin. Let's check in on Jake Tapper's Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, also mine. John Fetterman, 49.8%, now below 50%. Mehmet Oz, 47.7%. This race really tightening up as we have been expecting all night. About 75,000 votes separate them right now. I think we can expect a really long time count in this race. 64% of the vote in Pennsylvania right now. And I do want to check in on Arizona because this has been a critical battleground as well. Mark Kelly, the incumbent Democrat, sitting at 58.1%. So he's got a comfortable early lead over Blake Masters, the Republican, at 39.6%. I do want to point out Katie Hobbs is sitting at 57% in the governor's race. So Kelly is slightly outperforming Hobbs. Potential to see a split on that race. There, of course, is only 50% of the vote in here, so we could see this tighten up throughout the night, Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. Coming up, we're going to go live to Georgia as we follow that incredibly close Senate race and whether it may be heading for a runoff. And we're coming up on the first results from the West Coast, including the powerhouse state of California. Back in a moment.
Movies are dreams that you never forget.
What kind of movie are we gonna make?
Oh, you love those people. Oh, your sisters, your mama, your papa. Except this, I think you'll love a little more.
You dismiss what he does. It's playful or imaginative.
You can't just love something, you also have to take care of it.
It's more important than your hobby. Can you stop calling it a hobby?
Family, art. It'll tear you in two.
Everything happens for a reason. What was your favorite part?
The Fabelmans, rated PG-13. In select theaters Friday. In theaters everywhere Thanksgiving.
Luxury exemplified. Innovation electrified. With Apple Music seamlessly integrated. The all-new, all-electric EQS SUV from Mercedes-Benz.
Look at you, investing like you run the joint. I guess that makes you the chief financial officer. Corner office, name on the door. You're making power moves in your power suit. You do deep dives on diversification strategies. You do expansions. You do it all. A whole investment firm of one. Because no one runs your money like you.
Former Vice President Mike Pence joins Jake Tapper for a new CNN town hall to talk democracy, his vision for the Republican Party, and his plans for 2024. Mike Pence, live, Wednesday, November 16th at 9.
HGTV Wednesdays. The brothers are back.
Finally! We got you.
And forever.
You always bring the fun.
Has never felt so good.
Whose house is this?
All new Property Brothers Forever Home. Wednesday at 9 on HGTV.
Attention shoppers.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
These must have cost a fortune.
Nope, it was actually less than we expected.
They have old floors at home.
It's time to love your floors. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring. Right now, save up to 15% on waterproof floors.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
On Coursera, you can earn Google's IT Support Professional Certificate. No prior experience needed to enroll.
My job now is amazing.
Join for free at Coursera.org.
CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
And welcome back. CNN has some projections for you now. They are 3 Republican Senate holes. In Iowa, CNN projects that Chuck Grassley, incumbent Senator Chuck Grassley, will defeat retired Admiral and Democrat Michael Franken. Chuck Grassley holds that seat. In Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy, Republican senator incumbent, will defeat Gary Chambers, who you might remember he smoked a joint during a campaign ad. John Kennedy will hold on to that seat, CNN projects. And then in Missouri, the Attorney General, Eric Schmitt, will become the next U.S. Senator from the state of Missouri. He defeats heiress Trudy Bush Valentine. Let's take a look at the balance of power now in the U.S. Senate. You know it's 100 seats. Right now, Democrats have 40 of those seats. Republicans have 43. There are 17 seats remaining. That's what the rest of the night is about. In order to control the U.S. Senate, you need 50 seats plus 1. Republicans need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat. We're about to head into another round of votes. Every contest counts, with the battle for control of Congress still undecided. Just minutes from now, at 11 p.m. Eastern, polls are going to close in California and Idaho, in Oregon and Washington State. This will be another chance for the parties to pick up some of the 218 House seats needed for control of the U.S. House of Representatives. A total of 69 seats are at stake in the 4 states where polling places are about to close. 15 of those seats are competitive, most in California. We're also going to be watching the Senate race in Washington State in the hour ahead. Incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray seeking re-election after serving 30 years in the Senate. Her Republican challenger, former nurse and first-time candidate, Republican Tiffany Smiley, is positioning herself as a political outsider. The governor's race in California is also on our radar. The incumbent Democrat Gavin Newsom is a national figure who prevailed over a 2021 recall effort. He now faces Republican challenger State Senator Brian Daly. Newsom has a clear advantage in the state where Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1. Will he take a victory and go on and run for president? That's a question we're all asking. In the Oregon governor's race, former State House Speaker Tina Kotek is running to keep the governor's office in the hands of Democrats. Her Republican opponent is former State House Minority Leader Christine Drazan, and there's a potential wild card, Betsy Johnson, a former Democratic state senator who is running as an independent candidate. Almost anything could happen in Oregon when it comes to the governor's race there. Polls are closing out west just minutes from now. But let's turn back right now to the nail-biter Senate race in Georgia. Jeff Zeleny is at the headquarters of Republican candidate Herschel Walker. Jeff, Walker spoke just a little while ago?
He did, Jake. He came down here to the hotel ballroom and he said he simply wanted to thank his supporters. And his message was, hang in there a little bit longer. He said he came here to win. He got in this race to win, and he gave an upbeat and very brief message. So there was no declaration of victory. There was no talk about the process. He said he was simply here to win and just to urge patience. So that's what obviously everyone here in Georgia is going to be, is patient for this, because this Senate race has been seesawing back and forth all night long between Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent senator, and of course Herschel Walker, the Republican challenger. Now, just a few thousand votes, about up to 30,000 or so votes separate them. Herschel Walker has the narrow edge, but the Walker campaign tells me they believe that some rural counties, the vote is still out in some rural counties in northern Georgia, where they're fairly optimistic about the election day vote that benefits them. However, the Warnock campaign is still looking at votes here in Atlanta and around the suburbs. They say there is still vote out there for them as well. But Jake, one thing is clear tonight as this moves forward, that Herschel Walker is underperforming Republican Governor Brian Kemp in his reelection effort. He is leading Democrat Stacey Abrams by a wider margin. So clearly some questions here. And one thing, split ticket voting, we've been wondering all season long if there would be coattails or split ticket voting. Definite split ticket voting, but the question here is, can Governor Kemp still bring Herschel Walker over that finish line to 50%? We'll find out in the coming hours, but indeed it could take that long.
That's right. With 83% of the vote in, Walker has 49.7%, Warnock 48.4%. If it stays like that, and there's still a lot of votes to count, stays like that, it will go to a runoff. Let's go to Warnock headquarters in Atlanta right now, where we find our Eva McKen. And Eva, what are you hearing from Warnock campaign folks?
Well, Jake, there is a whole lot of cautious optimism here. Close aides, the campaign manager just leaving the stage, not saying a whole lot, just maintaining that they are feeling good. I did speak with a Democratic strategist working with the campaign, and he says, look at DeKalb County, look at Fulton County, look at the major areas around Atlanta. That is where they are tracking tonight. They are looking to see if the Biden voters from 2020 are going to stick with them. They're also feeling good about these split ticket voters because it is splitting in a way that seems to be good for Senator Warnock. And overall, they are confident in the strategy that they have employed here for the past several weeks by really characterizing Warnock, who is a reliable Democratic vote, but characterizing him as a moderate, as someone who can appeal to a wide swath of Georgians. All of that optimism, though, couched with the fact that a lot of votes still need to be counted. Jake?
All right, Eva McKen, thank you so much. And I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall because we're getting votes in from all over the country. And one state we haven't talked about yet significantly in terms of actual votes is the Badger State, Wisconsin, where there's a very competitive Senate race between incumbent Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican, and the Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, the Democrat. Where are we in Wisconsin?
As you were introducing Wisconsin, it flipped from blue to red. Just moments ago, the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes was up by 149 votes. Now the Republican incumbent Ron Johnson is up by 851 votes. We had a bit of a seesaw earlier in Georgia, and looks like we're going to have one as we go through the second half of the vote count, if you will, in Wisconsin. 60% of the vote in. Ron Johnson now up to 1,422 vote lead, but you don't need me to say a word, but 49.9. So it's 1,400 votes in an incredibly competitive state in recent years. So we're going to watch this play out. We're at 60%, which means we're going to watch it and count for quite some time. Let's just take a look at what we got. Milwaukee is your largest vote pool. It's 16.5% of the state population. And Mandela Barnes getting 66% there to 33%. Just want to check in on the governor's race and see how that's going right there. It's about the same. Tim Michael's a little bit below there. We'll see when you get to the final numbers. Come back to the Senate race. 57%. Again, this is the largest basket of votes in the state. We're only at 57%. Mandela Barnes, if he holds a margin like that, might not stay if this is all early vote, but if he holds a significant margin, just come back to the presidential race just to get a sense of it there. Joe Biden gets 69% of the vote here. So that gives you the target. Joe Biden wins the state by 22,000 votes, gets 69% here. So that tells you what you're going to look for as you come through. Not all races are exactly the same, but you want to stay.
But Barnes and Evers are both underperforming Joe Biden in Milwaukee.
Underperforming Joe Biden at the moment.
Right.
So if you and then you come back out and you look, you see here Waukesha County where Ron Johnson's getting 63% of the vote. I just want to compare him to Donald Trump in the sense that when you come here, Donald Trump, so Ron Johnson overperforming Trump by a little bit. as we go through it again. I just want to check the percentages, because the percentages can change when you have a mix of which vote is counted, early vote or election day vote. But if that holds up, that bodes well for Senator Johnson, in the sense that you have Milwaukee here. You have more of a swing area right here in the eastern parts of the county. As you move into the western parts of Waukesha County, it's Republican territory, and that's where Republicans need a healthy margin here.
This isn't something we really were looking for as opposed to Pennsylvania and Georgia, but is Mandela Barnes underperforming Governor Evers?
I don't know if we have that built in just to check it, but let me look to see if we kept it. I don't believe we have it here as we come through. No, we do.
Well,
we
can just look at the number.
I can get it for you. I was trying to do it the easy way, but we can do it. We can do it the harder way just by coming through and looking at the big counties, right? And so you have the same idea, different parties in Georgia, but you have an incumbent Republican governor and the Senate candidate. Here, you have a Democratic governor, and his lieutenant governor is the Senate candidate right here. So let's just pick a county here. We just saw it in Milwaukee first. Is Mandela Barnes at 66.4. Tony Evers at 67.4. So the governor running just a little bit up, a point higher. The Democratic governor there. And so then let's move out. Let's drop down south to Racine County here. It's a competitive county. And you have it's 49.5 to 49.2. The Republicans slightly ahead in the governor's race. Let's flip over and look at the Senate race. A more healthy lead for Ron Johnson there. So the Democratic incumbent governor is performing more stronger than his lieutenant governor, who's the Senate candidate here. And if you pull it out, I just want to see where we're missing votes here, where the live outstanding votes are. And you still see, especially down, the largest basket of votes still out of Milwaukee and the suburbs around it here. But you see these big red dots. There are a lot of Republican votes out as well. So in a highly competitive state, Ron Johnson has taken a narrow lead. And if you're the Johnson campaign, you see all these red dots up here, Jake, you think, okay, we're in pretty good shape. Let's keep counting.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And right now, polls are about to close in the political powerhouse of California, as well as 3 other states out west. And we have some projections for you now. 2 for Democrats, 1 for a Republican. In California, CNN is projecting that Senator Alex Padilla, who was appointed to that seat after Kamala Harris became the vice president, that he will be elected senator from California, defeating Mark Mosier. In Illinois, CNN is projecting that incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth will be reelected, defeating Kathy Salvi. And in Idaho, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Mike Crapo will be reelected, defeating David Roth. States that are too early to call at this hour. In Washington state, incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray is running against a strong challenge from Tiffany Smiley, the Republican. That race right now, CNN deems it too early to call. In Oregon, Senator Ron Wyden running for re-election. That race as well, too early to call. Let's look at the balance of power. As you know, there are 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats currently have 42 of them. Republicans currently have 44 of them. The fight over these 14 remaining seats is what we're going to be covering for the next few hours. Republicans need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. We have some governor's races to report for you now. Let's go to Boris Sanchez.
Jake, a handful of projections to make. In all of them, the incumbent keeping the governor's mansion. We begin in California with Governor Gavin Newsom. Remember, he survived a recall election last year. There are whispers that he may be considering a presidential run in 2024. He easily defeats election questioner Brian Dahle to win re-election in California. In the most expensive governor's race in the country, but perhaps one of the least competitive, incumbent Democrat billionaire J.B. Pritzker, who largely self-funded his own campaign, he defeats election denier Darren Bailey to win re-election in Illinois. Let's get a look at Maine now. There, the incumbent Democrat Janet Mills had a close race this summer with former 2-time Governor Paul LePage, but LePage fumbled a question about abortion rights during a debate, and Mills never looked back, maintaining an advantage in polling. Tonight, she wins another 4 years in Maine. This time, in Idaho, the Republican incumbent, Brad Little, he will win re-election in a state that Donald Trump carried by some 60 percentage points in 2020. He defeats educator Stephen Haidt to win re-election in Idaho. Some key race alerts now to bring you, beginning in a true toss-up state in Wisconsin. Remember, Joe Biden won here by a very slim margin in 2020. Right now, Tony Evers leads by 62,000 votes ahead of election questioner Tim Michaels, 62% of the vote in the state of Wisconsin. We have an update for you now from Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer growing her lead against Tudor Dixon, the conservative commentator. 98,000 votes ahead, roughly 7 percentage point advantage for Whitmer, 33% of the vote in Michigan. And what would a key race alert slew be without the state of Georgia? Brian Kemp, the Republican incumbent, 305,000 votes ahead right now of Stacey Abrams, about 9 percentage points with 86% of the vote in the state of Georgia. As we hand it over to Casey Hunt with an update on the senators' races, I would be surprised if you didn't update us on Georgia.
Your update would be useless if you didn't have Georgia in there. And of course, we are starting with Georgia yet again, because look at these vote totals. 32,000 votes separate Herschel Walker from Raphael Warnock right now. It's actually a little bit bigger than it has been at some points throughout the night. Well, look at that, 49.4 to 48.5%. Again, nobody's over 50, heading to a potential runoff, 86% of the vote in. We can see this change back and forth still all night long as these votes get counted, folks. All right, let's move to Wisconsin, where Ron Johnson, the Republican, is sitting at 50.4% to Mandela Barnes, 49.4%. There's about 16,000 votes separating them. And we actually can compare this. What Boris just gave us in the governor's race showed Evers, the Democrat, ahead at 51.2%, about 62,000 votes separating him from the Republican, who is sitting at 47.4%. So you can see this is becoming another one of these examples where we are seeing a difference in terms of people potentially splitting their tickets here. Now let's check in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, man, that's close, 49.5 to 48% over Dr. Mehmet Oz here. So again, the question that I have when I look at this, and Jake, of course, as we know, is from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but John King and David Chalian are going to know what kind of vote is still out, what we're looking at in terms of, is it Philadelphia? That could give the Fetterman campaign some hope. Still a long way to go there, 30% of the votes still out. North Carolina, let's just check in quickly. Ted Budd here, the Republican, sitting at 50.8%. Sherry Beasley, the Democrat, at 46.9%. There's about 143,000 votes separating them at this hour. So perhaps a pretty comfortable place to be when you're looking at 91% of the vote in. Reminder, this is currently a Republican seat. Republican Richard Burr is retiring, Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. And just a reminder, we're looking at 82 competitive House seats. That's really what we're looking at in order to determine whether or not Republicans are going to be able to wrest control of the House of Representatives. Of the 23 competitive seats that Republicans need to win in order to take control, they are currently leading in 17 of them, 17 out of 23. So that's pretty good. Let's take a look at the Democrats now. Democrats have a taller order on their hands. They need to win 50 of the 82 competitive seats. Right now, they're leading in 35 of them. So neither party is where they need to be. Republicans have a slightly easier job to do in terms of what they need to do. Let's take a look at where we are right now in the battle for control of the House of Representatives. And again, this is where these are not called races necessarily. This is where the vote is.
This is where the vote is. As you fill in across the country, we're now at the West Coast poll closings. We'll get more and more. So this is everything, all 435 districts. Narrow it down just to make it easier to understand the stakes in the battleground competitive districts. You bring them up now, and you just see, just as you're just looking at the map, you don't have to do the math to see more blue than Republicans had hoped. You still mentioned the key point, though. This is a very tough climate for Democrats in that the margin is so small. Republicans need only a net gain of 5, right, which is eminently doable when you look at the map. But we talked earlier, could Republicans pick up seats in New England? Again, we're not done now, but let me just stretch it out for you a little bit. Stretch out the map in New England. If you look at the map right now, again, a lot of these races are not called. Republicans thought they could pick up 1 or 2 in New Hampshire. They'd pick up 1 in Maine. They might get 1 in Rhode Island, and they might get 1 in Connecticut. They're all blue at the moment. So if you had a lot of red on this map here, just in the New England region, you'd be thinking that would be the building block to a wave. You have no such building block here. Doesn't mean Republicans won't get the majority, but you don't have it. And so, again, some of these races yet to be called, including the main race. I just want to peek at it and bring it up here. Ranked choice voting, this could go on for a while, but you see, we just called the Democratic governor's reelection. The Democratic candidate here in what is a Republican plus 6 district. Jared Golden has proven he's a tough Democrat, often at odds with his national party. He's leading there. Again, still a ways to go. Let's come down to the state of New York. and the competitive districts there. If you walk right through it here, I still want to peek in on this one. This is Sean Patrick Maloney. He's the head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. 65% of the vote now, and he is losing by 11 points. If you look at that, doesn't mean we're done. We still have more votes to count, but this would be a trophy for Republicans in their quest not only for a House majority, but to knock off a very prominent Democrat and a deputy of the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. And so, Jake, as we go back to you, we're still working on the House math. It looks okay for Republicans, but doesn't look like a blowout.
Certainly not. And we have another big projection for you right now. CNN is projecting that in the state of New Hampshire, live free or die, Democratic incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan will be reelected, defeating retired General Don Bolduc. Maggie Hassan will be reelected, CNN is projecting. This is a seat that Republicans thought they could win. They thought they could defeat Hassan. They were very bullish. They were talking all week about momentum being their way. And instead, Maggie Hassan, the Democratic senator, holds on to that seat CNN is projecting. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate. 100 seats. Democrats currently control 43 of those seats, with the Hassan keeping her seat. Republicans have 44 of them. There are 13 seats remaining. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Those 13 seats are what we are waiting to see to determine if they are able to achieve that. But there are governor's races, too, and we're going to go to Boris Sanchez with some major news there.
Jake, there is a major projection we are making right now. Incumbent Republican Brian Kemp is projected to win re-election in the state of Georgia. This is a huge deal for Kemp. Remember, he drew Donald Trump's ire back in 2020 when he refused to find those 11,000 or so votes that Trump was looking for. Kemp, known for restricting abortion access in Georgia, for remaking the state's voting system, the electoral system there. And of course, his defeat over Stacey Abrams stamps him earning another term in the state of Georgia. Let's turn it over now to Dana Bash for some analysis. Dana.
Thank you so much, Boris. And we did just get word that Stacey Abrams called and conceded. This is a very big win for Governor Kemp. Not necessarily a surprise, given the way that we've seen it go, but very, very clear, decisive win for a Republican governor who split from Donald Trump and led the state of Georgia in a way that obviously his constituents approved of.
I mean, he not just split from Trump. Trump tried to take him down in the Republican primary with former Senator David Perdue, and Republicans in Georgia rejected that. And you're exactly right. They rejected it because, first, Republicans, now the entire state, voters liked the way Brian Kemp was running the state. And I think the biggest thing was the way he handled COVID. In fact, remember, when he opened up the state, Trump said, this is back in the spring of 2020, I think he may be going a little too fast. It turned out that there were no great severe repercussions in Georgia. They reopened the state. The economy came back.
And Trump tried to take him out in the primary and failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that became a really key part of his message to Georgia voters, that he wasn't beholden to Trump. He didn't get weighed down by some of the negatives, the clear negatives associated with Trump and all the shenanigans. I mean, remember, in the state of Georgia, Trump did not do particularly well, and Kemp is overperforming him.
I'm going to go right over to Boris for a projection.
Yeah, Dana, another major projection just minutes after the last one in the state of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, will become the new governor of that state. Shapiro had a big lead in fundraising, a big lead in polls throughout. He continued to tie Doug Mastriano to Donald Trump, and it appears to have paid off. He takes over the open seat left behind by term-limited governor.
Really well, and Kemp is overperforming him.
I'm going to go right over to Boris for a projection.
Yeah, Dana, another major projection just minutes after the last one in the state of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, will become the new governor of that state. Shapiro had a big lead in fundraising, a big lead in polls throughout. He continued to tie Doug Mastriano to Donald Trump, and it appears to have paid off. He takes over the open seat left behind by term-limited Governor Tom Wolf. Dana?
Thanks so much, Boris. So Josh Shapiro becoming the next governor of Pennsylvania, and sort of a pattern that we've just seen in the last 10 minutes of Republicans who are election deniers losing. both in the governor's race, Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, and then in New Hampshire, the Senate race there, Don Bolduc. He definitely was a rabid election denier in the primary there. Then he kind of switched back for a nanosecond in the general and then went back again. I wonder if at the end of the night we're going to be able to say anything about that as a pattern, or maybe these are two isolated incidents.
Well, exactly, because we'll have to see. There are a lot of races
what happens when we go out west?
I mean, affirmatively, Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, very popular, and somebody who fought Donald Trump when he was contesting the results of the election in 2020 in Pennsylvania. Mastriano just way too far to the right for Pennsylvania. An election denier, was down in Washington on January 6th, arranged buses there, very strongly anti-abortion. This was really never a competitive race.
And then the two questions we still have, we just talked about Kemp, we're projecting him to win in Georgia, and Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. One of the storylines of the night that is still a big question mark is whether or not they can bring their fellow Democrats across the finish line in the Senate races.
Right. I mean, I think that you're going to see the question is sort of moving in opposite directions in those states. In Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro was doing so much better than Fetterman really throughout this race. And will that poll help Fetterman in what is still a very, very tight race? That remains to be seen. In Georgia, Brian Kemp has been able to really perform well ahead of Herschel Walker in that race. Again, will he be able to pull Herschel Walker up?
And as you're talking, I just want to point out that on the screen you see how incredibly close it is. Yeah, John Fetterman at 49%.
Look, you're
and Oz
seeing
at 48.
voters basically saying, we're going to make different choices from the top of the ballot to further down. And that's not often something that we see in American politics. But I think it says a lot about these candidates up and down the ballot. There are just factors with the candidates that are changing the way voters interpret what they need to do, and they're splitting from what they might want to do.
And there's evidence that as we talk about it, as we're looking at those numbers, Walker now 49.5, Warnock 48.5, nobody yet at 50.
And one point, in addition to what Abby said, it's not just a matter of the candidates, it's also that the Senate is up for grabs here. And I think a lot of people aren't just voting for one of the candidates or the other. They're also thinking, who do I want to be running the U.S. Senate? Do I want the Republicans? Do I want the Democrats? And that's different from the governor's race. I mean, this has a different stake to it.
I will say this also about the Pennsylvania governor's race. Josh Shapiro ran very hard on the issue of abortion, and he could make a credible case. I mean, Doug Mastriano was very far to the right on the issue of abortion and would have been a key player if that state were to move to restrict abortion rights. And Josh Shapiro ran on that immediately, and he ran on it very hard throughout
Also election rights. Remember, in Pennsylvania, the governor appoints the Secretary of State, so he would have had a lot of control over the 2024 election.
I just want to mention just quickly one more time, New Hampshire. That is a heartbreak for Republicans. Because even though Maggie Hassan is an incumbent Democrat, she was governor, they of late thought, well, maybe Don Bolduc could actually overtake her and that could be a pickup. I think you're going to see a lot of questions about what happened there because Mitch McConnell's super PAC pulled their money out of that race. And the National Republican Senatorial Committee tried to put more money in, but it didn't do it. It was too late.
Yeah, I mean, I think they always, look, Bolduc was not the candidate that they wanted, right?
We talked about,
They knew that he would be a pretty tough sell, even in New Hampshire, where, it's a little bit more of a free-thinking state, I guess you could put it. But toward the end, I think this last couple of weeks in this election has really tightened up a lot of these races, giving Republicans hope. But what we are starting to see tonight is that some of these states are reverting back to their DNA. I think New Hampshire reverted back to its kind of middle of the road DNA and rejected some of these more extreme candidates. And I think you're seeing that even in some of the districts that we've been seeing tonight, surprises for Democrats holding on to.
One of the other interesting things in that state was, remember, Democrats actually campaigned against a much more moderate Republican in the Republican primary, the state Senate president, Chuck Morris, because they thought Bolduc would be an easier candidate. We've seen this in several states.
And that was a gamble that paid off.
Right. In this particular case, it paid off. In some other places, like Michigan,
off,
it may not.
I'm going to go over to Jake for a projection.
That's right, Dana. We have a major projection right now. CNN is projecting that in Ohio, venture capitalist J.D. Vance will defeat Congressman Tim Ryan and be the next U.S. Senator from the state of Ohio. J.D. Vance will be elected the next senator from Ohio, taking the place of retiring Republican Senator Rob Portman. The balance of power right now, 100 seats in the Senate, 43 of them belong to Democrats, 45 of them belong to Republicans, 12 seats remain. All Republicans need to do is pick up one net Democratic seat, and they will be able to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Let's go to Melanie Zanona right now, who is at Vance headquarters. Melanie, a big achievement for a man who's never been elected to anything before.
Right, that's exactly right. And I am being told that Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan has called J.D. Vance to concede in this race. You know, Tim Ryan was always viewed as the underdog. He thought that this race was overlooked and that he could have had a lot of support from the National Party. As you can hear, the crowd is getting very excited right now as this race is being called. A lot of energy in the room right now. But J.D. Vance is someone who is going to be very different than his predecessor. Rob Portman, a longtime centrist. J.D. Vance, meanwhile, has been a fierce supporter of Donald Trump. He's been an election denier, a 2020 election denier, although he did say he will accept the results tonight. Have yet to hear whether he's going to come out and make a speech. We're expecting that to happen at some point, but we will keep you posted, Jake.
All right, Melanie Zanona at J.D. Vance headquarters in Ohio. CNN projecting that J.D. Vance will be the next U.S. Senator from Ohio. Let's take a look at the big picture of the U.S. Senate. Right now, Democrats leading at 48, Republicans leading 48, one in a Republican seat, one in a Democratic seat. It's really quite something.
And so a couple different ways to look at it. Let's just start with our live vote count. You look at the map. That's the Democrat leading in the Republican seat. That's the Republican leading in the Democratic
Pennsylvania
seat.
And Georgia.
Pennsylvania and Georgia. How many times have we said Pennsylvania and Georgia? Remember, coming into the night, Democrats thought maybe if we have a good night, we could pick off either North Carolina, Ohio, or Wisconsin. Well, two of the three are off the board, right? This one here, North Carolina. This one, you see Ted Budd with a lead there. Unlikely. We just called the Ohio race for J.D. Vance. You come up here, Republicans hold that. J.D. Vance will replace Rob Portman in the Senate. Wisconsin was the third. It is a very, very close competitive race. Senator Johnson now with a 32,886 vote lead over the Democratic lieutenant governor. Just changed again. It's up to 43,000 now. This is what Republicans count on in these states. They think, as we get through the night and we count the late votes, the DNA kicks in, an incumbent Republican. But we'll see, 69%, still a ways to go here. So we have to count these votes. But let's just come out here and look at the importance. So we look at the Senate battle for control and use the map this way. Look at the importance for what? First, let's just go back to where we are to remind people. Here's where we started the night. The narrowest of majorities only because you're a Democratic president and your vice president breaks the tie, right? And so now let's come this way and look at it this way. We come into these states. The Democrat is leading right here at the moment. This race is not over. It is not called. Just think about the importance of this race. For now, to begin the conversation, let's say Fetterman holds that narrow lead there. Okay, Herschel Walker is ahead here, right? No one's above 50% right now. So for the purposes of this argument, I'm going to make that a toss-up because neither candidate is above 50%. Right now, again, we're waiting to call Wisconsin. We're still counting votes out west. We'll see what happens in Washington State. We'll see what happens in Arizona. Democrat Mark Kelly has a narrow lead. We'll see if it holds. Republicans are very confident about winning this one. We're still counting votes. Sometimes Nevada takes a while too. But for the sake of the hypothetical argument, let's say the Republicans are right and they take this. Then where does that leave us? And we come out. It leaves us in a potential situation if Fetterman can hold on to this and the Republicans take that and nothing else changes, everything else stays where it was when we woke up this morning, then we could have a 50 Republican seats, 49 Democratic seats, and we go again to a Georgia runoff in December, assuming none of the candidates gets above 50% there. That's what makes, as we watch the outstanding, that's what makes this math first so important, assuming if Republicans are right and they can take Nevada, and we're not counting votes there yet. If Oz can come back and win this seat tonight, then you come out in this scenario. If nothing else changed on the map, Republicans would have a majority, and this would be for the extra. And the best Democrats to do is 49. Again, That's assuming Republicans are right. They're very confident about Nevada and that Mark Kelly holds on in Arizona. But it just gets you, if you just come back to where we are, it just gets you into the map that we are in a very narrow chess game for control of the Senate right now, and we have fewer pieces in play in the sense that we're waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Georgia, and then Nevada. Right now, if you're the Democrats, Jake, you're watching Nevada vote count, and you're nervous.
Indeed. And CNN now has two major projections. In North Carolina, CNN projects that Congressman Ted Budd will become the next U.S. Senator, defeating former North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Cheri Beasley. Ted Budd, endorsed by Donald Trump in this primary, and then Donald Trump rallied for him throughout North Carolina. He will become the next U.S. Senator from North Carolina. In Connecticut, this one's no surprise, incumbent Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal will be reelected, defeating Republican Leora Levy. Let's take a look at the balance of power at this hour. As you know, 100 Senate votes. Democrats have 44 of them. Republicans have 46 of them. There are 10 seats remaining. 10 seats remaining. And CNN reminds you, of course, that Republicans just need to pick up one net Republican seat and one net Democratic seat in order to take control of the U.S. Senate. So that's where we are, 44 to 46. And Casey Hunt has some announcements for us at the Senate desk.
We do, Jake, and this really shows you, to John King's point, that we are getting down to the brass tacks here in the Senate as we try to figure out which way it's going to go, perhaps by one seat. And let's start, as always, in Georgia, where Herschel Walker has a very narrow lead over Raphael Warnock, just 15,000 votes, which is such a small amount considering the millions that have been cast. We've got 88% of the vote in there. Election officials saying we might not know tonight. Pennsylvania, John Fetterman at 49.2%, Mehmet Oz at 48.3%, 37,000 votes separating them, again, among millions cast. And this race is one that we're going to be counting potentially for days here. And as John outlined, this is what will save Democrats if they lose that race out in Nevada, which Republicans are very confident about, and give them a shot to actually retain control. 75% of the vote in Pennsylvania at this hour. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, which remains very close, 51% for the incumbent Ron Johnson over the Democrat Mandela Barnes at 48.8%. This remains very, very close. Mandela Barnes has been underperforming the Democratic Governor Evers so far tonight. Only about we're at 69% of the vote, so we've only got about 30% out of the vote outstanding. Now let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting pretty comfortably right now, 58% over Blake Masters, the Republican, at 39.7%. That's a 240 or so thousand vote gap. I want to check in with John King and David Chalian to figure out what kind of votes are outstanding, because there's only about 50% of the vote in Arizona, and we could see that tighten up. But now we're going to turn to Boris, who's got some critical updates on the governor's race.
Yeah, Casey, it's really interesting, as you pointed out, the lead for the Republican in the Senate race in Wisconsin. As we get you a key race alert from that state, the Democratic incumbent in the governor's race is currently leading. Right now, Tony Evers, 43,000 votes ahead of election questioner Tim Michaels. It just changed. Now it's a 45,000 vote advantage with 69% of the vote in Wisconsin. We want to update you on the state of Michigan right now. Gretchen Whitmer, nearly 90,000 votes ahead of conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. It just changed again. Now it's 88,000 votes. The lead slightly thinning there for Gretchen Whitmer with 39% of the vote in Michigan. In Kansas, perhaps the most vulnerable Democratic incumbent running for re-election, Laura Kelly, in a state that Donald Trump won by about 15 percentage points. She currently leads against Derek Schmidt, an election denier. 32,000 vote advantage for Laura Kelly with 83% of the vote in Kansas. Meantime, the most unusual governor's race you're going to see on the map tonight, a three-way race between Tina Kotek, a Democrat, Christine Drazan, a Republican, and former Democrat turned independent Betsy Johnson, right now the Democrat in this race, with an 18,600 vote advantage, 53% of the vote in there. We send it back over to Jake Tapper. Jake.
Thank you so much, Boris. And I just want to remind everybody of the competitive seats. There are 82 competitive seats. Republicans have to win 23 of them, and they are leading in 22 of them. So that's for control of the U.S. House. Republicans on their way. Of the 23 competitive seats they have to win, they're currently leading in 22. What about Democrats? What do Democrats have to do? They have to win 49 of the 82 competitive seats, 49 of them. And right now they are leading in 42 of them. Not bad, but not as close as where the Republicans are. And I want you to take a look at some of these margins right now when it comes to these House races. In Oregon, Alex Skarlatos is ahead by 0.08%. In Iowa, Zach Nunn up by 0.18%. In California, Congresswoman Michelle Steele up by 0.4%. In New York, Molinaro up 0.67%. In Arizona, Eli Crane up 1.38%. Democrats, too, their leads are pretty narrow as well. We're looking at Kermit Jones up by 0.06% in California, and Tony Vargas up by 0.15% in Nebraska. Congressman Ryan is up by 0.36% in New York. Tom Malinowski in New Jersey up by only 0.88%. And then Connecticut, Jahana Hayes up by 1.72%. These are competitive seats, and the margins of victory right now are so narrow, so narrow. We haven't called any of those competitive races, and the truth is any one of them could flip at any second as the votes come in, John.
It is remarkable, and we're beginning to fill in the map all the way over now. You see this blue, especially along the Southern California coast, the blue up here in Washington and Oregon. Keep an eye on that as we get later into the deep vote count overnight, probably tomorrow as well, because you do have competitive races out there as well. So let's just isolate the competitive races. That's what I was talking to you. See out here, many of you remember Katie Porter. She's a prominent Democrat progressive. Her district in Southern California is a competitive race. But let's just come to the middle of the country for a minute and look at these races, because you said, here's another one of these vulnerable frontline Democrats, Alyssa Slotkin. You look at this right now and you say 43%, the Republican has a lead. I just want to isolate it by county to go through some of this is what's going on in their campaign headquarters right now. Remember, Spanberger held on, right? Slotkin's another one of those frontline Democrats. This is a Democrat 0+9. It's a 50-50 district. Joe Biden won it by less than 1 percentage point by these lines. So you're looking at this, you're saying red county, red county, red county. This is a very Republican county by 20 points, but it's a small county population-wise. Most of the people in this district live here. They live in Ingham County, which is Lansing, right? It's a 32-point. Joe Biden won this county by 32 points, and only 11% of the vote is in. So Alyssa Slotkin, when you pull out to the district, she's losing right now, but we only have 11% of the vote counted in the giant, by far the largest county within the district. So this one here is far from over. You pull it out, let's come back, there's the Michigan and the Midwest. Let's pull out to the national map. Jake was just talking about how close many of these races are. These are just the competitive races, right? So you want to look at win margin. The lighter the color, the more the spread is here. Let me get that to kick in. Look at all these races that are incredibly competitive as you go through them. Let's pop up the state of New York. Just walk through. Up here in the Rochester area, you have a Democratic incumbent who's losing, Joseph Morell losing 49. It's a point race, but it's 3,300 votes. And you see it's up by county now, and you see it's Rochester in the county. Let me turn the county off and get to the entire district and come out here. Another race right down here. You have, I think Jake mentioned this one, Mark Molinaro, the Republican candidate against Josh Riley, 50.3 to 49.7, 1,700 votes. This is the environment that's playing out across the country tonight. Democrats fighting to hold their House majority, or at least to keep any new Republican majority as small as possible. One race that's not close, if you look here, this is the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee, who, with 68% of the vote in, is losing quite significantly. We'll see if that holds up. But again, I said this earlier, this would be a trophy for Republicans because he's such a prominent lieutenant of Nancy Pelosi and runs the campaign fundraising arm. But that one is not done yet either. And I just want to pull out back to the national map again, where you see the white or the lighter, those are your closer competitive races, so they are coast to coast. The vote count tends to be more early out here, but we pop up the race here and look as well. Tom O'Halloran, a vulnerable Democrat in the state of Arizona, losing by 2,100 votes to Eli Crane. These are the building blocks. If you're trying to think Republicans need a net gain of 5, it's these frontline Democrats who are in the tough districts that you're going to watch, especially as we get closer to knowing, calling more races in the east and coming out to the west. And so you see more light races out here. We'll continue to count them. Again, Republicans favor to take the House majority, but you're looking at this map right now, Jake, and it is incredibly competitive. The Democrats fighting tenaciously, at least to limit that.
That's right, John. And we have some more projections for you for the U.S. Senate. CNN projects in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray will hold on to her seat, defeating a challenge from Republican Tiffany Smiley. Senator Patty Murray, reelected, CNN projects, And then just south of Washington, in Oregon, CNN projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Ron Wyden will defeat a challenge from Jo Ray Perkins. So that's 2 Democratic seats held on. Where does that leave us in the balance of power? Obviously, 100 seats. Right now we have Democrats with 46 of them, Republicans with 46 of them, 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans just need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Right now, it's 46-46. And John King, big picture. Let's look at the U.S. Senate here. We have 48 Democrats leading, 1 in a Republican seat. That's Pennsylvania. 49 Republicans leading, 1 in a Democratic seat. That's Georgia.
Right. And so the question was, were there any takeaways on the map? Could the Democrats pick up Republican seats? Could Republicans, more likely you would think, at least at the beginning of this midterm election year, pick up? And what we're seeing right now is remarkably low turnover in a 50-50 Senate. You mentioned the current, they're not called races, but the ones that are tilting the other direction right now, very close. John Fetterman, this is a Republican-held seat. The incumbent Pat Toomey did not run for re-election. So you have the lieutenant governor, the Democrat John Fetterman, against Mehmet Oz, the TV celebrity Dr. Oz, 49.2, 48.3. Just shy of 80% of the vote, but we know this from living through competitive elections in Pennsylvania. We're going to be counting for a while here. I just want to take a peek at where the outstanding vote is. And you see the majority of, if you're in the Fetterman campaign, you're saying, okay, the majority of the outstanding vote is down here, Philadelphia and the suburbs around it. The only caveat I would add to that, though, is there's a test. We don't have enough of the vote in there yet to see if Oz can perform better than Trump in the suburbs. We'll see if that plays out. But if you're the Fetterman campaign, you're looking, most of the vote is down here. That's what benefited Joe Biden as the count went on in Pennsylvania in the presidential race. We will see. Let's come back out here and let's check in again. On this one, it's been a seesaw all night, but Herschel Walker maintaining his lead, but it's a tiny lead. 14,976 votes, 49.2 to 48.8. Walker is ahead, but as I know we sound redundant here, but it's important. You need 50% plus 1 vote, or else there's a December 6th runoff in Georgia. So keep an eye on that. Both campaigns will tell you if Chase Oliver starts getting up around 2.5, 2.6, then we're guaranteed to go to a runoff. We'll see where it is right now. 88%, Jake. Still some more votes to count. Again, let's take a look. What are we missing in terms of outstanding vote? You see the biggest circles are up in Atlanta and the suburbs, but you see some Republican areas here, Republicans here, and I want to emphasize this point. These are small circles, meaning as a percentage of the statewide outstanding vote, that's a pretty tiny amount. But that's a lot of Republican counties. That's a lot of circles. That's a lot of Republican counties. Yeah. So it's 50 votes here, 80 votes there, 250 votes there. There's a lot still to be counted. So we have a long way to go in Georgia. Plenty of room for Warnock to get a lot of votes. A lot of room for Walker to get a lot of votes by piecing together little pieces.
So I want to bring in Brianna Keeler at the voting desk right now to give us some insight into what she's seeing in Georgia.
Yes, so let's look at some of these key counties here in Georgia, because just a short time ago there was a top official in the Secretary of State's office who said that the Georgia Senate race is one race that we may not have full clarity on by the time we all go to bed tonight. I guess it depends on when you're going to bed tonight, but nonetheless, so we're learning some.
You sleep election week?
No, it's not allowed, actually. It's part of our job description. But we're learning some new details about Fulton County. So let's look at Fulton County first, because they're actually more than halfway done with counting. We're hearing here that they're expected to be finished by midnight, John and Jake. So that could be revealing some information here just in the next half hour.
Absolutely. Very interesting.
And so you look at it, just to, and then go through the rest. Again, you look at the margin here, 73. This is Fulton County, Atlanta. It's by far 159 counties. Georgia has a lot of them, but it's 10% of the population. So it's your largest, Atlanta and the suburbs around it are your largest basket of votes, 73.7%. Again, we've called the governor's race here. Stacey Abrams at 69%. This is why Brian Kemp is reelected. In a Democratic area, you say 30%. You know, he got shellacked. Well, he narrowed the margin some. Right. And come back to the Senate race, Herschel Walker getting shy of 25% in Atlanta and the closest in suburbs around it. That matters.
Can I ask, how did Biden do in Fulton County in 2020?
2020, presidential
72.6.
72.
And Warnock is a little bit ahead, 73 point something. Okay,
there you
73.7.
go. Yeah, 74 if you round up. I'm sorry, Brianna.
Brianna, go ahead.
County, remember there were 6 precincts that opened a little later today in Georgia, and so they stayed open a little later tonight. 2 of those were in Cobb County, so they stayed open a little later. They are also halfway done on their count. We don't know, though, we don't have an estimate on when the counting is going to be finished here. So we're actually not sure when we're going to be getting this better picture of what's happening there.
Cobb County.
So again, Joe Biden wins this county by 14 points, right? So that's what you see right there, 15 points. It's essentially tracking the presidential race in Cobb County. And again, Herschel Walker, in the governor's race, this is why Brian Kemp gets reelected. He gets
7 points higher.
He gets 48. This is one of those counties. Again, if you go back, the suburbs used to be Republican territory, or at least very competitive territory. In the Trump age, 2018 election, the suburbs made Nancy Pelosi Speaker. 2020, they made Joe Biden president. You come forward to the Senate race here. That is the challenge of our time. Without Donald Trump, can Republicans become more competitive in the suburbs? In Brian Kemp's Georgia, the answer is yes. For him, not so much for Herschel Walker.
Where did Newt Gingrich represent, former Republican Speaker?
Right up in this area.
That's what I thought.
The lines have been drawn so much, but you're in the same area. Right out here.
That's
right.
what I thought. Okay.
So finally, we're looking at Gwinnett County. They have counted at this point about 30% of the votes. They are saying they will not wrap up by midnight tonight. So we're waiting to see exactly when they're going to wrap up. But of course, these are all counties that are leaning Democrat. So obviously that is going to perhaps shift things as we see these numbers coming in.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
And so to that point, just 56% estimated vote counted in Gwinnett, right? It's the second largest county in the state. It's just shy of 9% of the vote. And so that's why, number one, it matters when it comes to it's a Democratic county. Warnock will get more votes. The question is, will he keep that margin, the big margin he has now? So that you watch these come in and you go up from here, right? If you keep this margin in the places where there are more votes, you're gonna move up. Again, I just want to come back to this just for the context, though, because yes, most of the votes are here, right? You see a couple of large red circles in more Republican areas where there's a lot of votes out. The larger the circle means the largest share of the votes out. And you say these they look almost like polka dots. Well, they don't matter, but they do. They do when you're running up margins like that. Right, when you're running up margins like that, and so if you keep getting, it's a tiny.
That's 8,000 votes.
Right, right. It's 8,000 votes there. So if you add a couple hundred or a couple dozen even in a close race, it matters. Which is why this is a state. You can look at things, you can have trends. The campaign headquarters are going through precinct by precinct. You look at a race this close with that much left to count. This is why you brew coffee.
Biden only won the state by under 12,000 votes in 2020. David Chalian, you have some more information at the Battleground Desk about where the outstanding vote is.
Yeah, or the kind of vote that is outstanding, and it gets to the margin issue as well that John was just talking about. So, again, we break it down: mail vote, early in-person vote, election day vote. I want to note something here. So let me bring in the uncounted vote. Among the mail vote, about a quarter of the mail vote is still out, and that is a 36.5% advantage category for Raphael Warnock. So that's significant because a quarter of it is still out. He also has an 8.4% advantage among early in-person voting, but there's very little left of that to count. Here is what I find super interesting. Herschel Walker's margin of success over Warnock with election day voters is now at about 19.1%. A little bit lower than we had seen earlier. And there was a huge amount of the election day vote uncounted when we talked about this race earlier, guys. Now it's down to 28.4% that remains to be counted. And I want to remind everyone, I'm going to click off here the election day vote. These two categories of early vote, the mail, early in person combined, we expect to be the larger share of the overall vote. We expect that to make up about 61% of the overall vote. The election day vote, which is the Walker category here, where he's beating Warnock by about 19% now with the election day vote, that we expect at the end of the day is going to be about 40% of the overall vote. So we don't think it's going to make up as big of a share as that early vote category in Georgia.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
And so you look at David's point about the proportion, right? So the bulk of the vote that's out, the larger slice, Warnock's getting the bigger margins, and then you see the size of the circles of where geographically in the state it is. That's why if you're in the Warnock campaign, you never want to be behind. But there's plenty of votes here. By the proportions David just laid out with the early voting and the mail votes, if it continues, if they continue to come in as disproportionately Democratic as they are now, and you see the size of the circles, meaning the share of where he's got the margin, the percentages of the different kinds of votes, and then you say where are they coming from, and you look at this. This is not over. This is not over. And they're both below 50, by the way, now. We'll see when it comes in.
I have something I want to talk to you about with Pennsylvania, but before we do that, I'm going to throw it to Anderson Cooper, whose august panel wants to chew over all of what we've been doing here.
We finished chewing on the pizza. We're now ready to chew on this, and God knows what else we've been chewing on. There's a lot of food here. Gloria, I mean, this is not the night a lot of Democrats worried about, a lot of Republicans hoped for. It may be different tomorrow in the morning, or in the late afternoon or the next day, but tonight it looks different than a lot of people thought.
People are voting. And it seems to me, from looking at this so far, that they're voting on their candidates. They're actually saying, I think this person would be a better senator than that other person. And I think, this House member would be better than another one. It just doesn't seem to have any sense of a wave or, I'm going to vote straight Republican, or we don't see a lot of ticket splitting historically in this country. I know the state of Montana is kind of famous for that, but other than that, we don't see that a lot. And I think what we're seeing tonight is people doing that. I mean, look at look at the state of New Hampshire, for example. You have very popular Republican incumbent governor, and then people elected, and he was up for re-election, Sununu. And then you had Maggie Hassan winning for Senate. So people were splitting their tickets. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I would just say, like everyone talked about this early on, democracy's on the ballot. And I said this earlier, democracy on the ballot and democracy won tonight, right? I mean, that's the good news for America. As Gloria talking about, in Pennsylvania, you have Josh Shapiro winning up right now by 11 points over Doug Mastriano, which is a landslide for Josh Shapiro. And we're, 33,000 votes apart in the Senate race. So people are going through, looking at these candidates and making calls. Van doesn't have to cry tonight. He's going to be probably consoling me here at some point in the evening. I'm a lot less optimistic than I was at the beginning of this evening. But it's a night that's it's changing, and we're going to see. We talked about this too. What the number Kevin McCarthy has, under 20. We're talking, people thought maybe 30, right? If we get 20, I think Republicans will be happy to walk away with a net gain of 20 and take their ball and go home tomorrow.
I think
I'm sorry, Van.
Well, I think that big sound that you hear is Democrats having a big sigh of relief across the country because people woke up scared this morning. People said, my God, we've got these election deniers. We've got these people who are winking and nodding at insurrectionists. We've got people who we are afraid if they get in there, they're going to do terrible things, and we're just going to get steamrolled. That was the fear this morning.
I got to say, Van, you were the person for days saying the people I'm talking to on the ground are knocking on the doors are telling me they're optimistic about what
exactly. When you were listening to the people on the doors and on the ground, what happened was people got scared of those Republican polls saying that this big tidal wave was coming, and people said, "Heck no!" But you know what? And let me just, you get your turn. I'll give my turn. Yeah. And Obama came out, and that helped. And people fought. And I think the grassroots folks, if there had been more money spent on them than on these dumb ads, you'd have an even bigger firewall against this stuff.
David, actually, let me ask you, the Democratic strategy in some races of actually, getting ads for some of the more extreme candidates like Mastriano, was that successful?
Well, apparently so. Certainly in that case, it was. And yeah, as you look across, we have to wait and see how.
But in New Hampshire, didn't they give money to Bolduc?
Yeah,
last
minute they did. Bolduc.
Yeah,
in New Hampshire.
On the whole, probably so. But
because it was controversial, a lot of people thought it inappropriate.
Do I what?
Yeah, a lot of people. It was controversial.
Yeah, no, it was controversial. It was controversial. And it was a gamble, and it looks like the gamble may pay off. But I think that it's more than looking at the candidates. That's certainly that's part of what's going on. But there are, this sort of defies history. This, if it keeps going in this direction, and there are races out west we have yet to see. But if it keeps going in this direction, I was just scrolling through the House races, this is not like a normal midterm election. And we had been talking here about whether or not gravity would take hold, whether the normal thing would happen, and that, the president's approval rating is low, the economy is bad, Therefore, the challenging party will make significant gains. There were but the question was, would these other things come into play? The Dobbs decision, extremism, Trump. All of these have played into this to make this not the normal midterm election, and it's really, really interesting.
Well, then Scott Jennings, I mean, how much of the blame, I mean, if, again, depending on what happens in the coming hours, but if some of these candidates that Trump selected or pushed for don't deliver, how much of the blame does he get?
I mean, there's a
Here
possible...
comes another DeSantis commercial.
Well, I don't have to make a commercial when a guy wins that big.
All right.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, there's a potential narrative out of this night that if you're a discerning Republican voter trying to figure out the future direction of this party, we once again learned that Trump is not a national winner for the Republicans, but DeSantis may be the next evolution of someone who can marry what you like about Trump, but also recover some people that went away from the party during Trump. I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the night. On the Senate, by the way, I'm like a broken record. It's really the three: Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. And Georgia is, really close. Pennsylvania is sort of close. And then Nevada, we haven't started getting results in there yet. If Republicans win 2 out of 3 of those, they'll be home. And so that would salve the wound of not feeling like you had a wave. But that's where it's at in the Senate. But just looking around this map, I mean, boy, if I were Ron DeSantis or someone who wanted to help Ron DeSantis, that is the message I would be on tomorrow, which is my way is the way to a national majority. His way is the way to a national minority.
Well, the fact is this is not an Obama-style shellacking by any means. This is not, you can't really call this a red wave, even though we still have some outstanding votes. So to Scott's point, this is the time that the Republican Party needs to ask themselves, are they going to continue to nominate poor quality candidates to appease Donald Trump? He's right now over on his Truth Social site celebrating the demise of Republicans who lost, criticizing Don Bolduc, a bad candidate. Maggie Hassan was a beatable candidate. That could have been a pickup for Republicans, but solely because of Donald Trump, he ended up being the nominee. He's celebrating O'Day, a moderate, losing in Colorado. If you want the Republican Party to thrive, we've got to just finally speak out and say, this man is a loser. He lost 2020. He's about to, he's losing his seats that were winnable this time, in time to look toward what the future might look like.
Is there another lesson here also, which is that people are kind of sick of both parties in so many ways? I mean, the fact that it wasn't declarative one way or another, again, we don't know all the results, but that people are just saying, look, I'm going to look at this candidate because, the Democrats, I don't like the way they've handled the economy. But, the Republicans are threatening democracy. And maybe they're figuring, you know what? I don't like any of these guys. I'm going to just vote for the candidate.
I think the ticket splitting is encouraging.
I got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Jake, 2 important projections to bring you, beginning with the race in New York. This race got very close in polling at the end, but in actuality, when the votes were counted, it wasn't very close at all. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul winning her first full term in office. She took over, of course, for disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo after he resigned. She defeats Congressman Lee Zeldin to win a first full term in the state of New York. Next, an update for you from the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz, the incumbent Democrat, projected to win re-election there against Scott Jensen, a physician who made some dubious claims about the COVID-19 vaccine. 2 Democratic incumbents holding on to the governor's mansion in those 2 states. As we turn it over to Dana Bash, who has some analysis for us. Dana?
Thank you so much, Boris. Well, on New York, this was a place that President Biden went more than once, where people were looking and saying, is this a situation where high crime, concern about the economy will actually do in a Democrat in a very blue state? And the answer tonight is no.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those issues were very real in this race. I think it was maybe closer than the Democrats wanted it to be. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals of the state of New York kicked in here, and Kathy Hochul is now an elected governor of that state. And I will say this, maybe tomorrow and the day after, we'll be talking a little bit about why didn't people want to believe that this was not as close? I think that a lot of the races tonight are turning out to be their holds for Democrats in places where I think a lot of Democrats were just nervous about the numbers. They have such PTSD from 2020. We all do. From 2020 and 2018 about not understanding whether the polls are really catching things that were happening.
This goes back to something that you talked about earlier in terms of New Hampshire. A lot of these states are going back to their DNA. Fact is, New York has not had a Republican governor since George Pataki in 2006. And I got to say, the Republicans did make it a lot closer than we thought they were going to. And Lee Zeldin beat Kathy Hochul up on the issue of crime. It seemed to have saliency. And in the last poll I saw, New Yorkers felt crime was a bigger issue than inflation. But in the end, the DNA held. It's a blue state, and Kathy Hochul is the elected governor.
And then the question is, was it actually in danger? And the fact that there was so much attention put on this and other states, kind of like what Van was saying up in New York, that it got Democratic voters energized in a way that they weren't before. Jake?
All right, Dana, we are staying laser focused on those tight Senate races in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Each one is pivotal to determining control of the U.S. Senate. As we wait for more votes to come in and be counted, let's take a quick break and see if the numbers change on the other side. Back after this quick break. It's election night in America. We're waiting for polls to close in Hawaii and Alaska. And while we do, let's give you an update on the status of things right now. In the U.S. Senate, 100 seats. Democrats control 46 of the seats. Republicans control 46 of the seats. There are 8 seats remaining. All Republicans need to do is win one net Democratic seat, and they can wrest control of the Senate. But Republicans are definitely not having the night that they thought they were going to have when it comes to picking up seats. In the U.S. House of Representatives, Democrats control 146 seats. Republicans control 183 seats, including 5 pickups. 106 seats remaining. Remember, the magic number there is 218. Neither party has achieved that as of yet. Let's look at some of the seats in the competitive races and the state of play. Remember, at the beginning of the night, we told you there were 82 competitive House races we were keeping an eye on. Republicans need to win 23 of them as of now. They are leading in 26 of them. So right now, they are on track to be able to win control of the House of Representatives. But we're not making that call yet. This is just the status as of right now with the votes as of right now. But right now, leading in 26 competitive seats, they need to win 23. How about the Democrats? Democrats need to win 49 competitive seats, and they're leading in 40 competitive seats. So Democrats not where they need to be. But let's go back to the Senate races. I want to bring in Casey Hunt. Casey, tell us what's going on, because we got some Senate races. I need to know what's going to happen.
We may be waiting a little while for that, Jake, but we can give you an update as to where they stand right now, which is to say that Georgia remains as close as ever. 20,000 votes separating Herschel Walker from Raphael Warnock right now. Excuse me. Neither one of them above 50% with 90% of the vote in. This could stretch out for 4 weeks. In Pennsylvania, this continues to tighten. John Fetterman, 49.3%. Mehmet Oz, 48.2%. Remember, this would be a Democratic pickup if Fetterman were to win here, which would protect Democrats if they lost elsewhere on the map, say in Nevada, perhaps, where Republicans feel very good about their chances. But we've got 84% of the vote in, and the count is going to keep going in Pennsylvania. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, where Ron Johnson is maintaining his lead, the Republican incumbent, over Democrat Mandela Barnes, who sits at 48.4%. So right now, we've always expected this race to be very, very close. Johnson is really doing what he needs to do at this hour, 80% of the vote in Wisconsin. And let's check in now on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting at 57.8% to the Republican Blake Masters 39.9%. That's a pretty comfortable lead. I think we need to know a little bit more about where the vote is still outstanding in Arizona. Let's now check in on Utah. This is a really interesting one. Mike Lee, the incumbent Republican, at 53.7%. He is facing a challenge from independent Evan McMullin. You may remember him from his brief presidential bid. He was in the CIA. He is someone who has mounted a challenge to Lee, hasn't said who he would conference with. Mitt Romney has stayed out of this race. So far, McMullin is behind Lee, but that's a strong number for an independent running in a situation like this, Jake.
Well, one of the great things about these election nights, Casey, is that we have no idea what's going to happen. It's up to the voters, not the pollsters, not the pundits. It's up to the voters, and the voters are giving us some surprises this evening. And probably nobody is more surprised than the man who is the leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. Let's go check in with Manu Raju. He's at the headquarters of House Republicans. Manu, I think that it's fair to say that by now people thought that it would be a bacchanal at House Republican headquarters. It would be raucous. The champagne corks would be popped. It seems kind of serene.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy had hoped that this hour, in the 11 p.m. Eastern hour, that he would be out here declaring victory. They were preparing to give a victory speech at this time, but there are too many races that are too close to call. And talking to his advisors, they are saying they are waiting to see how some key races in the West break, see some key races in the Midwest break before Kevin McCarthy comes out and addresses his supporters. Now, they are still very confident that they will get not just the votes, enough seats to take back the House, but enough seats to have what they consider a comfortable governing majority. They have set a bar at 20 seats, picking up 20 seats. I am told by a Republican source that they are still confident they can get there, in large part because of success they are seeing in New York. They believe that could help them ultimately get to where they want to go. Now, McCarthy himself has met with his political advisors at the National Republican Congressional Campaign Committee this evening, as well as his super PAC that has spent hundreds of millions of dollars in key races, as he has tracked races race by race, talked to some of the candidates whose support he will also need at the end of the day to become Speaker should Republicans regain the House. But Republicans still confident, even though it's going slower than they anticipated, as they wait for the final numbers and for the final margin of a potential majority. Jake?
Yeah, I mean, we should point out, Manu, that earlier this year, Kevin McCarthy was anticipating and talking about how they were going to pick up 60 seats, 60 seats. Now they're talking about 20, and it's not clear that they're going to get there.
Yeah, no question about it. They had expected a huge wave before the Dobbs decision, which changed the dynamics completely. And then ultimately there were concerns that they could potentially even be a single-digit victory for the Republicans. If it were that narrow, it would make McCarthy's task of governing incredibly difficult, given it would empower some of the folks on the far right of his conference, which is why they've invested a ton of money to expand their potential pickups to around 20 seats. No more are they talking about that 60-seat massive wave. A 20-seat majority they believe would be enough to get their agenda through and not have problems with that right flank of their conference. Can they get there, Jake? Still an open question at this late hour.
All right, Manu Raju at the House Republican headquarters, where they have yet to put on the Kool and the Gang in celebration. Phil Mattingly at the White House right now. What are you hearing from President Biden and his top aides?
You know, Jake, to give you a sense of things, just a few seconds ago, I got a text message from a Democratic official who said, "I love the backdrop behind Manu Raju right now." There is a recognition that this is a night that has gone in a different direction, that even in probably their most optimistic view of things, for Democrats and for some White House officials, that this is better than what they could have imagined. Now, keep in mind, if there was one area where White House officials thought that there was a clear path and one thing that they definitely wanted to secure coming out of this night, it would be maintaining that Senate majority. That is not locked in by any means right now. There are still a number of very tight races out there. But when you look at the broader map and talking to White House officials, they understand right now that this is a very different picture than most people were predicting going into the night, and a very different picture than some of them were expecting. Even last night, the president, the congenital optimist himself, made clear that holding on to the House was going to be a very tough task. Now, nobody here is predicting the Democrats will necessarily hold on to the House, but they are very clear that they have won a lot of races that looked like they would be tipping towards Republicans. One in particular stands out when you talk to White House officials. That was the victory of Abigail Spanberger earlier tonight down in Virginia. It was a toss-up race. It was one that Republicans were really targeting, but it was also one that to some degree was personal for the president. It was Abigail Spanberger who criticized the president and his wide-ranging agenda in the New York Times last year after the first major loss for the president in terms of an electoral sense, the Virginia governor's race. Biden called her, joked around with her, ended up visiting her district. White House officials very much wanted her to win because they knew that would be a sign that there was not going to be a wave. This had a potential for being a positive night for them. They won. And right now they feel pretty good about things, Jake.
Yeah, or at least not a negative night for them, not the kind they were fearing. We have projections for you now, and 5 of them are for Democrats winning, and 1 is for a Republican winning. In Tennessee, Republican Andy Ogles, a former mayor and conservative think tank executive, has flipped a seat in Tennessee. It is a Nashville area district that got much more Republican after redistricting. Democrat Greg Landsman has flipped a seat in Ohio. This is a surprise and a big win for Democrats. He beat longtime incumbent Republican Steve Chabot. This congressional district includes Cincinnati and became a lot bluer after redistricting. Democrat Marcy Kaptur in Ohio, one of the longest-serving members of the House, has been reelected in Ohio. She defeated a far-right Trump supporter who was at or near the Capitol on January 6th. That's after her district was made more Republican. She won anyway. Ohio State legislator Amelia Sykes has won an open seat for Democrats in northern Ohio. It's a swing district that Biden won by 3. Kansas Democrat Sharice Davids has won a 3rd term. She's one of the first 2 Native American women to serve in Congress. That is a tough congressional district. It's a battleground district. She has been reelected. Rhode Island State Treasurer Seth Magaziner has held on to an open seat for Democrats. It's a district Biden won by 14. Republicans thought they could pick it off in a wave year. Apparently, it's not the year they thought they were going to have. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the House of Representatives. Democrats have 155 House seats, including 1 pickup. Republicans have 184 House seats, including 6 pickups. 96 seats remain. The magic number 218. In terms of the state of play, looking at the competitive seats we told you at the beginning of the night, we were keeping an eye on and watching pretty much to determine who was going to be able to control the House of Representatives. Republicans have to win 22 competitive seats. Democrats have to win 44 competitive seats. And right now, we're taking a look at those competitive seats and counting the votes and trying to figure out who is actually going to win. It still seems as though Republicans are on to a possible path to taking control of the House of Representatives. But this is not the night, as you can tell by the crickets chirping behind Manu Raju at the Republican headquarters. This is not the night they thought they were going to have.
No, and what an odd moment, a crossroads moment we're at in this night, in the sense that Joe Biden could well beat the national historical averages here in both the House and the Senate, and yet he could still lose both the House and the Senate.
Right.
In that the going back to the Reagan days, the average of the House, the first midterm, is 31 seats. Right. On the map right now, they may get there, but I don't see 31 seats on the map right now for Republicans.
Tough,
I see them getting a majority right now. It's not done, but I can see that. I'll show it to you in a second. And then the national average since Reagan in your first midterm election in the Senate is -2. Joe Biden, of course, can't lose any. And the Senate, I don't think we're going to know the answer tonight. I'm getting ahead of our people out there, but I don't think we're going to know the answer tonight. But we'll see as we go. So this is the full House as you're watching it fill in, right? And the important part is, we talked earlier, there's 1 red there in New England. I'll come to in a minute. We talked about Republicans wanted to pick up a bunch in New England, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. That's a lot of blue. Republicans are trying this. We're still counting out here. But if you see that blue line all the way up the coast, then you're not having a huge Republican night. You can still get a Republican majority, but there were several districts out there they wanted to pick up. And then I want to come here to the middle of the country, and I'm going to change the map in a second and look at the blue there. Because the idea was Republicans were going to have a big night, and they were especially going to have a night in the competitive states. So let's look at the competitive races as we come through here. Just narrow it down to the 82 competitive seats. Yes, there is a path, a very plausible path, even I would say a likely path to a Republican majority. We're not there yet. I'll count them out for you. But look at all this blue. Look at all this blue, again, in New England. So I'm going to do 1 New England seat left on the board here. This was blue when we looked at it earlier. We talked about this race, Jahana Hayes. If you're looking at this now, the Republicans say, maybe we'll get this one in Connecticut. I would caution. Watch this one as well, because you see the areas in the district that are not filled in. This is New Britain, Connecticut, Democrat by 34 points in the last presidential election. You come up here to Farmington, Connecticut, Democrat by 22 points in the last election. You come here, you're in Avon, Connecticut, Democrats by 23 points in the last election. So the votes that are still out in Connecticut's 5th district, these counties out here, the towns out here, they're not counties, also big Democratic areas.
And just to remind people, Democrats were worried enough about this district, they sent Vice President Kamala Harris there to campaign a few weeks ago.
Right, and Dana mentioned this earlier, and I think Abby as well, the late Democratic scramble when they started to think, okay, Some blue states are in trouble. Some blue places are in trouble. The Democrats sort of started moving the bodies around and moving some money around. And it may turn out, again, when we have the final vote, that's a conversation for later in the week. But then you come here. The Republicans were going to pick up a whole bunch in New York, right? Well, they may pick up some in New York. The question is, are you going to get all of them in New York? Sean Patrick Maloney, the Democratic Campaign Committee chairman, is still running behind there. But will there be a massive turnover in New York? You don't see it in the numbers now. But you do see, again, if they pick up that seat, that's one, and they only need a net gain of 5. So you come back down here, and again, we come through your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just a minute ago, this one here was red. And you see this. This is such a competitive district. If you look at the district, Joe Biden won this district by less than 1 percentage point, 0.6, right? So there you have it, right? There you have it. This is one of the most competitive places in America, in one of the most competitive states, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This has gone back and forth. It's at 93%.
Charlie Dent's old district.
Charlie Dent's old district. The lines are a little different, but yes, roughly Charlie Dent's old district. And then you come to Matt Cartwright. Again, this is a Republican district. 3 points, Trump would have won it if the lines were the same in 2020. Matt Cartwright at the moment with a bigger margin there, holding on. I was up in these districts about 8 weeks ago. Susan Wild said, if Matt Cartwright and I hold on, we will hold our majority. That may have been overly optimistic, but if they hold on, the margins. And again, Western Pennsylvania, Summer Lee, 99% of the vote in, ahead in a district Republicans wanted to take. This one here, this is a surprise to Republicans here. Chris Deluzio, we were talking about this area of the state earlier in the Senate race, and we'll talk about it later. But the Democrats, again, holding on there. And you come out.
Is that Connor Lamb's old seat?
That's Connor. His lines are a little different, but that's Connor Lamb's old district. Again, a more moderate centrist Democrat in a tough area. But Democrats are winning in tough areas tonight. That was what the Republicans did not bet on happening. Democrats are winning, or at least fighting in the ones we haven't called in tough areas. So we come down to Virginia. We've talked about this before. I won't dwell on it. But 2 out of the 3, the Democrats are holding. Republicans thought they could get 2. They had dreamy hopes of getting the 3rd one. That was unrealistic, I think, from the beginning. But this, Phil was just talking about at the White House, it's not just because Abigail Spanberger won. It's because this district is like so many other competitive districts across the country. So if you have a good candidate and she can hold on, then you're thinking we can replicate this as we grow across the country, which is why I want to move now to the Midwest. The state of Ohio. The Republican Senate candidate won. The Republican gubernatorial candidate won re-election, Mike DeWine, in a walk, right? In a walk. And yet, Marcy Kaptur, holding on here, redrawn district, right? You see the red out here? They added this to her district to make it tougher. Thinking in a midterm year, Democratic president's first midterm, Marcy Kaptur, again, another frontline Democrat who managed to scratch and claw district by district her way to re-election. And you can see by the counties here, higher population here in Toledo, that's how she does it.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure, please.
Interject one thing. This guy, J.R. Majewski, who lost, we've called this race. Right. Not only was he there on January 6th at the Capitol, according to press reports, he lied about his combat service. I think one of the lessons that we're going to learn, and it's early yet, of course, is when Republicans put normal candidates out in these competitive seats, they can win. And then when they put extremists out, they make it much easier for the Democrats to hold on to the seats or to win.
Absolutely. Candidate quality matters. And the flip side of that is Republicans would have said, A, we made her district tougher. B, friend of Nancy Pelosi, in an anti-democratic year, we're going to finally get Marcy Kaptur. She goes home every weekend. She cuts the ribbon. She shows up in the right places. She works the district, right? Now, I say that about Democrats or Republicans who do it. She puts the work in to be able to scratch it out. She has a brand. She has a local brand that can sometimes overcome national dynamics. But again, Republicans thought they could pick up some of these seats. Look at this seat here. This is a newly drawn district here. You have the Democratic candidate ahead, 14,000 votes. This is one Republicans. What you figure your Senate candidate's winning, your gubernatorial candidate's winning big. Why don't we pick up this district? It's only Democrat +3. That has been the challenge, right? Republicans thought anything Biden won by 1 point is ours. Anything Biden won by 2 points is ours. They thought they could get districts. Abigail Spanberger's is 6 points. This is Biden won this district by only 3 points. The Democrat is scratching and clawing tonight. And then here, this is a pickup. It's a redrawn district, more favorable to Democrats.
But he's been in Congress forever.
He was in Congress, he lost, and then he came back, way back in the Tea Party years. I've been around a while. This, with the redrawn lines, this is a Democratic district. Yeah. So, it's not a shock that the Democrat won it, but in a year, again, where the Republicans think we're taking Democratic territory. We are taking back places we lost, especially in the suburbs in the Trump years. That's a big win. That is a big win for the Democrats because Republicans need net 5. That's a Democratic takeaway of a Republican incumbent, right?
Right.
So, so it's a swap, if you will. Republicans get one here, we take that there. Makes the math more complicated, keeps the House majority margin down if that's where they get. So you're just looking at this map where Republicans thought most of this, or at least half of this, would be red. That's not the case. Democrats are still on their heels because the margin's so close.
You know,
they can only lose 5.
The interesting thing is, if one takes from this night, and again, we're still waiting for results to come in, but if one takes from this night that the Republicans nominating some extreme candidates ultimately hurt their ability to reclaim as much of a majority as they want. They still are on track to reclaim the House. The fact is, though, that narrower majority, and who knows if it's going to be 5 votes or 20, but that narrower majority is actually only going to empower the extremists that are going to win, who are in the Republican Party, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world, because they will, their votes for McCarthy as Speaker and for whatever are going to be so much more important that actually the irony of so many extremists losing is going to empower the extremists who remain.
Right. Kevin McCarthy, assuming he is the Speaker, and it looks as if he will be, will have a much shorter leash, if you will, to negotiate with Joe Biden. To negotiate with the Senate Republicans. One of the more fascinating dynamics of whether the Senate Republicans take the majority or not is the McCarthy-McConnell relationship, because that is Mars and Venus in terms of how they approach governing. It just is. Now, we don't know the final numbers yet, and I want to emphasize that because remember in 2018, it took a long time to count the districts out in California.
Sure.
But I was just texting with a very smart Republican who says 20. We'll be lucky to get to 25, right? So that would be, and it could be smaller than that. So what you might get here is the idea was, is this a big, giant change election? The House number is going to change. I think it's likely, and I'm getting out ahead of our smart people on the decision desk, but I think, based on this, Republican, my guess, my experience says Republicans get a majority, but it's not a huge majority, so it's not a ton of change. And then you come over here.
I mean, the only other thing is, like, when George W. Bush got hammered in 2006, he called it a thumping.
Right.
When Barack Obama got hammered in 2010, he called it a shellacking. Right. I don't know that Biden's going to have to come up with a gerund to describe what's happening tonight. It's unclear. But can we look at some of the governor's races right now? Because I'd really like to look at the Arizona race, because that's one where a lot of people are concerned because Kari Lake is an election denier, and 51% of the vote in, she's losing.
Right, and so we won't draw big conclusions tonight, and nobody at home should either, but if you have a Republican swing, but a modest one, a modest Republican majority in the House, we're going to be at the Senate for a long time. The next piece of what happened in 2022 will be these governor's races, because all governor's races are important, but this one we're looking at a half dozen others in the key battleground states. You mentioned an election denier there, 51% of the vote in. That's what you want if you're Katie Hobbs. The question is, what are we missing, right? And so this is where Arizona is decided for the most part. More than 60% of the vote. It's one of the fastest growing areas in America. It's one of the most fascinating political areas in America. Phoenix and the sprawling and growing suburbs around it. Right now, Katie Hobbs has 58% in the county where Kari Lake for 10 years was an anchor woman in people's homes. That's who she's trying to convince these suburban Republicans, a lot of whom did not vote for Donald Trump. I'm Kari Lake, your anchor, not the Trump acolyte. You get out into these counties, that's where she wants to be the Trump acolyte and run it up here. But let's take a look at Maricopa County. Because
it's D+2, right?
D+2.
And Katie Hobbs is winning by 16, 17 points.
53% of the vote. So we have to check in. Okay. David could tell us what this vote is. The election day vote here is this is the behavior of the voters here follows closely the Trump model because he does have such a base there. So we need to watch that.
Okay.
But if you're Katie Hobbs, that's what you want. That's what you want, your margin. But your bulk of your votes, 61% here in Maricopa County. And then you come down here to Pima County, and you've got another 15%. 75% of the vote, 76% of the vote right there in those two counties. Katie Hobbs, again, ahead at 45%. Let's see what that number is when we're up to 65%. You build up the margin with the early vote. The question is, can you hold it when the rest of it comes in? But if you're looking at the map right now, both in the governor's race and in the Senate race here, Mark Kelly running more healthy ahead. Republicans were claiming all sorts of late momentum here. This tells us you have a battleground state as you play it out. And you mentioned the governor's races. You just come back out. And again, sometimes you have to be careful what you see elsewhere in the news, if you will. But right now, that's Senate. Let me come back to the governor's race here. Sorry. Right now, this one is fascinating because the big question was, with the third-party candidate help the Republican to victory in Oregon. We're at 63%. Still a long way to go in counting the races here. The West Coast has been Democratic for so long. Republicans were very eager. When I started covering presidential politics, Oregon was a competitive state in presidential politics.
Oh, I remember flying out there with the George W. Bush campaign in
right.
both Washington and Oregon, yeah.
It is not anymore. I mean, it started in the Reagan days. I mean, as you come up here, it is not anymore. Republicans, again, they're looking for trophies, and they're looking to say we're rewriting the map. And I think that's the question. You do not see a dramatic rewriting of the map when you look at the House races so far, and when you look at the governor's races, not yet anyway, you don't see it. Again, if you watched another network, Kathy Hochul was going to be sent home. Kathy Hochul is the now fully elected governor of the state of New York.
And I said at the beginning of the night that a smart Democratic pollster said he was going to be watching three things: the New York governor's race, the New Hampshire Senate race, and the three Democratic congresswomen in the vulnerable and competitive districts in Virginia. And right now we have called New Hampshire for the Democrat. We've called for the Senate race. We've called the New York governor's race for the Democrat. That wasn't necessarily about whether or not Lee Zeldin was going to win, but about how close it was going to be. It wasn't apparently that close. And the Democrats have won 2 out of the 3 seats. So that Democratic pollster, who's not a guy who spins me, he's feeling pretty good right now.
Right. And so again, you come back to, I don't know if irony is the right word, just where we are in the sense that, President Biden is having a better night than even many Democrats thought he was going to have. We're not done yet, but as we get, where are we now? 20 past midnight, so happy Wednesday. He had a better election day as we continue the count into the day after, even though he looks like he's going to, at least in the House, beat the historical average. The Senate is still an open question mark. So you can have a historically pretty good night and still have your life change dramatically, meaning the Republicans take the House with a narrow majority, which makes it even harder, as you noted. And then we still know he could still lose the Senate. The history books will record it as a better than average night, and his daily reality will be miserable.
We don't know about Pennsylvania. We don't know about Georgia, and Nevada is a big question mark.
I just wanted to check this one since we're here at 87.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Fetterman, I just want to look at it because you mentioned it. I just like looking back at the margins. And, Fetterman's holding on. And again, where are the votes missing? You come in here.
Philly.
That's mostly Oz would have to really overperform, not win the suburbs, but with all the votes down here, Oz needs to would have to really amp it up in the suburbs. We don't see it yet, but we have to, that's why we count him.
So let's talk about Fetterman for 1 second, because I think a lot of people thought that, first of all, Oz had momentum going into the race, especially after the Senate debate, where Fetterman had difficulty. And also just that Fetterman's stroke was going to really end his chances. One of the things, I was talking to a top Democrat in Pennsylvania, and he said when Fetterman ran in the primary, he had a strategy about rural votes. One of the ways he racked up he totally ran away with the primary, the Democratic primary, was he won 33 of the Republican of the rural counties, the 33 of them by more than 70%. And we were talking about margins earlier in this, having to do with margins in Georgia, margins in North Carolina. I want you to look at 3 rural counties, and we're going to look at how Fetterman did or is doing versus how Biden did. And these are all counties where Biden lost and Fetterman is losing, but it's a question, again, of the margins. So if we could start with Westmoreland County.
Westmoreland's right here. That's where Latrobe and the big Trump rally was, with Fetterman Oz just within the last week.
Okay, so this is 19 points?
19, yeah.
19 points. Fetterman is losing by 19 points. How did...
28.
And Biden lost by 28.
Biden lost by 28. So on the margins, Fetterman is dramatically overperforming Biden in that county.
Jefferson County?
Come down here for that one. Jefferson is here.
Right. So 50 points. Fetterman is losing this by 50 points.
Biden lost
by almost 60 points.
59.
And then Somerset County.
Right along the southern border.
Okay, so Fetterman losing by 50. And Biden lost by 56.
Right. And so Fetterman said he was going to campaign in Trump country. He said he was going to win. But winning for him is cutting the margins. 56, that matter. Again, went through this in the Georgia Senate race. The margins matter. And I'll give you one more, because was the mayor of Braddock. He's from all those counties you just mentioned happen to also be on his end of the state. We always focus over here, because it's the largest population center. And in close races, Philadelphia and those big crowded suburbs around it. But if you're doing what you need to do out here, the way you knock the other guys off, you're right. You're absolutely right. Those are just three. You'd find other of the Trump counties, the Republican counties, where Fetterman overperforms Biden. And then look at his home county. Braddock is here in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. It's a small town. He was the mayor. And so he's getting here, what's that? Almost 30 points, right? 28 points?
Yeah.
28 points. Joe Biden wins it by 20. So
Right.
in a Democratic stronghold, but you look at this, you look at the county and it's blue. It's all blue. Pittsburgh is blue. When you start getting out here, this county's red, right? It's not like across the street. It suddenly gets blue across the street. This part, if you look at the voting precincts, there's a lot of red out here. That's where Braddock is.
Yeah.
And John Fetterman is cutting into the
So
margins
that's why
there
it's close
as well.
That's why it's close. Again, we don't know what's going to happen, but that is why it's close right now. Fetterman, of course, a known quantity, the lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania. Anderson?
Thanks very much. I want to go to Kim La in Arizona. She's at the headquarters of the Republican candidates for governor and Senate, Carrie Lake and Blake Masters. Kim, Carrie Lake spoke moments ago. What is she saying?
Just a few moments ago, Anderson, she delivered a fiery and a really questionable speech to this crowd at this point. She is trying to make a connection between the mistake that we have seen here in Maricopa County with some of the polling places, some of the tabulation machines that have had trouble trying to read some of these ballots. And she's making that akin to corruption and tying it to the 2020 election lie. I want you to take a brief listen to a portion of what she just said.
And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections.
Let's underscore that there is no evidence of dishonesty or corruption in this election so far. There was a mistake with the tabulators. It was corrected. So then she did also, Anderson, take a turn to asking the crowd to have patience. That is something that we've heard from many of the campaigns here in Arizona. Having covered the state a number of times through a number of elections, things can change very quickly. It is obvious for anyone who has covered this state that the leader, the winner who right now at this moment, because we're just looking at the early ballots, that person may not stay in the lead. So what you are hearing from Carrie Lake is, yes, she is asking for patience. There are a lot of votes out there that have yet to be counted. It is too early to say who has won in any of these top races. But this connection that we have seen, Anderson, is certainly a touchstone to what may predict what's going to happen in the next few days with the Lake campaign. Anderson?
Kim La, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Back with the team here in New York. Not a surprise that Carrie Lake would be hearkening back to 2020 and trying to create some sort of buffer around her by already sort of talking about corruption.
Throughout this race, she's proven to be probably the least responsible candidate in terms of espousing conspiracy theories, creating sort of this fear that something is going to go wrong in the election process, when very clearly Maricopa County put out a statement clearing up the wrongdoing hours ago. What I think is interesting, we're all kind of trying to decide what's the theme, what lessons can we learn from the results we've seen so far. And I think it's too early to tell. But one thing I did notice is there's a bit of a referendum on election deniers between Bolduc losing, Mastriano losing, and even Zeldin. Now, I'm not saying those are the only reasons those races were lost, but she may actually find that she doesn't fare as well as she was expected to. Voters, I think, are sophisticated enough to realize they don't want to go through that exercise again. What we saw on January 6th, what we saw after Donald Trump lost the election.
It's interesting. President Biden came out, days ago talking about focusing on election liars and January 6th, was criticized for it as having a message that wasn't right. It wasn't an economic message.
Mm-hmm. He may have been wiser than we knew. And what I will say is that it does seem, the things I see are a lot of people were underestimating Democrats. That's the bottom line. Mandela Barnes, is 80% of the votes count. Mandela Barnes is within 2 points of winning the Senate race. He was written off. He's too left-wing. He's too crazy. There's no possible way. There's something out there that we were not able to pick up on. Tim Ryan put up a heck of a fight. They had to drop $30 million on him to stop him, and he put on a clinic. So there's something happened as we got closer to Election Day, where the polls were telling us one thing, but the people were feeling something very different. And I think the polls actually jump-started something out there.
And just remember, when this started out, let's press rewind, go back maybe 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks ago, it was going to be a close race for the House, or maybe even go to the summer. The House was going to be close. The Senate was out of reach for Republicans, never going to happen. And then, the narrative started shifting, and it became this, the Republicans are going to win this wave. The Senate's going to fall. The House is going to be gone by 40 votes.
That's what you said.
I was never saying that. I'm always like, look, cautiously optimistic here. But, the narrative was probably, neither of those narratives were true, right?
Yeah.
The narrative that was true was it's going to be a close race along the way, the whole way.
Listen,
and here we are on election night. Democracy wins.
For almost the entire year, there was an anticipation that this was going to be a very strong Republican year for a whole range of reasons. There was a brief period during the summer where it looked like a Category 5 storm would be a Category 3 storm, but it may not even be a Category 3 storm. But getting back to Kari Lake, she is the sort of warrior queen of election denial. So, she built her whole campaign around it. She's told reporters consistently she wouldn't agree that she would accept the results of the election. And I suspect if she doesn't win, she was laying the predicate there for not accepting the results of the election. But we should point out that half the vote is in Arizona. Most of it was, I think maybe all of it came in early vote, mail-in vote, favored Democrats. The vote that's yet to be counted is the vote that was cast today, and it figures to be heavily Republican. So these races are very much in the air. But it really is outrageous that, she really is sort of a more refined version of Donald Trump.
Refined? I don't even.
Well, no, in terms of her presentation.
Oh. Better lighting, maybe. Better lighting.
Better lighting and better makeup.
Yes, exactly. I don't know with better lighting, better makeup, but the storyline is the same, which is I win or the election was stolen. There's no third. I hope that you're right that what we saw tonight in some of these other races was a repudiation of that kind of politics.
Well, when you're voting for governor, you're not voting and say, oh, that person's an election denier. You're voting for somebody who has an impact on your everyday life. And Kari Lake, so far as I could tell, is talking more about the past and denial and Donald Trump and riding those coattails. And for tonight, what we've seen so far, those coattails are not so long. And so she may have been barking up the wrong tree here. We don't know the answer to that. McCarthy may have been barking up the wrong tree, thinking he was going to have a huge majority. If he doesn't have a huge majority tonight, his life is not going to be easy. He's going to have a really uncontrollable caucus, not to change the subject from Kari Lake, but that's a whole other interesting storyline here.
A couple of things that are jumping out to me. You have a country that is very dissatisfied with its government. Obviously, right track, wrong track is off the map. Very dissatisfied with inflation. Biden is not overwhelmingly popular, although 45, 46 is different than being at 40.
Right.
Congress is not popular. And yet, again, a lot of votes to count. It may be that the country sends a relatively similar Congress back to, there's a little bit of a shift in the House, possibly very little shift in the Senate. It's interesting to me. The other thing that is jumping out is Republicans getting close in a lot of these races, but not being able to close the deal. And I want to dig into this later, but it must be independent voters, because it strikes me that Republicans back Republicans, Democrats back Democrats. The Republican anticipation was that independents were so sour on Biden and the direction of the country that they would just break Republican.
Yeah.
And it may be even if they just broke evenly, that was enough to help Democrats just hold off in some of these close races. And I don't know. To me, the story about the independent voter and what they want is really something to dig into.
I think the other thing is we may have underpolled young people. I think there's something happening because I'm hearing from people who are still standing in line on campuses for 2 hours after the polls closed wanting to vote. Biden actually performed very well for young people when you talk about student loan stuff, marijuana, climate, and there's that concern about abortions out there. We missed something. we miss something. It's whether it's the independent voters or the young voters or something out there. But I think that what you're going to look at tomorrow morning, and some of this stuff is going to go back more in a red direction. There's some blue mirage stuff going on. But I think everybody's going to have to look in the mirror and say, I don't think that we understand what the American people are going through. This much economic pain should have resulted in a revolt against
Just on this one point of young people, there were enormous lines in Michigan where there's an abortion, constitutional amendment on abortion that is on the ballot there. University of Michigan, I was told today, 4-hour lines to vote. And so it may be that in places, in Wisconsin, 90% turnout in Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is, that is a place where abortion, I think, is a concern because of the legislature and potentially the change of governors. So where it's really in jeopardy or on the ballot, I think young people have been highly motivated.
Coming up, more votes, more projections on this very exciting election night as we watch vote counting play out live in Nevada. Stay right there. It is right after the break. We'll bring you there.
Welcome back to Election Night in America. We have some CNN projections for you for some House races. In Texas, the 34th Congressional District, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez defeats Mayra Flores. Vicente Gonzalez is the winner in that race in Texas. In Illinois' 13th Congressional District, Democrat Nikki Budzinski has flipped an open seat that was gerrymandered to become more blue. She's a former Biden administration official. She will defeat Regan Deering. And then in New Jersey's 7th Congressional District, Republican Thomas Kean Jr. has defeated incumbent Congressman Tom Malinowski. Malinowski is the incumbent. Kean Jr., the former New Jersey Senate Republican leader, and also son of the former New Jersey governor and chair of the 9/11 Commission, Tom Kean. Let's look at the balance of power right now. 218 seats are needed to control the House of Representatives, 165 seats. The Democrats have 165, including 2 pickups. Republicans have 190 seats, including 7 pickups, 80 seats remaining right now. The state of play right now when it comes to those competitive seats, those 82 competitive seats we've been looking at the entire night, Republicans need to win 21 of them. Democrats need to win 40 of them. So Republicans have an easier task ahead of them. Let's look at these other 2 races right now that are very interesting as votes are coming in. In Colorado's 7th and 3rd Congressional District, Lauren Boebert, the incumbent Republican congresswoman, a firebrand, some would say an extremist, is currently losing. She's 8,551 votes behind her Democratic challenger, Adam Frisch, with 80% of the vote in. That is a surprising result as of now. It is not the end. We're still looking at the votes. They're still counting them. And then in New York, at the 17th Congressional District, Sean Maloney, who is in addition to being an incumbent congressman, he is the chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He is losing with 85% of the vote in to Michael Lawler, a local state representative. We also have some governor's races for you right now. Boris Sanchez has those.
Jake, we have a pair of projections to bring you, both of them Democratic holds. First, in the state of New Mexico, incumbent Democrat Michelle Lujan Grisham, the only Latina governor in the United States. She defeats former TV weatherman Mark Ronchetti for another 4 years in New Mexico. In the state of Connecticut, another Democratic win. Incumbent Democrat Ned Lamont winning his rematch against Bob Stefanowski. This race decided by 3 percentage points last time around, a much bigger margin this time, securing another 4 years for Ned Lamont. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now. 4 races where Democrats are defeating either election deniers or election questioners, starting with Arizona. Katie Hobbs right now, 172,000 votes ahead of Kari Lake, 52% of the vote in Arizona. Let's get an update now from Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat, 133,000 votes ahead of conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, 62% of the vote in Michigan. As we take a look at Wisconsin, a very close race there. Joe Biden won this state by only about 20,000 votes last time. That's roughly the advantage that incumbent Democrat Tony Evers has right now, about 25,000 votes ahead of Tim Michels, with 83% of the vote in Wisconsin. We also have an update to bring you in the state of Kansas. This race, very, very close. Incumbent Democrat Laura Kelly, perhaps the most vulnerable incumbent Democrat on the entire map, 24,000 votes ahead right now of Derek Schmidt with 86% of the vote in Kansas. And we have a bonus projection to bring you. In a Secretary of State race in Georgia, this guy became a household name after the 2020 election. Brad Raffensperger caught on tape as Donald Trump tried to convince him to find 11,000 votes in the Peach State. Raffensperger refused. Donald Trump made him a target, but he wins re-election as the Secretary of State in Georgia. Let's turn it over to Casey Hunt now. You've got an update for us on Senate races, Casey.
Yes, and we are going to start, as we always have, it seems, this evening in that same state, which is Georgia. Raphael Warnock has actually ticked into the lead here, but man, look how close this is. 12,631 votes right now of literally millions. You can see it on the screen, separating Warnock from Walker. Again, both under 50%. Question remains, can someone get to the point where they avoid a runoff, or are we looking at 4 more weeks of this fight that we have seen? 94% of the vote in Georgia. Let's check in now on Pennsylvania, which is turning out to be our other linchpin. John Fetterman, 49.2%. Mehmet Oz, 48.3%. You heard Jake and John King really breaking down where some of the votes are out. Here, Fetterman seems to be outperforming what Biden did in some of the rural counties, but we're still waiting on those big numbers in counties like Philadelphia. 88% of the vote in, but this really could be where the Senate hinges. Now let's take a look at Wisconsin. Ron Johnson sitting at 51.6%. He is doing better than the Republican gubernatorial candidate, and Mandela Barnes is underperforming the sitting governor, Tony Evers, 51.6% to 48.2%. For this race, still very close, but Johnson right now doing what he needs to do with 83% of the vote in here. Now let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting at 57.2%. Pretty comfortable lead over Blake Masters, who's got 40.5%. It's tightened a little bit since the last time we took a look at this. We really need to know where we're still waiting on votes to fully understand what this means at this hour of the night. We've got 53% of the vote in Arizona, Jake.
All right, Casey. Wow, lots of votes still out there. And John King and I are going to dive into Georgia, where 6% of the vote is remaining outstanding. Raphael Warnock has taken a slight lead at 49.1%. He's 12,000 votes ahead. So what are we looking for? We're going to tell you right after this quick break. All right, so here we are back at the Magic Wall with John King, and he's going to tell us what's going on in Georgia right now. Neither Warnock nor Walker is above 50%. So if it were to stay like this, it would go to a runoff. But let's forget that for now and just tell me, where is the outstanding vote and how are they performing?
So we've got 6% still outstanding here, and let's just take a look at where it is across the state. And again, if you're joining us or haven't been with us early in the night, the larger the circle, the bigger slice of the outstanding vote is within that circle. The blue says the Democrat is leading in this area. The red says the Republican is leading, doesn't mean they'll win, but leading in that area. So where are the largest circles, right? Most of them are right here in Atlanta and the suburbs, and they are by far, the biggest slice of the vote still outstanding to be counted is in these Democratic areas. So, but your eyes tell you advantage Warnock when you look at that. I just want to caution you, look at how many other counties. There are votes out everywhere, right? In some of these counties, it's a very small percentage of vote that's out. But you have these counties where Herschel Walker, it's tiny. It's less than 0.5% of the population.
Well, that's 10,000 votes.
Right. But if you add a couple hundred here, you add a couple hundred here. So you have to be careful. We need to count them all. In a state this close and this competitive, sometimes you can just say, there's 100,000 votes out here. The margins were done. This state is so competitive, and you have a lot of Republican votes still to be counted. But your eyes don't lie. The biggest proportion of the vote, let me come up here, I moved the map a little bit, is here. And we're getting into the suburbs right around Atlanta, where most competitive races in statewide elections in America are decided in the suburbs. Cobb County, where it's a 14-point advantage right now, 15-point advantage right now for Senator Warnock. Still a good chunk of votes out there. Fulton County is Atlanta, the largest county in the state. Atlanta here, suburbs to the north and south, about 10% of the state population. Again, Joe Biden won this county by 46. Senator Warnock's doing better than that. If you add it all up there, so he's doing well. Then you come out here, you start moving out to the suburbs. Gwinnett County, 18-point Biden win there. Again, You're looking at 21 right there. So Warnock is overperforming Biden in most of these counties where you still have a large percentage, or a decent percentage, I should say, a decent share of the outstanding votes as you see the circle. So you come back in. Again, the only cautionary tale is we have seen this happen before watching Trump races when these counties start to come in. And again, this is at 1.1. It's 21 in terms of the 159 counties in terms of population size, but it's an 18-point win there. So Herschel Walker will pick up some votes here, which tells you if I'm sitting in the Warnock campaign headquarters, I'm reasonably optimistic looking at that. But if we have lived through Georgia elections, we're going to count these. And then, again, we're going to have to count them to the end. And then we're going to have to see if who's ever on top then is above 50. And December 6th, if the answer is no.
Neck and neck. Let's drive up I-95. You know where I'm heading?
You're heading home.
Pennsylvania.
So we'll bring it up right here and look at it. This one here, 56,735 votes for the Democrat, 89%. Let's do the same. Let's just take a look at where I still have outstanding votes here. And this, your eyes here don't lie, and it's a little more significant. Yes, you have some tiny dots in these tiny rural counties, but they're tiny, which means it's a very small percentage of the outstanding vote. What do we mean by that? 99% reported here. You move over here just to check the numbers here. Potter County, 99%. So when you see just the little, very tiny dots, we're not talking many votes here.
It's a speck.
Right. So then you see where are the bigger circles? They're in Allegheny County, where John Fetterman is romping. This is his home county. Braddock, Pennsylvania is where he was the mayor before lieutenant governor. That's right here. That is, to borrow a term from a past midterm, a shellacking in Allegheny County. And then you come over here to the birthplace of one Jake Tapper, Philadelphia, and the suburbs around it. So we'll come straight in first. I just crossed the border there. You told me not to do that earlier.
Don't go to New Jersey,
Yeah, that's bad. So we'll start here in Chester County, and then we'll move our way toward Philadelphia. Very competitive, right? It's a very competitive county. Still a lot of votes out here. So the Democrat is leading, which is why you see the blue circle.
How is Fetterman doing in Chester County compared to how Biden did?
So this was 17 points. So it's closer.
Much closer.
Oz is running much closer.
Oz is
running much closer, and that's the test, right? So that's why you have to watch it. So then we'll come over here to Delaware County, or Delco, if you're going to correct me right here. And again, so 35 to 60, 25,
But Oz, again, is overperforming Trump.
26, yeah, it's closer there, closer to the average there. But yes, and again, if he's overperforming a little bit, if you want to look at it that way, we can come out here. Let's take this away. You raised the question in that time, in that context, so let's look at it that way. And let's look at it here.
Where is Oz outperforming Donald Trump in 2020?
Not many places.
Not many places.
Not many places. So Mehmet Oz is outperforming Donald Trump. When this pulls away, you just mentioned.
Oh, it's just Chester County.
It's just Chester County.
Okay.
So if you're looking at the Trump map, you're saying, and Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania, remember? And so you're looking at it this way, and so you come at it a different way. If you want to bring this around, Dem underperformed Biden. There's some counties, but they're mostly red counties. But again, Chester County is going to come back up here. But Fetterman is slightly underperforming Biden. This is why we're still counting votes here, right? You come in here. It's Bucks County earlier on. Remember, early on, Fetterman had a very big lead in Bucks County. That has shrunk as you count the day of election day votes, right? Biden wins it by 4.4. We're right in that ballpark, or literally right in that ballpark, if you look at it right there. Then you come here to Montgomery County. Oz had a late campaign event here. Biden wins by 26.2. Again, you're right in that ballpark when you look at it. But this is it. So we still have votes to count in the Philadelphia suburbs here. Let's just check. We checked Chester a minute ago, and then we come right in to the city. Philadelphia City, Fetterman is running it up, and only 69%. This, remember 2020, you had votes here counted all the way into Saturday.
Yeah.
And so we're going to...
Very tough to read the tea leaves on either one of these races. We're staying on top of these close Senate races in Georgia and Pennsylvania. We're going to go live to both of those battlegrounds next. Stay with us. It's election night in America, and the final polls are about to close in the United States. Let's give you a look at what the balance of power in the U.S. Senate is right now. Obviously, 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats have 46 of them. Republicans have 46 of them. There are 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the Senate from the Democrats. So far, they're not there yet. Let's look at the House of Representatives now. 435 seats. Democrats have 167 of them with 2 pickups. Republicans have 190 of them with 7 pickups. 78 seats remain, needed to control 218. Republicans need, well, we'll start with Democrats. Democrats need to win 38 of the competitive seats. 38 of them. Right now they're leading in 35 of them. Republicans need to win, we're going to bring that up, 21 of them, 21 competitive seats, and they're leading in 22 of them. So right now, Republicans in the House are doing what they need to do, but the votes are still coming in. Casey Hunt, tell us what's going on in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, so the question is who is doing what they need to do to pick up that one critical seat or hold it if you're the Democrats. And we actually want to make a little change here and start in Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman is holding his lead as the votes are rolling in, 49.4 to 48.1%. Look at that. We've got nearly 90% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And of course, if we've still got a lot of vote out in Philadelphia, that's going to be critical. This would make up for a Republican loss, potentially in a state like Nevada, and allow us to focus in on Georgia, because the Senate control could again come down to this race. And if it goes to a runoff, if these numbers hold the way they are, then of course we've got 4 more weeks of questions about who's in charge. Raphael Warnock, the incumbent, currently sitting at 49.2%. Herschel Walker at 48.7%. As John King was walking us through, Democrats are optimistic that Warnock may be able to pull this out based on where the outstanding vote still is. But we have seen this stick below 50% really all night, and 95% of the vote is in Georgia. All right, let's head now to Wisconsin. We'll check in on Ron Johnson. This race has been held in pretty steady, 50.6% for the incumbent Republican to the Democrat Mandela Barnes, 49.2%. 88% of the vote now in Wisconsin. And finally, let's take a quick look at Nevada. So this is a place that Democrats have been worried about all night. Early numbers show Catherine Cortez Masto holding at 54.3% to the Republican Adam Laxalt at 43%, but only 44% of the vote has been counted here. And the Democrats I've been talking to all evening have been concerned about their performance in Clark County. So we're going to have to check in and see where the votes are out there. But now, Boris, I know you've got some critical updates for us in the governor's race.
Yeah, and we're going to get you an update on the gubernatorial race in Nevada as well. But first, let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in a tough re-election battle against conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. Right now, she holds about a 6% advantage, 166,000 vote lead with 66% of the vote in Michigan. Let's get a look now at the state of Arizona. The Secretary of State there, Katie Hobbs, 166,000 votes ahead of former TV anchor and election denier Kari Lake, 54% of the vote in Arizona. Let's take a look at that Nevada governor's race now, because Steve Sisolak, the incumbent Democrat, facing some very strong economic headwinds. Inflation is disproportionately affecting people in Nevada compared to other states. He's currently leading the sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, by about 43,000 votes, with 44% of the vote in there. We have an update for you, a key race alert from Wisconsin as well. Incumbent Democrat Tony Evers, last time we checked in, his lead was at about 25,000 votes. Now it's at about 73,000 votes over Tim Michaels, with 88% of the vote in Wisconsin. And it just changed again, that lead thinning by about 2,000 votes for Evers. Let's get an update for you from perhaps the weirdest governor's race you're going to see tonight in the state of Oregon. This is a 3-way race between these 3 women, Tina Kotek, the Democrat, Christine Drazan, the Republican, and former Democrat turned independent Betsy Johnson, who could potentially play spoiler for the Democrats tonight, opening the door for Drazan to become the first Republican in 40 years to become governor of Oregon. But right now, Kotek is in the lead by about 13,000 votes, with 65% of the vote in. As we send it back to Jake Tapper, only a 1 percentage point difference in that race, Jake.
All right, thanks so much, Boris. Appreciate it. Kate Baldwin is in Pennsylvania, in Newtown specifically, outside Philly. She's at the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz. And first of all, Kate, that is not exactly the site of a jubilant celebration. It looks like a high school dance just past midnight. And I'm wondering what you're hearing from the Oz folks.
Yeah, I will tell you, that was exactly what I was going to tell you. This party, for all intents and purposes for tonight, is completely shut down. But I will say noteworthy, about 90 minutes ago at 11:30, Mehmet Oz came out to speak to his supporters, to thank his supporters for being here. And here are two key lines. He was projecting confidence in that moment, saying, when all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. He did acknowledge that it was he expected it to be a very long night still ahead, saying, we've been closing the gap all night and we have a lot more ballots to go. Also talking about hitting on what really were, as we've talked about throughout the evening, his final closing argument, what the campaign has thought was their best closing message that they thought was really having an impact, talking about bringing balance to Washington, uniting, not dividing. Those were the remarks that Mehmet Oz presented to his supporters in this room about 90 minutes ago. And as of now, this party shut down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a powerful message, except then a few days later, he, of course, went and appeared with Doug Mastriano and Donald Trump, not exactly uniting, not dividing. This is images right now. There's you, Kate, and there's me. They're watching CNN at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That is quite a different image than the image we just saw of the empty gymnasium at Oz headquarters.
He was projecting confidence in that moment, saying, when all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. He did acknowledge that it was a lot.
Okay, we got some weird echoes going on here now, so let's just go to you.
A little tape delay in the signal there at Fetterman, so they're a little behind picking it up, so they'll hear what I'm saying in about 10 seconds.
But also, I mean, I just have to, I know we're going to do House in a second, but just...
come on over. Come on over. Let's take a look.
You want to do Pennsylvania?
No, we can do whatever you want to do. I was just looking at some of these governor's
quite
races.
a stark difference between the abandoned Newtown High School in Pennsylvania, where the Oz headquarters is, and the jubilant rally at Fetterman headquarters when, votes are still being counted. What's going on in Pennsylvania right now?
So you bring it up right here, right now. That's the Fetterman campaign headquarters. You can hear them there. 65,957 vote. It's in a big Commonwealth like Pennsylvania. You say that's a narrow margin. If you've lived through recent elections there, you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, how are we doing? So they're out here, Fetterman campaign headquarters. Excuse me 1 second. It's a little dry throat there, but look at this. I mean, this is just, again, Joe Biden wins Allegheny County by 20 points. John Fetterman outperforming him.
By 28 points.
By 28 points in the second largest population center in the state. Win big where the people are, that helps you. John Fetterman is doing it right there in Allegheny County. Then you move to the east, Philadelphia. You bring up Philadelphia, again, running it up, 70%. This is important. Remember the presidential election when we were counting votes Thursday into Friday into Saturday when we finally called it? Joe Biden had a big lead like that. They still had votes to count, right?
Right.
There's no guarantee they come in at 80 to 17, but if they keep coming in disproportionately that way, in the largest area by far, 12%, 12.5% of the population, that is good news for Fetterman.
There's no guarantee that they're going to come in at 80.8 and 17.5, but they're likely going to come in at something like this.
They came in, I kept saying this to be careful for 3 days during the 2020 count. They came in almost exactly
right. I mean,
were.
Because you have so much of it. It's 69%, not 1%. It's probably like this, and the margin, 63.5, is pretty much exactly what this margin is. That margin is what Biden did over Trump.
Right, and so Fetterman is tracking Biden in the most Democratic area of the state. And again, then you come to Montgomery County first, 26 for Biden. You're in right in the same ballpark.
Exactly the same.
So you see the narrow Fetterman lead, like the Biden lead. Bucks County, this is the one they wanted to make a lot more competitive, and it is. This is the most competitive of the color counties around. It's 5% of the state population, 4.4 for Biden. Again, you're looking
at
about
4.4.
Yeah,
I mean, Fetterman is matching at this point, at this snapshot, this moment in time. Right. Fetterman is matching what Biden did in this very important Democratic area, capital D Democratic, of Pennsylvania.
Right. So voters are seeing Oz, at least more and more voters are seeing Oz as acceptable to them, if you look at it that way, than did when you look at the gubernatorial candidate, where Josh Shapiro is, Mastriano is not coming close to Oz in many of these places. And we've talked earlier tonight about the issues positions and the profile of Doug Mastriano, and you see that happening. Again, other conversations about election deniers being rejected. So as you watch this one play out again, close elections are decided here, and Democrats need a boost out there. Fetterman's getting the boost he needs out there, and he's getting good margins here. I just want to come up to Northampton County right here. This is just one of my I go back to my swing counties. Normally, the person who wins Northampton County carries the Commonwealth. Donald Trump carried it narrowly, won the Commonwealth, won the presidency. Biden flipped it, won the Commonwealth, won the presidency. At the moment, John Fetterman winning what Pennsylvanians will tell you, pretty critical swing county right there. Doesn't guarantee it, but again, you look here in a close election, and it has stayed right there. So what you do now is, you have Kate out there, we have other people out there, we'll check in to see where are they going to keep counting throughout the night, where might we have to come back at this in the morning. But even if I'm not saying they're done, if you went to bed right now and you're John Fetterman and you look at where the live outstanding votes are, or that's, if you want to, let me flip it. If you want to understand why the Oz party is quiet.
Why the Oz party is non-existent.
Right. The size of the circles is the share of the outstanding vote. The color tells you who is leading in that area.
What is it, Philly and Delaware County? Is Delaware County, how many votes are outstanding in Delaware County?
That's Chester.
Delco.
Yeah, Delco. We're out here. We're out here in Chester, and we come into Delco.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so you got...
They only have 37% reporting, and this is going to be a district that Fetterman takes by at least 25 points.
Right, 27-point district for Biden when you round up. So, yes.
But I'm just saying, this is a ton of Fetterman votes that haven't been counted.
Yes, barring some huge surprise, right? Again, there's never a guarantee, but to your point about Philadelphia, we saw this happen in 2020. They came in within a point or two as they continued to flow in, and then you come up. We're pretty close in Montgomery County, where Fetterman's running high, and there's a smaller share still out. In Bucks County is up to 93%. So to reiterate your point, Oz is competitive here, right? So even though it's blue, Fetterman's leading. Oz will get some votes here because he's competitive here. Fetterman's running way ahead here, but there's not that many more votes to come in. But then you come over here, the circle gets bigger in a place. This is more competitive, Chester County here. But when you, as Jake just noted, in Delaware County, right here, a larger share of the votes out and a much bigger lead for John Fetterman. Which is why, if you're looking at this, here's where you are in the race. 65,000 votes, 66,000 votes ahead if you come up. Jake, let's go back to you.
That's right, John, because CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will be the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a pickup. Retiring Senator Pat Toomey is a Republican, and the Democrats are now taking that Senate seat back. Again, CNN is projecting that John Fetterman will be the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And look, we're going to watch as the people in Fetterman headquarters get that news in 1 second. In any case, to bring us up to speed in the balance of power, 100 Senate seats. Democrats have 47 of them, including one pickup. Republicans have 46 of them. 7 seats remain. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat. Right now, they're not there, and Democrats just picked up one Republican seat. Dana Bash.
Absolutely huge news, a huge development. As Jake said, a pickup in Pennsylvania, but also a kind of moral victory for Democrats on a national level, because this was where they went. I mean, President Biden basically was there so much. Oh, there you go. Look at how excited the people in Fetterman headquarters are right now as they not only understand that their candidate won against some pretty big odds, but they're enjoying seeing it being projected on CNN.
And Dana, one thing I really cannot get out of my head, just going back to earlier in the night when we saw those exits coming out of Pennsylvania, that basically said that voters had made Fetterman's health as an issue a wash. And then on the question of, has Oz lived long enough in the state to represent it effectively, 55% said no. To me, that was, I think, probably the first sign that we had tonight that something was going to be happening in Pennsylvania. Republicans thought this race was over after that debate. They thought that it had disqualified Fetterman, and the voters tonight said something totally different. They were wrong.
I think, Abby, this was a personal judgment. And yes, obviously, John Fetterman had a stroke, and he still shows the effects of it. But voters were saying, we trust this guy, we think that he's there for us, and they just didn't feel that about Mehmet Oz. They thought he, was a guy who came in to try to pick up a seat across a state line. and that he wasn't there for them. I think it was a personal endorsement of their faith in Fetterman and really kind of a personal rejection of Mehmet Oz.
I should also say what they're seeing in Fetterman headquarters is a delay of CNN, which is why you're seeing us kind of twice. We are expecting John Fetterman to come out soon. We talked earlier in the night about how this has been a race of two very strong, very distinct personalities. And it was certainly a national race, but also about these two men, like you were both talking about. I think we also need to note that this is very much a proxy battle and has been between Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And on this one, Joe Biden won.
Yeah.
He was there so many times. And the only reason Mehmet Oz is and was the nominee for the Republicans is because of Donald Trump.
I mean, Joe Biden is a native son of Pennsylvania and really leaned into that really hard. But what made this impossible, frankly, for Mehmet Oz at the end was that
here he is. He's coming out.
John Fetterman.
And finish with that.
What made it impossible for Fetterman or for Oz was that he was trying to sell two different messages, appearing with Trump while also claiming he was
let's listen in.
from him.
I'm not really sure what to say right now. My goodness. Yeah. I am, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago. And we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up. We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue. But we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Thanks to all of you. All of you, thank you so much. That made me this grateful right now, and I want to thank, of course, all these supporters, all across Pennsylvania, all in this room, all across the nation, everyone that chipped in $10 to help us get here. Thank you. And also I also really want to thank my family. My mother, my father, Carl, Susan, my brother Greg. Where's Giselle? Where's Giselle? Everyone's favorite, yeah, Giselle. Who 6 months ago, she saved my life. Walking out of a Sheetz bathroom, she recognized what was happening. And also, and my children, Carl, Grace, August, hey, hey. So everyone, and thank you. And I also want to thank my team as well, the best team. So many names, Brendan, my campaign manager, Rebecca, Bobby, Joe, Jason, everybody, all my team. So many that made that part of it. And also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran. And this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down, that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left behind, for every job that was ever been lost, for every factory that was ever closed, for every person that works hard but never ever get ahead. I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose, raising our minimum wage, fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it. Standing up to corporate greed, making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania, and standing up for our democracy. 20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program. And
you're listening to John Fetterman giving his victory speech in Pennsylvania, a remarkable turn of events in a very closely watched and vitally, obviously important race to Democrats for in this election. David Urban, I got to go to you, son of Pennsylvania.
So listen, it's incredibly hard for me to watch. Obviously, this is the Pat Toomey seat, and before that, it was my former boss's seat, Arlen Specter, who held it so proudly for so many years. And it's a big loss for Pennsylvanians, for Republicans in Pennsylvania. Listen, I wish John Fetterman the best. He won tonight. He's got to do a great job for all Pennsylvanians, all 12 million. Congratulations and good luck. We need him to do the best job. But look, it's a big blow for Republicans and Republicanism in the state of Pennsylvania. And this is a loss, which I think is going to reverberate across the United States.
Amendment Oz was handpicked by Donald Trump.
Handpicked by Donald Trump, right? My good friend Dave McCormick ran the race. I supported Dr. Oz's opponent in this race, who I think would have been a far stronger candidate in this race and would probably be up there giving a speech tonight instead of John Fetterman. And so a lot of people are going to ask questions about, can you lay this loss at the feet of the president, the former president? People are going to ask that coming tomorrow and the day after in Pennsylvania.
And what's
the governor? You lost the governor. You lost the governor's mansion and a Senate race in Pennsylvania tonight. And I know Republicans across the Commonwealth are pretty upset right now.
This is a bad night for him.
But before we bury Donald Trump, I think we should,
I'm not burying Donald Trump.
I think we should praise John Fetterman because it is very hard to do what he did.
Yep.
In that this guy was he was at death's door. He had a serious stroke. He might not have been here tonight alive at all. And he decided to stick it in there and to fight for it. And I thought it was a terrible idea for him to do that debate. But that's the kind of guy that he is. He didn't want to back down from that challenge. And I criticized him. A lot of people criticized him. But people saw some heart in him and some guts in him that they want to see in themselves. And I just think before we turn into political, what a triumph for a human being to do what he just did.
My argument isn't with John Fetterman's health or his personality. It's with his policies. Let's just make it clear.
Sure. I just want to make sure.
Exactly what Dr. Oz should have said in that debate, rather than cruelly making fun of Fetterman in that debate. I actually think, when I watched that debate, clearly Fetterman struggled. And so, you asked yourself, how is this going to affect the race? But there's a fundamental humanity to the guy. And there was a kind of cruelty to Dr. Oz that I think, in some ways, he was as revealed by that debate as Fetterman was. But I must say, just in terms of the global implications of this was the seat Democrats had to have.
Right.
This is the insurance policy. We don't know. They're counting votes in Nevada right now. That could go either way. They're counting votes in Georgia right now. That could go either way. Obviously, if Republicans were to win both, they would take.
And there's been a Republican seat in Pennsylvania
control of the
for a long
Senate.
time.
I just got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Anderson, an important projection to bring you from the state of Wisconsin in that governor's race. This state was decided by only about 20,000 votes in the last presidential election. As it stands right now, Tony Evers, the incumbent Democrat, has nearly tripled that total. He stands to win re-election in the state of Wisconsin, defeating Republican Tim Michels. We also have some key race alerts to bring you, beginning with the state of Arizona. There, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs is leading the unrepentant election denier Kari Lake, 164,000 votes, with 54% of the vote in the state of Arizona. Let's take a look at Nevada now. Steve Sisolak, a very vulnerable Democratic incumbent. Right now, he stands 43,000 votes ahead of the sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, 44% of the vote in the state of Nevada. Let's get another look at Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has steadily been building this lead every time we've checked in on this race. She now stands 187,000 votes ahead of conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, 71% of the vote in the state of Michigan. We take a look now at the state of Kansas. This is perhaps the reddest state in which a Democrat gubernatorial candidate was 44% of the vote in the state of Nevada. Let's get another look at Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has steadily been building this lead every time we've checked in on this race. She now stands 187,000 votes ahead of conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, 71% of the vote in the state of Michigan. We take a look now at the state of Kansas. This is perhaps the reddest state in which a Democrat gubernatorial candidate was running for re-election. Laura Kelly, 22,000 votes ahead of Derek Schmidt, who questioned the results of the 2020 election. 87% of the vote in Kansas. Let's send it over to Jake Tapper and John King at the Magic Wall.
All right, thanks so much, Boris. And we're taking a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate because right now, 50 Democrats are leading, including one pickup in a Republican seat. John Fetterman, the lieutenant governor, is about to become the U.S. senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That used to be a Republican seat. That's a pickup. 49 Republicans in the lead, 0 pickups in Democratic seats. So I guess the big questions we have right now are Georgia and Nevada. Is that right?
Right, and we're still looking at Arizona, but if you just want to do the math where we start the day, it was
those 3. I'm sorry, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
Yeah, it was 50-50 when we started the day. The vice president breaks the tie, which makes that so huge. So now that's 51 essentially. If you start, 51, and looking at the map right now, and so the Democrats can afford to lose one of theirs, if you will, now, and still have a 50-50 Senate. They're not. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but I'm just saying if you could lose one of the ones you still have. This one, Senator Warnock's still ahead. We're up to 95%. Welcome to Georgia, 20,990 votes. Incredibly close here as we watch this one come out. And at the moment, this would be a runoff. No matter who ends up on top, you have to have 50%, plus one vote to get a majority tonight. We'll watch as that one plays out. But Democrats at the moment leading in Georgia. Let's look at Wisconsin, still outstanding here, 88% of the vote. This one here, I was just asking because we know the Republican candidate for governor has conceded, called Governor Evers and conceded the race. So the Democratic governor, if you come here, is winning this race. A very close race. Very close race, but 72,000 votes, 72,000.
Right, we just projected that Evers won.
Evers will win. So you see, Senator Johnson has a lead here. Think about the swing. A Democratic governor in a very competitive state, leading by 72,694 votes. That's a Democratic governor. And then you come to your Republican incumbent senator with a smaller lead, but in the lead. That tells you a lot of ticket splitting happening across the state of Wisconsin tonight. Can Mandela Barnes make up the difference is the question. So you look at the big Democratic bases, 77%. So there's still a lot of votes to come in Milwaukee, and you see it's a pretty good range there. Are there enough votes out to get there? The math gets dicey, but if you look at that, you say you want to see that number get up to 85, closer to 90%. Before you make any calls, just want to check the other big area, Democratic area in the state is here, Dane County, Madison, College area, 93% there. So some votes still to come in, but a smaller pool of votes there.
Mandela Barnes, by the way, outperforming Biden in Madison.
Yes, Mandela Barnes running a strong race, as is Ron Johnson in a very competitive state. So you're looking here now at the moment, Republicans holding Wisconsin. We'll see if it stands up. Republicans held Ohio. Republicans held North Carolina among the competitive seats. So here we go. We come out. This one, Republicans said they were going to mount a big challenge to Michael Bennet. They did not.
Not so much, not even close.
They simply did not. Actually, let me come back to this for a minute, because this is important in the governor's race as well. And we're watching, we can come back when we get over to the House map. There's an interesting dynamic possibly at play there. One of the big questions was, because of inflation, and the gas prices are higher as you go west in the United States, because of inflation, because of gas prices, were the suburbs and the crime issue Republicans are using, were the suburbs going to come back to the Republicans because they were mad and frustrated with Democratic governance? Look at what Michael Bennet did in the Denver suburbs. Arapahoe County, 61%. Adams County, 57%. You come into Denver County, 79%. You move over to Jefferson County, close to 60%. Michael Bennet and Governor Polis as well, if you switch it to the governor's race, did even better here. And so you have a country that is unquestionably thinks two-thirds of Americans or more think we're in a recession. Two-thirds or more think we're on the wrong track. We know they're mad about inflation. They clearly don't trust Republicans. You're seeing, you're just seeing in some of these states where you would think, could a Democrat be beat, or would that race be more competitive? Not so far. You come over to the Arizona governor's race. Boris was talking about this. Kari Lake already tonight, irresponsibly raising questions of shenanigans. They're still counting votes, 54% in. But come back, we were in the Senate math. Mark Kelly running even stronger than Katie Hobbs at 57%. But again, a long way to go here. But again, 75% of the vote in Arizona is in Maricopa and Pima County. And in the count so far, Mark Kelly running healthily ahead here. This is a Democratic +2 for Joe Biden. You see that there. But again,
it's early.
It's early, and most likely that's disproportionately early votes. And then Pima County, again, this was +18 for the Democrats. Mark Kelly running way ahead of that. But we need to see a lot more votes before we can make a judgment about that.
So let's go to Nevada, because Nevada was one of the states where Republicans thought they had the best chance of picking off an incumbent Democratic senator.
Right. She was, and Democrats would concede, Catherine Cortez Masto, the most vulnerable Democratic senator, with the 44% of the estimated vote in. I was just texting with somebody out in Nevada. I'll get to that in a second. She is leading at the moment. Look, this is what matters most right here. Clark County is 74% of the state population. She is leading there right now. Joe Biden won Clark County by 9 points, so she's a little bit ahead of that. She's at 13, just shy of 13 points there, at 64%. And then if you come out here, Washoe up here in the northwest corner is another 15% of the population. So we have no votes in here. This tends to be more of a swing. So if you're looking at the Senate map right now, again, can Republicans still get to 50? Yes, they can. Is the math a hell of a lot harder because the Democrats have flipped that? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what happens. We're still waiting for more votes to come in Arizona and Nevada. And, of course, we're waiting for more votes to come in from Georgia. And we're hearing the Democratic Senator, Reverend Raphael Warnock, may speak in Georgia imminently about his close race. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy also might come out soon. Stay with us. We'll let you know what they say. Be right back. We can now make a projection in the Senate race in Utah. CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Mike Lee will be reelected by the good citizens of Utah. He defeats independent candidate Evan McMullin. Let's look at the balance of power in the Senate right now. 100 seats, 47 of them belong to the Democrats, including one pickup in Pennsylvania. 47 of them belong to the Republicans. There are 6 seats remaining. Republicans need to win 2 net Democratic seats in order to win control of the U.S. Senate. We have governor's races for you to talk about now as well. Boris Sanchez has that.
Yeah, Jake, a big projection for CNN. We are projecting that Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat in the state of Michigan, will win re-election. She made abortion rights the centerpiece of her campaign. She filed a lawsuit to stop a 1931 abortion ban that took effect after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs decision. She also introduced legislation in that state to expand and protect abortion access. It pays off for her as she defeats Tudor Dixon, a Trump-endorsed election denier, Jake.
All right, Boris Sanchez, thanks so much. And we can now make projections in 3 states that have ballot measures on abortion. CNN projects that Californians have voted yes on establishing a state constitutional right to an abortion. Voters in Michigan have approved a similar ballot measure, saying yes to abortion rights. The trend is holding in Vermont, another yes vote to ensure the right to an abortion. And take a look at Kentucky, a measure that would amend the state constitution to explicitly state that there is no Kentucky constitutional right to an abortion. That is trailing as of right now. Dana Bash.
So fascinating. Thank you so much, Jake. First, let's just talk for a second about these abortion referenda, because we saw what happened over the summer with Kansas. Democrats saw that as a big green light, saying that this is what is going to get our voters to the polls. We have to sift through everything, but if you just look at Michigan and the fact that Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat, we're projecting is winning, and Prop 3, the referendum, also is winning, which is pretty broad when it comes to abortion rights.
Yeah, I don't know that it's particularly a surprise that voters in blue states like California and Michigan and Vermont would vote to have a constitutional right to an abortion. But, you know, the canary in the coal mine was what happened in Kansas, a red, solid conservative state, and overwhelmingly they voted not to take away abortion rights in the Constitution. So this clearly was an animating issue, and it was the best issue for Democrats all summer. There was some thought that it might have faded as we got further away from the Dobbs decision. But you look at the results tonight, and people who were pro-choice, pro-keeping rights for abortion won in state after state. And, of course, you see the initiatives they won as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that, although I would say Michigan, I would characterize Michigan as a clear battleground state, which it's been for a while, which is what made, I think, Gretchen Whitmer's race so important for Democrats. The abortion issue has actually been, pretty clear in this country. Voters largely do not want absolute bans on abortion. They don't necessarily support draconian bans on abortion. They are somewhere in the middle. And when you see these ballot initiatives that either try to establish broad bans on abortion, they are not necessarily succeeding. And where they have been put on the ballot to codify abortion rights, even in blue states, but also in some red states, those have gone through. I think voters in the United States are making their voices heard on this issue.
Abby, I'm going to go to Jake for a projection.
Thanks, Dana. That's right. CNN has a projection for you right now. CNN projects that Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii, the Democrat, will be reelected, defeating Republican Bob McDermott. Let's bring the balance of power on that right now, because we've just added a seat to the Democrats. Democrats is 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats have 48 of them, including a pickup in a Republican seat. That's Pennsylvania. Republicans have 47. In order for Republicans to wrest control of the U.S. Senate from the Democrats, they now need to win 2 net Democratic seats. 2 net Democratic seats. Casey Hunt, we go to you now with more on the battle for the Senate.
Well, Jake, we can walk through what the possibilities are for Republicans right now and what they aren't. Let's start in Georgia, where Raphael Warnock is still barely ahead of Herschel Walker, the Republican. So this is one where, again, if this holds, we're looking at 4 more weeks of fighting. This could, of course, go either way under those kinds of circumstances. It could all come down to the race here, depending on what happens on the rest of the map. 96% of the vote in there. And let's look at what else is out. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, the incumbent, sitting at 50.7. This has been pretty steady here as the vote has continued to roll in, that this margin is about the same. Mandela Barnes at 49.1%. We obviously have called the Wisconsin governor's race for the Democrat, but Ron Johnson is on a different path right now with 80% of the vote in there. Let's check in on Nevada, where, of course, Democrats have been pessimistic, or at least they were at the beginning of the night, but obviously their optimism has increased as results have rolled in through the evening. Catherine Cortez Masto currently at 53.3% to the Republican Adam Laxalt's 44%. We have 53% of the vote in here in Nevada. A lot of questions about whether it's mail or how that's all coming in. We're going to have to go to John King and David Chalian for some of those answers. So let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly sitting comfortably ahead of the Republican Blake Masters at 57.2% to Blake Masters 40.5%. If this kind of lead can hold, Democrats can hold there. We're looking at that trio of races, Nevada and Georgia, perhaps Wisconsin, as this night gets later and later, Jake.
All right, Casey, we're tracking the Senate races that are still undecided, including those nail-biters in Georgia and Wisconsin. The battle for control of the U.S. Senate still too early to call. Our coverage continues after this.